Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody doing? We're going to be doing day 6. We're on the same day. We are caught up. I mean, we're a bit behind we missed 20 minutes so far, but we'll catch up when they take a break. I think it's a toss-up so far based on what the chat is saying. I think Florida law is really expansive, and because it allows what a person in layman's terms would consider to be an accomplice to be charged as a principal, meaning charge them as if they were the actual perpetrator of the whole thing. Florida law allows that. I think this is a dangerous, dangerous case for Alicia Andrews because she's facing first-degree murder as well as conspiracy to commit that same first-degree murder, just like her co-defendants are, even though she's not the one that touched the gun, pulled the trigger, did any of the shooting. So, again, you got to remember where this case is. We have the lead detective on the stand today. He got through some surveillance footage yesterday. Haven't really gotten too much into text messages yet, which I think a lot of people are waiting to see. I myself am waiting to see more. If there is more, it seems like the state has more, according to opening statements. But if they don't show it, seems like they're going to have underpromised or overpromised in openings. What do we have in the building? We've got Amy here, Amy E here, bright and early. Guys, make sure you also check out Amy E's channel, especially while you're waiting for court to start in the morning. She's got a ton of body camera footage, and she'll do the live chats when she does the premiere, so you can hang out with people, talk about what's going on. Always love it over there. Always love and appreciation for Amy. Good morning. Good morning to FFS. And with the YouTube name spelled out, we have an excuse to say what we need to say. Slim Life and Jay, always good to see you for always good to see for always, forever for life. Janet Reed, good morning. Gis Luis, good to see you. Yes, 2 days till Halloween. Isn't that crazy? Am I dressing up? I thought about getting glasses and dressing up as Millionaire Mel. I told her she has to get a hat. That'd be really easy to do. I'm going to see if I can get to the store and get some glasses. I lost my glasses. I should wear them. So I can't just find a pair I have around the house. We also have some pumpkins from last year we can decorate with. If you guys remember these from YSL, showing you guys my pumpkins bright and early this morning. But I love Halloween. I hope everyone that plans to do something has a great time. It's on a Friday, so maybe we'll put together some late night stream. Created by EJF is looking at the case, guys. There was a first grade teacher who was shot by a student, and there were warning signs. There were warning signs. So there is a civil lawsuit that the teacher has taken out against the school. So that's being streamed, that's being filmed. EJF is following it. I've seen a few people mention that they were interested in it and were watching it. I personally just have not had the bandwidth. But okay, and she says Court TV is covering it. So always cool when you get to peek in on a civil trial. Jay Money, good morning, says blessed morning all. Hey Martina. Delta, I don't know. I don't think there's a clear answer here. Always love to see your picture. Miss you. I hope you're doing well. It says, are we rooting for or against the defense? I think we should all root for a fair trial. That might not necessarily mean we're rooting for someone to be the quote unquote winner, right? But right now, I think as far as proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Alicia planned this might be a stretch. That's count 2, right? Count 1, she doesn't need to have planned in advance. She could have aided and abetted during the commission and or after. I think count 2, quite frankly, might look a little bit weaker, at least to the reasonable doubt standard, than maybe count 1, even though I'm not sure we're out count 1 for all 12 jurors to agree unanimously. The facts are bad for her, though, and Florida law is not good for her. I think the best thing, guys, I'll say my opinion again if you missed it yesterday, I think the best thing in her favor is that she's facing first degree, and if the jury can surmise what penalties a first-degree murder count will carry, and they have sympathy for Alicia, I think there might be some jury nullification that could come into play, and I do think that might end up being Alicia's best shot. So, and then good morning. We're going to get into it, you guys. Good morning. Thank you guys for coming to hang out. We've got Ms. Nikki in the building. We've got 773 Pisces, Trey Keisha. Guys, don't forget, Flesh of the Gods is also streaming this trial, so if you want to bounce around, highly recommended by myself and others in this chat. Yeah, Tatum says she's going to prison, Kat. Good morning. It's a real prospect. It's a real prospect, and I also think there are so many other victims in this back and forth, and maybe not all the back and forth that the state is attributing to being a back and forth was really a back and forth. But I think it's undeniable that there have been shootings between and by members affiliated with some of the gangs that we've heard about here. And some of the victims have been collateral, like a 17-year-old girl. And Alicia's here at the defense table, but in another universe, in a parallel universe, butterfly effect, she might not be alive. Mavka said this. Oh God, let's get into it, you guys. Mavka says it starts silly. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's enjoy the seal while we've got it before it gets crazy. We'll take the YSL pumpkins down for a little bit. As soon as court sound starts, let's see if the volume's good. It looked like I had it queued. Oh, no, I guess not. How late did they start? Alrighty.
All right, good. All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, so Mr. Harmon, I did receive your case law. I've reviewed some of it. Defense, have you reviewed it?
I
I think
did.
should be
Pretty
factualized.
Circuit case, and I mean, most of them cite the same principle. It was completely the same. There were some cases where they did not allow any defendant's statements. The defense, so there was a control call, and the defendant asked for a portion of his interrogation to come in, and the court said no, the interrogation can't come in because that's not the purpose of the witness. The defendant's statements can't come in. Right, so those cases were not the same, and the black letter law in those cases stands for the same thing that I cited yesterday to the court, which the court agreed with.
Okay, so Mr. Harmon, and I've reviewed half of the cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
So are any one of these cases more directly on point to what we have here, which is where the detective makes a statement to the defendant during a post-Miranda interview that they're facing life or a significant term of years, and therefore that should be excluded and not included as part of the rule of completeness? What would be the closest case to that?
Let me look at my outline here real quick. I believe there is one that's close, but pretty much all of these cases cite in different ways the standard for the court to take into consideration.
Right, and so the thing is, honestly, this should have been handled before trial. Because the only way for me to really know is if I watch the whole video. And I'm not going to, in the middle of trial, take a time out and watch an over an hour long video of the defendant's interrogation. So I'm flying blind here, relatively speaking. So there's no way for me to know if, in fact, the statements that the detective made are, in fact, relevant to any potential impeachment or issue. And I just want to clarify, make sure for the record, Mr. McLyman, you're not claiming that these statements made by Detective Ramos go to the voluntariness of your client's statement, or are you?
Not that the statements are involuntary, but they invoke certain responses from Ms. Andrews. So it's not that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not talking about voluntariness. We're simply discussing context, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so then that's where the rule of completeness comes in.
So, Judge, if I can,
Yep.
First of all, yesterday my statements on the record were incorrect about the law. This law has been in flux for 2 decades now, and my reading of it last year, my memory of it was skewed, so I apologize for that. But Basically, the rule of completeness is not absolute. The correct standard is whether, in the interest of fairness, the remaining portion should have been contemporaneously provided to the jury. I think the closest case in the group that I sent to the court is going to be the Dissett case, which is a 4th DCA case in 2007, in which the 4th DCA found there was no violation of the rule, where the trial court excluded irrelevant portions of his statement. The state's edited version of the tape did not create misleading impressions or take statements out of context. Additionally, it reads the state's edited version did not exclude exculpatory statements. In fact, part of what the state excluded was the defendant's admission that he had used robbery money to buy drugs, a collateral bad act. Similarly, in this case, Your Honor, the majority of what we're attempting to exclude are not the defendant's statements, but the detective's statements to her about completely irrelevant matters that are not only irrelevant to this proceeding, but would be misleading and confusing to the jury. Specifically, he is telling her, you are going to receive a life sentence if you don't tell us what happened, if you don't give us your version, if you were dragged into this gangland war by Mr. Chance or others, you need to tell us now. You're looking at life. And he doesn't just tell her you're looking at life. He fleshes it out in long narratives where he talks about the implications of life, her life in the prison, that it's going to be her nursing home.
They're going to hear that she's
woken
pregnant
up every morning and told what to do, what to eat, where to go. He talks to her about the fact that she'll be walked out to a yard where it's surrounded by high walls. Then he proceeds to tell her all of the things that she will miss. She'll miss Thanksgiving dinner with her parents. She'll miss all the things that other people have in their lives, while the co-defendants may be out running around living the high life. His statements about the life sentence, number one, not only is that irrelevant, it's misleading to the jury and confusing to them because it's not something for their consideration. In fact, as the court's well aware in your instructions to them, you're going to tell them they cannot consider any potential sentence. And also, as the court's aware, normally jurors never know what the potential sentence is in a case like this. Excuse me, counsel, I would like to finish my argument.
Okay, please step out, detective.
Wow. Prosecutor snaps because the defense points out that the detective, a witness, who's still on the stand, is sitting here listening to these arguments. Which, maybe not a big deal. It is a big deal because the detective could be getting cues right here that he should stray away from hinting at anything. If this is excluded, if the judge ends up trimming this down, constraining what is played, the detective could be picking up if they want to answer favorably to the state or not get into subject matter that the state doesn't want the jury to hear. He could steer away from, when I was speaking with Alicia, I let her know how serious this was, blah, 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 blah. He could morph, he could mold to what's going on. And this prosecutor instantly gets rude with the defense, like, that don't cut me off. Now you look stupid because your witness is in the room. And it's a detective who should know better than to be, they've testified before, they should probably know better than to be sitting in the room when this is going on, when they're in the middle of their testimony. But okay, you guys are right about this. It's the time.
Okay, you done?
Oh God, are they going to review it now?
The court has suggested a curative instruction, so basically what we would be doing is putting before the jury something that they shouldn't be hearing and then trying to cure it with a curative instruction instead of just excluding it. What her potential sentence is and what the ramifications of that potential sentence are irrelevant to these proceedings. Counsel said they put into context the defendant's statements. There are no statements by the defendant. That's what this is all about. She is not telling the detectives the truth. They also keep asking her to tell them the truth and telling her, if the jury is potentially going to give you any benefit or any kind of mercy, you need to tell us the truth, or they're going to see this. They're going to see what you didn't tell us. They're going to see all these things that you didn't say to us. And there's silence from her. She continues to deny or absolute silence. So it's not really putting any of this into context.
Well, then why is if she doesn't say anything inculpatory after the detective tells her these things, why is that even coming in?
Because you're not.
I don't believe it should come in.
You know
She
what?
does.
They want to show a chopped up version of this recording, probably like 2 or 3 answers to this jury, and just let those 2 or 3 answers float around. And those answers, according to the defense, are going to be spawned after they go through this whole soliloquy of all the things that you're going to do. Now, let's compare this to the YSL trial and how we heard the attorneys do a masterful job with the individuals that took a plea, right? When you take a plea, most people, when they're taking a plea, take into consideration the time, the penalties that they're facing, and they make the decision in the context to agree to take the plea. And the state always leans on it. It was willful, it was voluntary, it was knowing. And then we hear the defense masterfully in the YSL trial get up there and go through the Fulton County blues. You're sitting in nut juice in the Fulton County Rice Street prison as it's falling apart. There's feces on the wall. You want to see your relatives. You've been denied bond for months. You know this trial is going to take however long, and there's an attorney shortage, there's a public defender shortage, and it'll take even longer for you if you don't have your own attorney. You go through all those motions, let the jury hear that context before you agree to take a plea. That same mindset in the moment of speaking to a police officer, and even worse, if you're choosing to be silent, because you're not supposed to use someone's silence against them. I mean, they will. They will try to use it against you, but you're trying to play someone silent to show their demeanor. And he's saying, well, we don't plan on playing that. I don't believe that for a second. I think they wanted to play those moments and show that she wouldn't cooperate. Or at least, if they're not playing it, they're going to have Juan Ramos on the stand say, she didn't want to answer. No, she didn't want to answer about that. She wouldn't talk to us. And then finally, she said this one damning thing. And this is the first time where I feel like the judge is taking the defense's objection seriously. And this is a serious, serious objection. To the point where I would say if this isn't ruled on right, this could be a major error on appeal. I don't know. Give the jury the context. And the defense should be arguing more strongly and explicitly, not just rule of completeness, but that part underneath the umbrella of the rule of completeness is it goes to the state of mind of Alicia when she was giving the answer she gave to the police.
Make statements, and they are obvious lies, and I think that's relevant.
Is that before the Detective Ramos makes those representations?
Yes, I think the majority of her statements are made before he starts encouraging her to tell them what happened, to tell them the truth. I have to defer to Ms. Doherty. I don't know the statement as well as she does, but are there statements that she continued to lie after that?
Judge, there are denials throughout, but I had originally proposed ending it a little bit earlier when she first says that she is done, which puts it, almost chops it in half, but there were still statements prior to that, but I think defense counsel wanted it all in until the very last point where she says she wants an attorney.
But this is what I understand. So that only comes in, because these are all hearsay statements by the detective, okay? So anything that she says after that, what is the relevance and why is it admissible? Because if she's not making admissions, then it's hearsay. Anything she's saying is hearsay. I'm failing to see why, if she doesn't say anything that the state's intending to introduce after the detective makes those representations to her, then why are we showing it at all to the jury?
Well, prior to him doing that, she makes several statements that are inculpatory.
Okay, well that's different.
And she makes denials in situations where a person, the state would suggest to the jury that's innocent, would not make, and obviously are inculpatory because they're false, and obviously false and can be proven false.
So she does make statements to the detective after he tells her all these things about prison and her sentence. Is that what you're telling me?
I'd have to ask Ms. Doherty. I reviewed more of the redactions than I did her responses once that started.
Well, she, like I said, she denies certain facts after that.
I know, but that in and of itself, honestly, that's hearsay. Honestly, only admissions or statements against interest come in a interview.
But it is against her interest if they're going to get on the stand, put Ramos on the stand and say, at this point she's lying, right? And they're going to present to the jury that she lied about X, Y, Z things throughout the interview. So that all those statements are against her interest.
Okay, but again, let's just remove anything that happens before Detective Ramos makes those statements to her about the potential sentence or what's going to happen to her. That's different, okay? We're only talking about anything she may have said, because that's the only context that would be part of this discussion.
They started talking about it here, but I think most of the stuff that she's seen.
They should have had her have one co-defendant. So the other counsel could be like, we can't confront Alicia because she's not going to take the stand, so you can't play her interview.
I mean, it seems to me the easiest thing to do, which is nothing that Detective Ramos says or anything she says afterwards comes in. It'd be the easiest way.
So that would be cutting the interview short, Judge.
So what? That happens all the time.
Right, but you're cutting the interview, you're showing half the jury, half the
I know, but the rule of completeness is only necessary to bring in any other statements if it needs to give context to something. If the original statement from Ramos regarding the sentence and how life in prison is going to be, if the jury never hears that, then they don't need to hear the context of her responses. They don't need to hear it. So, because that's the only reason that the rule of completeness would be applicable here.
No, Judge, so what you're saying is that the statements up front, the ones before they start to threaten and they start to tell these different things, that those statements, and they're all interwoven, so it's not like it's a clean break, as though at one point in time they made these statements and she's already said everything that she needs to say that the state wants to introduce. It's interwoven. There's some time that goes by, they start to threaten, they start to talk about the different punishments, more interviews. More statements from the
Shout out,
detectives, more
David.
interviews. So it's hard to just cut it off at one particular point. Like you said, if this was an issue that the state saw, this is a motion that the state should have filed prior to the trial. We filed our motion to suppress last year, December, on this issue. And I was under the understanding that at 1:22, that's when the interrogation cuts off, because that is when she invokes. So outside of that, like right now, without actually going through line by line, minute by minute, and not being able to tell you, this is when they say this is when she says that, it is just piecemeal. And if the state wants it out, they should have done it beforehand. Not like right in the middle of the trial, right before the detective gets on the stand, in the middle of his testimony.
I have been, since the first trial, discussing potential redactions with them and have gotten no response. I have brought this up, I can show emails where I have brought it up multiple times before the first trial, and then I readdressed it before this trial where I proposed and went line by line and sent them a highlighted version of what I believe should come out, including stopping it early. So I
I say you
definitely
keep it all
have
out.
been waiting for their response and their communication. It has included coming into this trial where I, again, asked a couple of times that we needed to address this or we'd have to bring it in front of the judge.
Well, the story, then you should have brought it before the judge. If you weren't getting anywhere, you should have filed a motion in limine to address this. Because again, there's no way for me to know until I sit down and watch that video. There's no way for me to know the context. I have no way, no way. And I'm not going to do it in the middle of trial. I'm not. So I really don't know what else I can tell you all. It doesn't seem to me, and I repeat this, if there's no admissible evidence, meaning inculpatory statements that she makes after, or anything you're going to use against her, after Detective Ramos makes his statements to her, I don't think any of that should come in at all. At all. It's not relevant.
Well, just in a review of it, apparently there is some things that she does say after he starts.
That you wish to use.
Yes.
Against her.
Yes,
See,
that we
I told
would,
you.
Suggest are very incriminating.
Okay. So then at this point, I'm inclined just to give a limited instruction.
Now, someone in the chat was like, he's not lying. After I had the discussion with him, I don't think this is true. He ends up admitting that he doesn't know all of what's said throughout the whole interview because he didn't look at all of it. And now he's saying, oh, actually, there is stuff later on that we want to use. See, look at that. And we saw this in YSL too. You'd have split arguments being made. You'd have one prosecutor arguing half of one thing, another prosecutor arguing the other half. And then there'd be convenient gaps in the middle where they could say they didn't know something. And it would look like the other side was being whiny when really, no, there's issues throughout this whole interview. But again, it seems like the judge is just going to stick with, we'll figure it out and we'll do a limiting instruction if that's the case. It's interesting that she won't listen to it in the middle of trial, though. We know Glanville would have. Glanville would have taken a whole week.
Just remind the jury that anything Detective Ramos says, his opinions are just that. They're not necessary. They're not true. They're not to take it as true. So at this point, I don't know what else to do other than that. Okay?
Just play the whole thing. I think it's only like an hour and a half. Like an hour and a half, they said. This isn't like the 9-hour Woody video.
And just while we're talking about it, assuming that that comes in, I give the limiting instruction. I don't want anybody getting up in front of this jury and in cross-examination or closing argument or direct or whatever it may be, and ask a witness or have the defendant testify, and are you in fact facing life in prison? No one's going to ask that question or testify to that. The only reason this is coming in is to purportedly show the context of Ms. Andrews' responses, and that's the only way it's going to be argued in front of the jury.
And just to be clear, I do not intend to ask Detective Ramos a question that would give the jury the impression that what he's saying or what Detective Campbell is saying is true, that she's actually going to face life in prison. Right? But the statements that he makes, not just the life in prison, but some of these other statements, I should have the ability to cross-examine him on the effect that would have had on Ms. Andrews at the time.
Well, he can't testify to what's in her state of mind. You can question him about what he said to her, but he can't guess what effect that had on her.
So and it's not just the effect it had on her. It also goes to our ability to cross, the wide latitude that we do have to cross on motive, bias, and credibility of any witness, especially of the detective in this case.
Well, we'll just have to play question by question, okay? Okay.
Your Honor, unfortunately, there is one other matter. Late last night, I became aware of the fact that several of the defense witnesses have been communicating with each other and watching the trial after the rule was invoked by the defense. So I am requesting of this court, or at least notifying this court that that's occurring, and requesting the witnesses be ordered again to stop communicating with each other and stop watching this televised broadcast.
Could you say which witnesses you're referring to?
Miss Enright, Miss Lyle, and Miss Gathright or Nevega.
We're not calling the big Gathright.
Okay, well, Miss Enright and Miss Lyle have been communicating with each other, have been communicating with the co-defendant, giving daily updates up to yesterday as to what's happening in this trial, and speaking about their meeting together via Zoom, whether that's the truth or not, with the defense attorneys this weekend at the same time. So I'm not sure if that's accurate, but of course, if they are going to be testifying, I would like now for them to be instructed again to not be watching the trial if it's being broadcast. I'd like to address it.
I just want to parse that out. I want to make sure what we're saying was accurate. You're saying that somebody spoke to a co-defendant. Which co-defendant are you referring to?
Sean Gathright.
All right, so I have no control over whether they speak to Sean Gathright. I can tell them not to do that, but I have no control over that. And I did not know that was happening. You also said that there was a Zoom. You're talking about this coming weekend or the one before?
This past weekend. This past weekend, they indicated that they were meeting with you, your office, the defense, about their testimony for witness preps together on Zoom.
What I'm asking is, who is the they? Who was meeting with us this weekend?
I presume the callers, or at least the person on the other end of the phone. So Mrs. Enright and Miss Lyle, the co-defendant's mother, who were listed.
All right, so I don't recall meeting with them, but if I did, there is no problem with us preparing our witnesses for trial the same way that the state prepares their witnesses for trial. The same way that the state talks to their witnesses outside, whether they're grouped together, whether they're separate. They spoke to witnesses, we speak to witnesses before trial. The court will give an instruction, a jury instruction at the end of the trial, which says that it is not improper for the attorneys to talk to the witnesses.
Well,
So-
that is true.
It's improper for them to be prepped together on what their testimony is going to be, and it's improper that the defense invoked the rule of sequestration and that those witnesses have been watching the trial ever since. So as we stepped out to instruct our witnesses, I'm just asking that the same be done and that the state be permitted to cross on that issue, which is not outside of the scope of relevant material cross-examination.
Yeah, that's
Did you
fine.
prep the witnesses together?
No. And the only thing I would agree with is, of course, once the rule is invoked.
They didn't
should
invoke
not-
till Sunday?
I guess paying attention to the trial, watching the trial. But I have no control of that.
I know. You know, I'm assuming you told them, right? The rules of sequestration has been invoked?
I know particularly, I told Sean Gathright mother, Ms. Locke. We told her.
So I tell you what, before these witnesses testify, I will allow, out of the presence of the jury, state you can question them on exactly what their knowledge is, who they had conversations with.
I think they
what
should be
the
able to
discussion
question in front of
was,
the jury.
And then that way you'll know, and then if you deem it necessary, you can use it in cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like the same opportunity for Detective Ramos. I want to know if he's watching the portion of the trial before he took the stand.
Okay. Yeah, Freeman, ask him. Are we ready to go otherwise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
There you go. That was a fair ruling. I mean, that should have been an
Oh,
expected ruling.
yes, and there's a, when Detective Ramos begins, I think we're getting into the testimony regarding the Uber
The
driver.
first question I'll ask, because we were talking about the Uber driver, is what his name is, and we do not want that broadcast, and then I will just refer to him as the Uber driver.
Okay, very good, very good.
The last thing I'll say is some people got to be careful about phone numbers. So I'll tell you right now, there's been phone numbers that people have had to change.
Well, listen, here's the thing. There are material facts in this case regarding phone numbers and emails and physical addresses. And this is a public court, and these are material facts, and they're part of the record. And I'm not going to put the burden on the media to scrub out every single phone number and every single email for particularly material facts. Now, someone like the Uber driver who's got no connection to this case or whatever, I'm comfortable with his identity not being disclosed. So, if they are individuals with addresses and emails and phone numbers that are of material relevance to this case, I'm not going to order that they be scrubbed.
So there are people making threats to individuals whose phone numbers have been shown. And I'm not putting it on the media. I would just ask if the state knows that they're going to introduce or publish information on the screen that the media is watching, that at least we somehow talk about that beforehand, and we can either put a sticky over the number or something. It's not like they're showing the number and they're connecting it to some piece of evidence. It's just on the screen.
Okay, well, you guys have to make specific objections and then let me know ahead of time. Okay, I'm not just going to have a general blanket rule that the media can't broadcast what's happening in here. This is a public forum. Anybody in the public can come in here and watch this trial and see the evidence. So if there is specific confidential information that you don't want broadcast, you need to identify it, then we need to discuss it. But specifically with regards to the name of the Uber driver, I am going to allow the state to refer to him as the Uber driver. There's really no reason that person's identity needs to be disclosed during the course of the trial. Okay.
Judge, if I could ask, Detective Ramos is our last witness, and assuming we finish him in the next 2 hours, what is the defendant's lineup of witnesses, so we know for preparation, since we've accommodated them throughout this trial with a list?
We don't have a problem doing that. We did that the other day. But you're saying your direct is going to be 2 hours, or you're talking about?
We still have Probably a couple of hours, yes.
So yeah, I mean, this afternoon, we have witnesses that will be here at 1, that is,
So we have, Joel Jordan.
That's
Jacora
Alicia's friend.
Robinson, for sure. And,
Robert Howard. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., we have Thomas Pullan.
I'm sorry, Thomas.
Thomas Pullan, our cell phone expert.
Now, can I ask about Mr. Pullan? We were provided with cell phone tracking by him involving the defendant's phone. In deposition a couple of months ago, he told us that he's been asked to do the co-defendant's phones, and we've been asking for that all the way up to the day the trial started. Counsel's one response to Ms. Doherty was she was repeating herself and that it's not important to him, and if it gets excluded, it gets excluded. So I don't know at this point, are you using anything in addition to what we've been provided? If so, I'd like to have it for his cross-examination.
It's not one response. It was several emails back and forth, and Ms. Doherty and I were on Zoom together discussing this issue, or on the phone, one of the two. So that's a misrepresentation. In addition to that, there are maps that he said he would create for the other individuals. These are like timing maps, so they show the trajectory of where they were at certain particular points in time during the course of this conspiracy. He didn't create the maps, and so we're not using the maps. So whatever he's testifying to comes from the evidence, comes from the cell phone extractions.
I know, but if it's an expert opinion, specifically, is he going to testify to anything regarding the cell phones of the co-defendants?
Yes, but he doesn't have to provide a map for that.
I'm not saying that. They're saying that they asked you about that and that you didn't respond.
I just said that's not true. He will tell you that. He didn't say that I did not respond. He said I responded one time. That's not true. I responded a few times back and forth. That conversation was just about whether I was going to produce these interactive maps. And I told him I don't have them.
Did you depose him?
I did, Your Honor, and I asked him if he had developed any further opinions or other work to let us know so we could take that position of him. And I reserve the right to continue the deposition.
And were you ever notified after the deposition that their expert was now going to offer opinions as to the cell phone data of the co-defendants?
No.
Until today?
No.
The middle of trial?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
there's a difference between him offering an opinion.
Listen, we're not going to, listen, we got to get going. We'll cross that bridge at a later date. State you need to file whatever appropriate motion you deem necessary regarding
Yes, Your
that.
Honor. Your Honor, one other thing before we bring the jury
Yeah.
in. If I understand counsel right, because they invoked the rule of sequestration, they have only advised one of their witnesses about the rule?
that is what he said.
I don't know.
Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Okay, so I would ask that they, as they're obligated to do when they invoke the rule, advise all of your witnesses, please, not to view what's
unnecessary,
on court TV.
the way that counsel is speaking to defense, though, it's been happening since day one.
But
It's
Ms.
very
White,
unnecessary,
I know,
Your
but
Honor.
here, Ms. White, this is the problem. You invoked the rule of sequestration.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm making a statement. I'm not looking for responses. Okay?
Fine.
You invoke the rule of sequestration. That means all witnesses, it's incumbent upon the lawyers, as the professionals that they are, to tell all of their witnesses as well. You're not to be discussing the case, you're not to be watching it on court TV, and apparently that didn't happen, right? Didn't happen. Inexcusable.
Well, Your Honor,
Inexcusable.
if I may respond, we are professionals, just like every other attorney in this courtroom. The bigger point that I was making is that the way that Mr. Harmon has been speaking to this side of the table is unprofessional, it's disrespectful, he's done it in front of the jury as well, and there has not been any attempt by the court to intervene in that. So I want to make sure that it's on the record that it's inappropriate. The rising tone is unnecessary, and it's disrespectful, and it's inappropriate.
Ms. White, everything that's happened in this trial is on the record. Everything's been videotaped. The conduct of everybody involved.
Right.
Okay? And the failure of the defense to tell their own witnesses not to talk about the case is inexcusable, and that's a matter of record.
Well, also,
We don't want to discuss it any further. I
what
don't.
doesn't
We're
surprise
done.
the record is that they've had witnesses outside the courtroom discussing the case with each other, talking about the case, the prosecutors themselves.
Well, you should have brought it to my attention.
I'm doing it now because it's been an issue. They're apparently saying it's an issue for us, and they're doing it themselves.
Okay, let's bring in Detective Ramos. Ask him if he's been watching court TV about this case, and then we'll get going.
So defense effed up there. Although I do agree that the state's been talking across the aisle instead of at the court to address the other party. You're not supposed to do that either. I also disagree the judge dismisses videotape. Well, the appeals court wouldn't see the video recording. They would only get a transcript. So,
Hello, good morning, Detective. You remain under oath, so there was an issue that was raised, or an allegation, that
An
you've
allegation?
been watching this trial on TV. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Any questions?
that wasn't the allegation that he was watching something on court TV, was it? Wasn't that the judge's own creative licensing?
I'm alleged that. I just want to ask a question.
Yeah, you did allege it. Oh,
All I asked-
so, wait. So you told me that you believe he'd been watching this on court TV, and now you're backtracking and saying, well, I didn't make the allegation.
I
Pardon
did
me?
not say that I believe he's watching it. I don't know what he does in his spare time.
Okay.
They brought up the issue. I said I would like the opportunity to ask Detective Ramos the same question. I didn't allege that he was doing anything.
Okay, so you just said no. Any questions?
No, I mean, you asked the question. I thought I was going to ask the question, but he said no, that's it. I mean, it's-
Okay, very good. Let's go. All right.
Yeah, he didn't make the accusation that he's been watching court TV.
All rise.
Woo! It's a day, chat. It is a day.
All jurors are good.
All right, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to proceed. You may continue.
Thank you, Jim. Detective Ramos, we were talking about the Airbnb on Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I had asked you about the vehicle that was shown on, June 23rd of 2024, that you could clearly see in the Ring video, and you could see the defendant along with others walking to it and carrying out bags to that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there volume? First of all, did you identify who was?
All right, guys, I'm gonna try to jump this forward because I think they say the name. And it's out there already if I mess it up, but I think we're talking about the Uber driver. The state elicits the name right after the judge is like, look, we're gonna end this redaction stuff, but don't say the Uber driver's name. And then the state apparently elicits it, so. J Money's here for the day. The amazing messy day. As we all are.
Does it appear that she is talking to somebody that is already inside?
There was a male voice that appeared to be coming from inside, yes.
And could you also hear her knocking?
Yes.
And does she say something when she first gets up there?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that there was a locking mechanism with the Airbnb?
Yes.
And was there a code that was provided to the Airbnb user that they could use to access that door?
Correct.
And again, did you interview the Airbnb owner, Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And did he provide that information to you?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you have assistance with other detectives that helped to gather information early on when you were investigating this case?
Yes.
Was there a locking log that was provided to you by Mr. Alava?
The locking log was sent to another detective and then forwarded to me. Originally, I missed that log.
When did you finally receive a copy of the locking log?
Approximately a month or two ago.
They didn't think that was important sooner? No wonder they were like floating around that yesterday, because I was wondering.
And I'm sorry, when did you say that you received a copy of that?
I can't recall, but it was within the last few months. It was more recent. It wasn't at the time of the original investigation in July of 2024.
So you did not have the benefit of that when you first were analyzing this video?
No.
Okay. And at some point, you said that you had seen a vehicle pull up, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you hear anything that was being said to that person in the vehicle?
Yes, I heard what I understood to be the phrase, are you Nick? And then, do you have bags?
Oh.
Something along those lines. It was chatter that made me believe that that vehicle and that person at the driver's seat was an Uber driver or hired driver.
Well, there's always a Nick in a trial.
So I know the volume isn't very loud here, but you said that you were able to hear some of that conversation, is that correct?
Yes, when co-defendant Isaiah Chance walks up to the driver door and he has it cracked open, there is some chatter. You kind of listen closely, but that's what I made out of the chatter.
Thanks for the super mic.
And I asked you about that log that you said
Super
that you
Mike sounds like a
previously
name.
did not look at. Who did it first go to when it went to the Tampa Police Department from Anthony Alava?
I believe Anthony Alava sent an email to Detective Nick McGill and my sergeant,
detective.
Rachel Tolnick.
Another Nick.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that please look at all the pages, is that the copy of the lock log that was provided to you by Mr. Alava?
In that email, correct.
And at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 66.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
So I want to go to, it has the date and time when the lock is activated and then unlocked, is that correct?
Correct.
And so let's go to June 22nd of 2024. Just make sure that's the right. When is it first shown as being locked by a thumb turn?
The first time it shows locked by a thumb turn is 7:55 p.m.
And does this show whether or not it is by somebody unlocking it, unlocking the thumb turn, as opposed to when somebody is putting in a code?
There is a differentiation between code and locking, yes.
And so the first one is 7:59, is that correct?
7:55.
He's reading in the wrong
And
way.
then what is the, I'm
It
sorry.
starts
going
down here.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct. That,
And-
it works up,
Works from
Yeah.
reverse, is that correct?
yes.
So when is the first entry of when it, for June 22nd of 2024, when it is unlocked?
For pertinent to this rental, it's 7:55 p.m.
And going back to when that video that we just watched where the defendant is at that door and she is knocking, and then a few seconds later where she is actually goes in, is that, can you tell us where in reference to time-wise did that happen?
So on this log, we don't have the benefit of knowing the second marker when that was unlocked by an access code, but it is at 7:55. That video starts at 7:55:36. So there's a 36-second buffer from when this log would have activated and when we see her on video knocking.
So we have it being unlocked 7:55 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And then it's locked 7:55.
Yeah, yes, presumably unlocked and locked right away.
And are you aware whether or not that lock has an automatic lock where after you unlock it, it just, when you close the door, it just automatically locks?
It does.
And then shortly thereafter, like a minute, it shows unlocked again?
Yes.
And then locked again, is that correct?
Correct.
By thumb, not access
And then for
code.
June 22nd, after their arrival time, how many more times on that date is the front door locked and unlocked?
For June 22nd, there's only one other lock and locking sequence, and it happens at 7:59. After that, there's no other locking or unlocking sequences for the rest of the evening.
And do those two times, do those coordinate with the times where you first see her knocking at the door and then at the second time when she's actually allowed in?
Yes, so 7:55 would be when she's knocking at the door, and then 7:56 would be when she actually walks in. There was no video activation. It's the only locking sequence on the logs that doesn't have a corresponding video for 7:59. We're unsure of what that meant.
So just like from the video footage, that Ring camera video footage, there is no other video footage that we see other than those two that are also reflected in the locking and unlocking of the door of Miss Andrews, the defendant, one knocking and then a few moments later coming back and actually walking through the door. Is that correct?
Correct. Counsel is testifying.
Sustained, rephrased.
Does this locking log, does that coordinate with the other video evidence in the case?
Yes.
Is there any other video of of anyone, not just the defendant, but of Rashad Murphy or any of the co-defendants going through that front door?
No.
And then I'm going to show you June 23rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is it working reverse all the way up?
Yes, so you start from the bottom at 2:09 p.m. is the first activation on the 23rd.
Okay, and here, actually, let me go all the way until we hit the June 22nd again. Starting at down here, the earliest time, what time is it and what does it reflect?
11:01 a.m. and it reflects access code added by Leanne Cox.
Which is different than unlocked by thumb turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when is the next entries?
The first locking sequence on the actual lock is at 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
And what is designated, what type of, is it unlocked or access code?
Unlocked by thumb turn and then immediately locked by auto lock delay.
And then 209?
unlocked by thumb turn, and then locked by thumb turn.
And again, there isn't a distinction here in a matter of seconds, is that correct?
Yes, we have 60 seconds to work with here.
And then what is the next entry when it is, the door is opened?
2:58 p.m.
And what is it, how is it being opened?
Unlocked by thumb turn.
Okay. And then what about up here?
2:58 p.m. again.
And again, did you then use this log to compare to the video footage that we have from June 23rd of 2024?
After I got the log, I did compare it to the ring activations, and all of those sequences have corresponding ring video footage with them.
And then I'm going to go for June 23rd. It continues, is that correct?
Correct.
And when is the next time?
3:04 p.m.,
And then the next time?
3:05 p.m., 3:11,
And the final time?
3:12, 3:13.
Again, does that coordinate with the ring video footage that you received from Mr. Alava?
All of those sequences have corresponding ring footage, yes, ma'am.
We've already introduced into evidence photographs 35A and B. I'm going to show specifically 35B. What is that?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance at the ring, by the ring camera?
And you personally met and interviewed Mr. Chance?
Correct.
And is that a known photo of him?
It is.
35A for the record? B, what is that?
Co-defendant Sean Gathright, was captured by the ring camera?
Still photo from that ring photo?
Yes.
Ring video footage? 36A, no photograph of him?
A prior booking photograph for co-defendant Sean Gathright, yes.
And he was interviewed by other members of the Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence, States Exhibit 61A, I'm sorry, 61B5. What's that?
Co-defendant Davion Murphy is captured by the ring camera.
I'm going to show you 61B1. And who is that?
Defendant Alicia Andrews is captured by the ring camera.
I think I asked you yesterday, who was the only defendant who was not captured on the ring video footage in Tampa?
Ghost.
Co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Okay. Did you become aware of some additional evidence that led you to Rashad Murphy being at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Uber driver that drove him to Jacksonville from the Airbnb.
When did you interview the Uber driver?
The first time I spoke to him was over the phone sometime in July, and then I had an in-person interview early August.
Did you get some evidence from the Uber driver? Did he actually provide you with the route that he had taken?
Yes. The first time we spoke over the phone, he sent me a screenshot of how the ride would appear on his app, which has a kind of a map view and then a total of how much was paid for the ride. And then I subpoenaed Uber for the rest of the details.
And you said the first interview that you had of the Uber driver was through the phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you send him anything on the phone?
Yes, I sent him photographs from Sean Gathwright's residential cameras that showed 3 of the defendants arriving there in Jacksonville, and asked him if these were the same 3 people that he picked up at the Airbnb in Tampa.
Did you also send him a photograph of him at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did he confirm that that indeed was him?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 92A. Is this a screenshot from the video cameras that are at Sean Gaathright's home in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes,
And is this a copy of a screenshot that you sent him?
yes.
And you did that initially on the phone, is that correct?
Initially on the phone, yes.
And when was your initial phone interview with the Uber driver?
I can't recall the exact date, but it was sometime in July 2024.
Okay. And then did you also meet with him in person so that you could have him sign and date other still images that you received from that video footage at Sean Gaathright's home?
Yes.
And when was the time frame of the video footage that you collected from Sean Gaathright's home on June 23rd of 2024?
I'm sorry, when the video is recording that specific image?
Yes,
It-
that these
it-
still shots were created from.
Yes, so that footage is from approximately 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
And the Uber driver, when he sent you the documentation of the Uber trip, did it show the path that they had taken from the Airbnb here in Tampa to the residence of Sean Gathright in Jacksonville?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 92B through C, and also 70A through K. So I'm going to have you look at 70A through K just for identification. Are those copies of the text messaging that you had sent to the Uber driver?
Yes,
And specifically 70K, that is a copy of the trip that he had sent to you via text message.
correct.
And then 92B through D, are those the other screenshots that you showed to the Uber driver?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce only 70K as well as State's Exhibit 92B through D.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so 70K and 92,
B through D, A is already in.
okay, very good, admitted.
Detective, what is in 92B?
This is a printout of footage from Sean Gaathright's house from June 23rd upon arrival, and it was signed by the Uber driver and dated when we met in person, just as an acknowledgement that what he told me.
Okay. And how many people did the Uber driver give a ride to?
He said he picked up 3 people at the Airbnb in Tampa.
And are 2 of them reflected, and is that what you are having him identify in State's 92B?
Yes, that those 2 people in this photo were 2 out of the 3 that he picked up.
And then 92D?
Yes, this is a picture of co-defendant Rashad Murphy, same thing.
And then 92C?
Yes, this one has defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Rashad Murphy, and he acknowledged that as well.
Then 70K?
Yeah, this was the screenshot from his Uber app that he sent me, confirming the details of that ride.
I'm going to ask you about this time down here, 3 hours and 25 minutes.
Does that correspond time-wise with the time it takes to leave, and the video footage showing them leaving from the Airbnb here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024, and correspond with the time it took to get to Sean Gathright's house where they're seen on the video footage in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you it's already into evidence, State's Exhibit 37A. Who is that?
Co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
And 37B, what two photographs are contained in 37B?
So this is a side-by-side. On the left side of the screen, we have footage from co-defendant Sean Gathwright's residential cameras being compared to a photograph taken when co-defendant Rashad Murphy was arrested by Gwinnett County several days later.
And did you obtain a search warrant to get the security video footage from Sean Gathright's home in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, I did.
When did you get that search warrant?
I'd have to look at the report for the exact date.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please. July 8th, 2024.
And that residence of Sean Gathright, that is 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
In Jacksonville,
What county?
Duval.
Did you have to get the assistance of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to assist in executing that search warrant?
Specifically for the camera footage, no, because it's served directly to Vivint as a remote offsite. So I obtained the search warrant in Hillsborough County and electronically delivered it to Vivint.
Okay. And did we obtain, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 79 and 98. Was there video footage that was collected from that Vivint security camera of Sean Gathright's?
Yes.
And after you received them via search warrant, how were the videos presented to you?
They were delivered electronically.
And could you tell the timestamp of each particular video?
Yes, so the video, the name of the file, these are digital electronic files. The name of the file is the date and timestamp of the beginning of that video. So in reverse order, so year, month, day, and then the exact time that that specific video starts.
And I'm going to show, or let me show you State's Exhibit 79 and 98. Are these videos, one containing a composite of all the videos together, as well as a DVD containing all of the relevant videos individually?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 79 and 98.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And I just checked, they're still,
Before I ask you some
deliberating
questions,
in
were
the-
there two time periods that you were able to locate on this video footage of Sean Gathright's residence that were pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
What was the first time period that you looked at?
I looked at footage from before the group came down from Jacksonville in the afternoon hours of Saturday the 22nd, and then the second time period was their arrival when they got back from Tampa in the late afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
What was the date of when you first were looking at? What
just
was the
type in
date
the
you were
chat.
looking at?
It was Saturday the 22nd.
That's the Saturday before the victim was killed, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the second date that you were looking at,
Sunday the 23rd.
and that is when they are being dropped off by the Uber driver?
Correct.
And now it's silent. So deliberations have resumed in the Sean Grayson trial, is what I was trying to say.
And Detective, the timestamp is not reflected on this, is that correct?
No, it would be on the name of the file of this specific clip. So similar to the ring, they're short activations, motion sensed.
But this is occurring on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes, this is Isaiah Chance's arrival at Sean Gathright house in the early hours of the afternoon of Saturday, June 22nd.
Today, I'm pretty sure that mention of Isaiah Chance calling someone's mother, they keep switching grandma to mother, was Sean Gathright. Isaiah Chance calling Gathright's grandma mother.
This is a different camera view,
Yes,
still on June 22nd of 2024.
correct.
And each of these small video clips, was the name of the file of the video clip, did it include the date and time of the video itself?
Yes.
And approximately what is the time range when we're looking at him at Sean Gathright's house on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 2 p.m. On the 22nd.
And what is he doing in this picture?
He appears to be moving bags from his registered BMW into the residence at this point.
Again, same time period, but showing different angle camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Doggy. The birds all chirping. And the relevance of Isaiah Chance calling the reference to grandma is he called to ask if they found it, like law enforcement found something when they were over at grandma's house. So Isaiah Chance was calling Sean Gathright's grandmother. And now we see him at grandma's house right before they take off on this trip. Or is this not this is Gathright's house, right? I don't remember the dog in the other surveillance or anything, the other pictures.
Again, what is he doing now?
Appears to be pulling out 2 pairs of shoes from his back seat and bringing them into the house.
Doggo.
Okay, who do we see now?
Co-defendant Sean Gathright stepping out of his front door.
What is Mr. Gathright doing now?
He's removing items from his trunk and bringing them inside.
And what trunk is he removing it from?
This is the suspect black Chevy Impala that was used in this homicide.
What does Mr. Gathright have in his hand at that moment?
Cell phone.
Again, reviewing Mr. Gathright's cell phone data and cell site information, did his cell site information put him at his house during this time period?
Correct.
What's he doing now?
Appears to be removing some kind of lighting equipment from his trunk and bringing it inside.
We do have lighting equipment.
Lighting
There we
equipment
go.
for photography?
Yes.
Hey, this is actually.
So that is not in his.
That is an obvious question. Like his phone is there at the same time, but the reason they're kind of emphasizing what seems obvious is because it makes it a better inference, a stronger inference to draw that if we're watching his cell phone location mapping at other points in time for the what's relevant here, the rest of June 22nd and then June 23rd, one can infer that because we know he was in a place where we also saw his device, that the next time we see his device should also match where he physically is also present. So it just corroborates that he is in possession of his device.
Vehicle.
It looks like it was taken into the house.
The dog is having a time. With the Airbnb, Rashad was on the correspondence with the
And who's
Airbnb
appearing
host,
now in this video?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
but Alicia was texting, looking for her friend Kiera, maybe, for a B&B in Tampa. And then Rashad does the booking. Seemingly like Rashad does the Uber. I think the story was they're going to make it look like Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews were going on a getaway. They're going to act like the 3 other guys and all their equipment aren't there. And then that's their fallback plan.
You describe what's going on now?
At this point, they're starting to bring out bags that they're going to load into the Impala.
So presumably one wouldn't bring camera equipment inside just to bring it back out to another car. You would just move it to the other car. But Granny says that she thought when they came home the next day, that Sean is bringing in bags of his camera equipment that were really brought in on the 22nd. And she allowed the cops to start watching this footage. Then after time went by, realized that they were downloading it and said, "You have to go." Yeah, 2 rooms for them and his friends. And then your plan for the night is to go to Teasers and to Truth 18. I'm not sure if that would be my itinerary. Not sure. Yeah, and then just the parking lots too. They only go in the parking lots. I like to people watch, don't get me wrong, but you know, I don't know if that's the occasion and the way to do it. And hey, Survivor, good to see you. It's 2 days in a row, guys.
What
We get
color are
Survivor
the bags
hanging out
that
with
he's
us.
bringing out?
A pink one in his left and a blue one in his right. Yeah, I think the girl that she messaged was like Kiara or Kiana or something like that. Not the same name as Kamaya. It was a different K name, I think. I don't think the plan was made up after the fact. I think if this was a plan, this would go to the second count, right? The conspiracy beforehand. I can imagine them sitting and saying, just make it seem like you and your girl are going out of town. It'll make sense why you're there, why your car's there, why your location's there. But you guys can go be the spotters and then just let us know where to pull up. But you guys have a legitimate reason, seemingly legitimate reason to be down in Tampa. So I actually think this romantic getaway isn't just a cover story they came up with after. I think it could have been part of the before. And again, the jury would still have to determine whether Alicia was aware of that.
And then also this. Don't think they had a plan till they got there. Oh. Prosecutor's phone's going off. She has to walk and go turn it off.
What's he doing now?
Opening up the front passenger door of his BMW, carrying a blanket.
Dan Mavka, this is a grimy thing to do to somebody, but it's possible. Yep, Martina, that puts us at the count 1. And that's the crazy part, because as an accomplice, you're basically a perpetrator in Florida's, the law, the lens of Florida law. Imagine sitting waiting to go on this trip that you think, if you think this is just a girl's trip, or not a girl's trip, a date trip, and it's taking your boyfriend this long to get his stuff together. I'd be so impatient. Like, we've wasted half the day already.
What's happening here?
At this point, co-defendant Isaiah Chance leaves to go pick up defendant Alicia Andrews.
What's in this video?
This is after arriving back from picking up Alicia.
What's going on now?
These appear to be some door-to-door type salesmen, and they apparently talking to Alicia in the front passenger seat there.
They're getting door-to-door salesmen. We've got the U-Haul truck and the people moving in to the unit next to the Airbnb. We've got door-to-door salespeople. What are we doing? Just, oh my gosh. What company is this? They're not even wearing matching polos. Oh, they're going to be gutter cleaners? Are they pointing at like the drainage, the gutters? What are we doing? And they could already see that you guys are moving around outside, so they know somebody's there. Grandma's not opening the door. That would be me. Although to be honest, when I have like headphones, even the earplugs, these are open systems, so they let in some ambient noise. But when I wear earbuds, I can't hear my doorbell ring. Shout out to KP for the gifted memberships, guys. We got 5 new greens in the chat. If you're green, you're about to be another person on this ring camera footage.
Who's that?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
He just straight up ignored the sales. So they take the lighting equipment out of one of the cars and bring it inside, and then they bring out different bags. Grandma gave testimony that they returned home and that what she thought was in the bags was lighting equipment when they came back on the 23rd, but that's not what this video is showing. On the 22nd, when they're loading the car to take the trip, they put the lighting equipment inside. Oh, they got him. I wasn't even looking at the screen. They got him. This man's like, hold on, I've got other stuff to attend to. Can't buy your product right now.
Detective, what's happening now?
Sean Gathright and the Apollo had left for a little while. He's returning now, and defendant Alicia Andrews is coming out of the front passenger seat of Isaiah Chance's BMW, and Isaiah Chance is coming out of the rear passenger side of his vehicle.
Where does Miss Andrews go?
She goes into the Impala. It appears the back seat.
Okay, if we now jump to the next day, June 23rd of 2024,
Yes.
and approximately what time?
This is approximately between 6 and 7 p.m. on the 23rd.
And is this the first time you are now seeing Rashad Murphy on video footage?
Correct.
Does he come out of that Uber driver's vehicle?
Yes.
Oh boy.
And who are the other 2 occupants of the
Wee-woo.
Uber driver's vehicle?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And who's holding that pink duffel bag?
Co-defendant
Oh.
Rashad Murphy.
Is that the same pink duffel bag, or appears to be the same pink duffel bag originally carried out of the house on June 22nd of 2024?
It appears to be.
Barely fits in that back seat.
Down. Why you outside, Brett? Why you outside, Brett?
A ghost only shows up to interact with the dog, huh? That's his only role in this.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendants Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance, around Isaiah Chance's BMW.
Okay, one trip wonder. So I'm a little confused.
And what happens to
Did
that pink
Grandma
bag?
mention?
It goes back into Sean Gathwright's house.
Does that appear to be the same pink bag that Alicia Andrews unloads from the Airbnb into the Uber?
It does appear to be, yes.
If that's supposed to be her stuff and she doesn't know these guys, she only just met them this weekend when they went to McDonald's. I mean, it's very generous. But I'm a little confused. Did Grandma only say that Sean was bringing stuff home that day? I don't remember. Did Grandma mention Rashad moving all this stuff back into the apartment? Into the house? Where's Grandma? Okay, this is Mom, not Grandma. Okay, that's why the car switches later. Grandma testified on day 2. They had to cut the feed that day, lawn crime, because they said her name a million
And
times
do
and
you
weren't
capture
supposed
the
to.
time when they finally leave?
Yes.
This time, who is in Isaiah Chance's BMW?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Rashad Murphy, and then co-defendant Isaiah Chance
Hello?
driving away.
Was there video footage that was also recovered that showed Isaiah Chance later returning back to Mr. Gathright's house?
I believe so, yes.
And I'll show you.
Tell you what, it's 10:40, let's just go ahead and take a quick morning recess, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
5 minutes, we'll be back. All right, thank you.
All rise.
So seems like we're gonna have more footage to look at when we get back. And before we get to that, I want to give a readout here. I've been pulling them up on the screen, but big shout out again. We had 5 gifted memberships from Kiss and Pink. Thank you so much. Saw a lot of love for the gifts in the chat, so big thank you. For Always, Forever, for Life, especially during that morning spat with the issues, the motions, oral arguments without motions, really. At this point, I no longer respect the judicial system. And I think that's why it's important that so many people are interested in following cases, because if there's an issue, put the pressure on. I think the judge's decision today to say, look, this stuff is public record. We'll protect the Uber driver's name, but the other stuff is public record. And I'm not going to make the media bear the burden of having to fix stuff when you guys elicit, blurt things out, whatever. And I wish she had made that statement like a few days ago. But I do think the awareness, the growing awareness that people are tuning into this trial made her think about it and lay that out, that yes, this is public record. So I think it's important that people pay attention, people watch these things. Public access exists for a reason, let's use it. Slim Life NJ says, everyone please hit that like button on your way in, or if you're here and forgot to hit it, let's get those subs up. Kat is the GOAT. Well, I won't take that crown, but thank you for the kind words. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication. You are welcome. It is a pleasure. And thank you for the super. We got Mike the Mob earlier. Thank you again for the super. Tay Biz TV popped in, said, what's up though, Kat and Jdot? So all of you, if you didn't say hey to Tay Biz, say hey now. He's listening from the bushes today. So shout out to all of our friends over in the bushes with Tay Biz. I know that's how a lot of people listen and watch trials. Always love it. Happy to help you guys pass the time. I hope it makes work go a little faster. And thanks for hanging out. And then KP also with the reminder here to hit that like button. So big, big, big thank you. Hit that like button. You know, it's the YouTube stuff. It's the YouTube stuff. And I think this might have been longer than 10 minutes, but they're about back. So got a little camera shake. And I see a head in the bottom.
Present.
Oh my God.
All right. Bring our hearing.
Mister. All rise.
Dang, I feel like I should stand up. That was booming.
All yours are in.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. And everyone have a seat and you may continue.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Detective Ramos, I'm going to show you again 61B2. Got the defendant with that pink bag that had come out of Sean Gathwright's house and then been loaded back there prior to their trip to Tampa.
Correct.
Yeah, see, I don't know. What are you doing coincidentally carrying the pink bag? Like, is it supposed to be your bag? Is it your bag? It was in and out of a house of individuals that you say you didn't know. even though you see them before you leave for this trip.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 98. What we just saw was a composite of you posting several of those videos together. Is that correct? In chronological time?
Correct.
I want you to look at the screen. I know it's pretty tiny, but is this the way, the format, all of those independent video clips came?
Correct.
And then if you look at, we'll start at the top one, can you kind of go through and explain how that timestamp works?
Yes, so the file name includes the entire timestamp of when that video begins or that activation was received by the camera and it started recording. So at the very top, the first clip that we showed in the composite is Isaiah Chance arriving at 2024, June 22nd at 12:28:32. So that has the year, month, day, the hour, minute, and second.
And you got both the 22nd and the 23rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And then just for example, just show me the first one. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence, States 76B. B1 from Ms. Andrews' Cellbrite extraction of her Apple iCloud account. Do you recognize this messaging?
Yes, I do.
And it is from Ms. Adore, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that one of Ms. Andrews, one of her usernames?
Yes.
Okay, and it's to a person named Kiera Marie, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with Ms. Marie based on your investigation in this case?
Just what I was told to by the defendant.
You had previously interviewed the defendant, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us the date and time when this messaging is coming from Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case?
It's June 21st, 2024 at 10:52 p.m.
Okay, and what is she messaging this person that goes by Kiera Marie?
Hey, could I book for a B&B in Tampa?
And then what is the response?
Hey, what dates you need?
Then what does the defendant message?
Tomorrow, but what date do you have available?
Going to page 2 of State's Exhibit 76B2. What is the next response from Kiera Marie?
How many bedrooms do you need is at the
I'm
top.
sorry.
Yep. How many bedrooms, question mark?
This is going to be Tatum's favorite part, guys.
What is the defendant's response?
Like 2.
Like,
And of course, this is not in Eastern Standard Time, is this correct?
Correct.
This is in UTC time?
Correct.
So what would you have to do in order to make it Eastern Standard Time?
Subtract 4. So the first message sent at 10:52 would actually have been sent at 6:52 in our time frame.
Okay. And then what is the response from Kiera Marie?
Hey, I only found tomorrow-Tuesday.
And again, this now says it's going into 6/23 of 2024 at 12:13:41 UTC time. What is that in Eastern Standard Time?
That would have been approximately 8 p.m. on the 22nd. They would have already been in Tampa.
So I'm going to go back to the first page of this when this message is sent. You said that you did the conversion. So this says 10:52 p.m. UTC time. What was it in Eastern Standard Time?
6:52:25 p.m.
And this is coming from the defendant's Instagram, I'm not sorry, her iCloud account, is that correct? The backlog for her phone.
Yes.
Was her actual phone that was used during this incident that is seen on video at the Airbnb in Tampa, was that ever recovered by law enforcement?
No.
Why not?
She got rid of it.
And when she, Did-
You explain, but let me try to get for how he knows that.
was that a device that you were looking for in this particular investigation?
Yes.
Were you requesting the assistance of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to assist you with executing search warrants in this particular case?
Correct.
At some point, were you aware that her device had been located by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Were you apprised of the circumstances of when that happened and where it happened?
Yes.
When did that happen?
June 27th, 4 days after the murder.
Okay. And during that, when you were alerted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you express an interest in obtaining her cell phone?
Yes.
Did she have it at the time when they came into contact with her?
She had a cell phone in her possession.
And what was the circumstances of that cell phone when Jacksonville Sheriff's Office came in contact with her?
The cell phone she had in her possession on June 27th when JSO came in contact with her was a new cell phone. It was not the same device that sent these messages days prior.
And when the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office came in contact, detectives that were assisting with you, did they say what in particular was happening with her new phone?
That it had been updated, like set up brand new.
And
Renew my objection to speculation about the old phone being gotten rid of.
Okay, so I'll sustain it as to that assertion that she got rid of it, okay?
where was she at the time when
Right.
she was located?
Isaiah Chance's house.
Was a search warrant executed on Isaiah Chance's house at that time?
Yes.
Was there a search warrant that was done independently for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And was there a search warrant that was done for this investigation?
Yes.
During that search warrant, when Ms. Andrews was on premises, was there any other device that was located that belonged to her?
No.
In particular, on this time frame of June 21st of 2024, when this message was sent at 6:52:25 p.m., did I ask you to look at her cell site data and her timing advance data of her cell phone for her device to determine what her location was at that time?
Yes.
And what was her location at that time when it was sent?
At 6:52 on Friday the 21st, she was approximately in the area of Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road. Yes, Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road in Jacksonville, Florida.
And did I also ask you to, and is that located in Jacksonville, Florida?
Correct.
Duval County?
Correct.
Did I also ask you to take a look at Isaiah Chance's cell phone data, his cell site information for his device?
Yes,
Did you do that?
I did.
And where was his location when this when this message was sent from a device that had access to the defendant's Apple iCloud?
At 6:52 on the 21st, when this message is sent, Isaiah Chance's device was miles away from Alicia's device. His was in the vicinity of Sean Gathwright's house.
and his device was being utilized and accessed, correct?
Correct.
So she, the defendant, if she's the one who sent this message, she's at,
Counsel is testifying.
Don't lead, just rephrase.
is Ms. Andrews at a separate location than Isaiah Chance when she is trying to book an Airbnb in Tampa?
Yes.
How far away is she?
Miles.
I'm going to show you 110.
Well, well, well.
G. This is from the extraction of the phone found in Rashad Murphy's possession. Do you recognize that, detective?
Yes.
And again, this is a message within the Airbnb application, is that correct? App.
Correct.
And did you know when this was sent to try to get the Airbnb, to actually book the Airbnb that was utilized in this case?
Yes.
When was it sent?
3:55 a.m. on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
And did you have other evidence that when this Airbnb actually was confirmed?
Yes.
And when was that?
At around that same time.
Was it within minutes of when this message was sent from Anthony Alava to Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
Did I also ask you to look at the cell site information for Rashad Murphy, the phone that was in his possession that is utilized both by him and Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
And where was it, what vicinity was that cell phone in at the time when this message is happening to book the Airbnb here in Tampa?
At the Murphy residence, near the Murphy residence, 301 Caravan Circle in Jacksonville, Florida.
Is that located in Duval County?
Yes.
The shared device is just crazy to me, though. Charmaine and Rashad sharing a phone.
I'll show you it's already been introduced into evidence 94C4.
Well, it's more
Did
that
you
she was.
also do,
It's more important not that she was booking the room, but that she would have been booking a room for multiple people when she ends up saying later that she only met the other people when they get together to go to McDonald's after they're already in Tampa. So
a search warrant to access the Apple iCloud information of Sean Gathright.
Yes.
You are aware or familiar with the Cellbrite tool that allows you to look at what was contained on his Apple iCloud backup?
Yes.
Before I ask you directly about these questions, were you ever able to get the cell phone of Sean Gathright that he had in his possession and that he used during the perpetration of the crimes here in Tampa?
No.
Did Sean Gathright also have a new phone?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this particular message that was sent from his device that had access to the Apple iCloud. Can you tell us what this time is right here?
Yes, this is on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024 at 5:22:46 p.m.
And because it says UTC time -4, has that already been converted to Eastern Standard Time?
Correct.
So this is actually happening at 5:22, and it says from, is that correct?
Correct.
And who's it from?
That is a phone number that was verified to belong to co-defendant Isaiah Chance. It's at the top.
And that is the 904 number ending in 4707.
Correct.
And what specifically is Isaiah Chance sending to Sean Gathright in his instant messages?
He's sending the address to the Airbnb that they would stay at in Tampa.
And is that indeed the Airbnb that we earlier saw from the Ring video 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
No, it's tough to read.
Now, we've talked about some of the cell phone already. Did you, during the course of your investigation, do subpoenas as well as search warrants to obtain the cell phone data from Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Did you also do the same thing, obtain a search warrant as well as subpoena for the cell phone information from the cell phone provider for Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Did you do the same thing for Sean Gathright,
Yes.
for Davian Murphy?
Yes.
What about Rashad Murphy? Did he have a phone other than that phone that was confiscated in Georgia, in Gwinnett County, that was in his physical possession?
The investigation revealed that phone was left in Jacksonville during their trip down to Tampa.
Could you find any other sort of phone that he may have utilized while he was down here?
No.
But did you look at the cell site data for that phone that was confiscated in Gwinnett County from Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And based on the cell site data, was there any sort of information showing that that phone traveled to Tampa?
No, it did not.
Ghost left his phone at home. Like the only one.
Your Honor, at this time, we are going to introduce State's Exhibits 72A through D.
Okay, any objection? You know what it is, you want to show it to them?
Oh, we showed it to him, but I'm definitely showing it again. I'll show it to him.
Tappy, tappy, tap.
Okay.
Okay, admitted? You said, I'm sorry, the 72A through
D.
D, okay?
Detective, I'm going to show you 72A. Put this down. Is this just a business record certification saying these records are kept in the normal course of business from AT&T?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 72B. Are these the AT&T subscriber records that you received when you did a search warrant for the phone records belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this show what the subscriber, what his name and address is?
Yes.
And can you, for the record, state what that is?
The name is Isaiah Chance, and the credit address is 2534 West 28th Street, Jacksonville, Florida, 32209.
And then does it also, give an email for his account, which which I think is,
Yes.
oh, I see it now, right there.
Yes, Isaiah Chance at yahoo.com.
These emails with the full name every time.
And part of the records that you receive, are they considered or referred to as call detail records?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 72B. And what are call detail records?
Call detail records are anytime your phone receives or makes a phone call or a text message, something that would go over the network of the provider, AT&T or T-Mobile, it would be logged into this detailed record.
And you got it for a significant time period, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we're going to go to the dates that we're talking about, but before that, I just want to go over just so the jury has a general understanding of what type of information is contained in these records.
Yes.
So if we start over in this column, what is it?
That's the connection date that activity happened.
Okay, and then again, when we're looking under time, under connection time,
Yeah, the time on that date,
and again, is this in Eastern Standard Time or is this in UTC time?
UTC.
So you would have to do a conversion of subtracting 4 to get the time here in Florida when the call is either being made or received.
Correct.
Okay, and then what does it mean here, this column seizure time?
Those are technical times for either the amount of time it could connected or how long the call was connected.
And then ET,
Similar.
okay, originating number,
That's the number that dialed or started the connection.
since this is the phone records for Isaiah Chance, his number could be either the originating call, or a terminating call, is that correct?
Correct. So in this instance, the 773 number called his number and he terminated it.
Okay. And so his number is this 904-309-4707, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is IME? What does that stand for, IMEI?
So the IMEI is like the serial number to the actual physical device that's being used when this call is made.
I'm going to go ahead and jump to so on June, do you see where the time is right here?
Correct.
Start up here. June 22nd, 8:45:59. Can you do the conversion for us?
That would be 4:45 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd.
And what number is calling him?
Appears to be a 904-898-9800.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Sorry, went to the wrong one. I'm going to go down here to 622 at 1949. Do you recognize this number?
Yes.
And whose number is that?
The 945-3825 number that's calling him is the number registered to Sean Gathright.
And again, is it the one right after it? I'm going to go right below it. 622, 1949 UTC number. Is that another call from Sean Gathright?
Correct.
Then I'm going to go right below that. June 22nd, 1957. Is this a different number?
Yes.
And what number is that?
904-203-3137 is a number registered to co-defendant Davion Murphy.
see this times June 23rd of 2024.
Yes.
Do you recognize that number?
Yes, Sean Gathright.
And the one immediately underneath it, again, 6:23, 19:10:53 UTC time. What time is that, Eastern Standard Time?
3:10 p.m.
Okay, and again, is he receiving a phone call from Sean Gathright?
Yes.
I'm going to go immediately below it, June 23rd, 1951, 47 UTC time.
Yes. Davion Murphy.
Davion Murphy. Then I'm going to go to June 23rd, 1951, 48. Again, is that a call from Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And then June 23rd, 1952. Is that another attempted call from Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And then June 23rd, 2024, 1952. Again, what phone number is that?
Davion Murphy's phone number.
Then 6/23, 1952. Again, who is making a phone call to him?
Davion Murphy.
These are call detail records, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you receive additional records that were records that contained the cell site location of the device?
Yes.
And what's contained on 72C, is that the cell site information, the data provided by the company AT&T that contains all of the corresponding cell site information for all of those listed calls?
Yes.
Does the call data record, does that only record calls that are coming to and from that device that are utilizing cell phone towers?
Correct.
On any sort of Apple device, is there communication, phone calls that could be captured on the, or made on the device that would not be captured in call detail records?
Correct. If it uses the iOS network, it would not be captured on your provider like the AT&T call detail records.
This time we introduce into evidence states 71A through D.
Any objection?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And 71A, this is the business certification for the phone records belonging to Miss Andrews.
Yes.
And she's with T-Mobile?
Correct.
Did you also get her subscriber information?
Yes.
And for this phone, does it indicate the name and address of the subscriber?
Yes.
And what is it for the record?
Alicia Andrews.
And what? And I'm also going to show you call detail records. I'm going to show you June 23rd. And does it say that what type of time that these records are in?
Yes, UTC.
So going going to June 23rd at 6:08 UTC time. What would that be in Eastern Standard Time?
2:08 a.m. on June 23rd.
And is there an incoming call?
Yes.
And who's that from at that time?
That is Sean Gathwright's number.
Okay. And based on the video footage, where is Alicia Andrews at approximately that time?
At 2:08, she's en route to Teasers.
And then going to June 23rd, 2024, approximately, is that now 2:31 Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there now a attempt at an outgoing call?
Yes, from Alicia Andrews' phone number attempting to call Sean Gathright.
Okay. And actually, let's go all the way through. Was that actually completed successfully?
Yes.
And then 6/23rd of 2024, 2:32:07 seconds. What's going on at that point?
Another attempted outgoing call from Alicia Andrews' phone to Sean Gathwright's phone.
And was that successfully completed?
No.
And were there any other incoming or outgoing calls during that time period that were captured on the call detail records?
No, not outside of this.
Was there another source in the records where you saw communication between Alicia Andrews' phone and Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was derived from the iCloud backup, so specifically iOS messages that occurred around this time that would not have been captured on these records.
And were they captured on Sean Gathright's iCloud account?
Correct.
And what was that messaging that was caught?
Yes.
And do you remember the approximate time of that messaging?
Around this time, 2:30 a.m. on the 23rd.
Was there also a sharing of location between Alicia Andrews' device and Sean Gathright's phone?
Yes.
Now, there were points in time on that video, in that teaser's video, where you could see Isaiah Chance holding a phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Everett, go ahead.
That particular time frame, what was that time when that occurred?
That was closer to 2:26, 2:27 a.m. on the 23rd.
Did you search in Alicia Andrews' iCloud account, the backup for her phone and her call in her call detail records and Sean Gathright's phone for any sort of communication that was occurring from her phone at that time?
I did.
Did you locate any sort of evidence of that phone call being made?
No.
Are there other applications on an Apple iPhone that you can utilize to make telephone calls?
Many.
Was there any evidence of some communication that was recorded or documented in the Axiom tool that looked at the backup of her Apple iPhone?
But not outside the iOS, no.
Are there certain applications that don't record or give detailed information of user call detail records?
Without the physical device, yeah, we wouldn't see that.
And if that information wasn't backed up, you would not be able to locate that, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. So you did mapping for Ms. Andrews' phone?
I did.
Also did mapping for Isaiah Chance's phone?
Yes.
Sean Gathright's phone?
Yes.
J.B. Murphy?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 71C. The disk containing the data for Alicia Andrews' phone. So if you take a look up there, are those the different type of files that are sent to you for doing cell phone mapping for Alicia Andrews' phone.
Yes.
Can you tell us what these files are and what's contained within them?
These are basically Excel sheets that have all of the activity that's recording location, specifically latitude and longitudes in different variations. So you have the CDRT is actually like the call detailed records that we just looked at, but this version includes the latitude and longitude for each connection. And then there's a 5G data, and the one that has the most amount of data is the timing advance.
What do you do with this data in order to be able to map the various locations that the cell phone is in?
So this is considered raw data. It's a bunch of lines with a bunch of numbers. We would put these files into a system called CellHawk that allows us to visually map on a map where each latitude and longitude is showing, and that's how we would map it and view it.
Map on a
I
napkin.
just want to go into this.
Map
just so
on
you
a
can kind of
chalkboard.
Explain to the jury how this is done. I'm going to open up the timing advance file. So Detective, when we are looking at this, you can see when the phone calls are made, is that correct?
This is, so the timing advance is specifically any activity that your phone is having. It's data that measures the distance between your device and a cell phone. So these don't all necessarily have to be calls.
So not necessarily when she's making a call, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does it give, again, the time, and what is that in UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that this gives a corresponding longitude and latitude. Can you point out where that is reflective in the records?
Yes, on the left side of the screen, we see the latitude and longitude of every connection the phone is making with the tower.
And the records are starting at 6/20 of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
And that goes all the way, including our time period, is that correct?
Yeah, I got from the 20th to the 25th to make sure we captured our time period well.
I'm going to show you again from her Apple iCloud backup, 75C6. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that of?
This is a photograph of the front of Truth 18 on Bush Boulevard in Tampa, Florida.
I think you testified that it corresponds with when the video was obtained from that location when the victim was present. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's already in evidence, 75C5. Also from her Apple iCloud backup. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at the time when this was on her phone. Do you see that?
I see the last modified time,
Oh.
yes. The date original time is a little bit further down.
Let me move it up, sorry.
Yeah, move right there, yes.
Sorry about that. I wanted you to be able to read it. And what time is that?
Towards the bottom, the 6/23/24 at 2:58 a.m.
And do you recognize this map up here?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it
Aquabus.
is?
Yeah, this is a, like if you had your maps function on your iPhone active and you're getting directions to go somewhere, and it depicts the major thoroughfare of Hillsborough, east and west, and then northbound on Nebraska, with the very next point to get wherever they're going being South Castle Street, which is the street that Teasers is on.
at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 74A through D.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you 74A. Again, is this a business certification showing Davian Murphy's cell phone is kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show you T-Mobile. So say what the subscriber name is for Mr. Murphy's, what he put in as his subscriber name.
Shug Spaz.
Do those two names mean anything to you?
Yes.
Please tell us what they mean.
They're street names for members of his a group that were killed in this gang war previously.
Is there anything from T-Mobile where they require some sort of identification to open up an account with T-Mobile?
You can put whatever name you want there.
And then again, 74D, did you get the corresponding call data records for Davian Murphy from T-Mobile?
Correct.
Was that not the answer she was expecting? What?
And then 74C, did you get the data information to be able to do his cell phone mapping data as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 73A through D.
No, sir.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, I'm going to show you 73A. Again, is this the business certification from AT&T saying that Mr. Gathright's phone records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
D, the call detail records for Mr. Gathright's phone.
Yes,
And
subscriber information.
this, the first page, the subscriber information.
Yes.
And who's the financial liable party?
Damali Lyle.
How is she related to Mr. Gathright?
She's Sean's mother.
Okay. And then down here for name of user information.
Sean Gathright.
And does this contain the call detail records for his use starting in May of 2024?
Yes.
And again, did you get them beyond and including the time offense of this particular case?
Yeah, the CDRs we get for 30 days. Yep.
And then 73C, did you also get that same sort of data that we looked at with Alicia Andrews that you could utilize to be able to map his locations for the cell site information?
Yes.
There was also a search warrant for Sean Gathright's iCloud backup, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 94C1. I'm going to ask you to look up here. This user that is saved as Bron, B-R-O-N, do you recognize this phone number up here?
Yeah, that's Alicia Andrews' phone number.
Same phone number that you obtained those cell phone records via search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sitting here in my head going, LeBron
Can you
James.
tell us what we're looking at up here in this first blue box?
Yes, this is Alicia Andrews' phone numbers is sharing a live location with Sean Gaithright's phone number.
So just so the from column, that is designating, again, Braun and her number, is that correct?
Correct.
And 2, whose number is that?
Sean Gaithright's.
Okay. And you said that, what does this mean?
That Alicia Andrews' phone sent a live location to Sean Gaithright's phone.
Tell us
And does it
when.
show in this box when that is occurring?
Yeah, the correct Eastern Standard Time, 2 a.m. on Sunday, June 23rd.
And is that
So, our chat, are we thinking this is Alicia sending this? Do we think it's Isaiah Chance sending this and Alicia has no idea that that's what's happening? This is 2 a.m. Before Julio is shot. This is around, what, teasers time when they're on their way to teasers? Well, I took those timestamps yesterday. Let me see. So, day 5, timestamps from yesterday. Julio gets to teasers at 2:26 a.m. Leaves around 2:55 a.m. and that's when at 2:55 a.m. is also the same time the Black Impala that the 3 co-defendants are in. So remember, they were pulling up right as Julio was leaving, and then they end up going to True Social after that. Are we going to see another location dropped?
that before they went to the Teasers nightclub?
That was before, en route to teasers.
And then the second box, what time are we at now?
Around that same time.
And again, what is going on here?
This one is sharing location with you. So the first one's sent one live location. The next one is sharing a location that would be continuous.
And again, this phone number belongs to?
Alicia Andrews.
And then this box, what's going on? What time are we at?
So I gonna read
We're
it.
at 2:31 a.m. on the 23rd Eastern Standard.
And what is, who's this from?
This is from Alicia Andrews.
And again, is this time there's actually a message being sent?
Yes.
Okay, and what is she messaging?
I would object. Object, defense. Object.
To pick up the phone.
And there's
No
a word
objection. It's not what is she messaging, is what message is being sent from the device associated with this number. That they should have objected.
I'm going to ask you to say it, but it says NIGGA, pick up the phone, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what time is this?
Did
2:30.
she say phone or oh? Because it doesn't say phone.
Pick up the phone, is that correct?
Correct.
She says phone here, but the message says oh.
And there's a word, I'm not going to ask you to say it, but it says NIGGA, pick up the phone, is that correct?
I would
Correct.
object to that too.
And what time is this?
2:31 a.m.
And where, based on the video footage, where are they at that point?
At that point, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance are inside of the Silver Cruise in the rear portion of the teaser's parking lot.
And that's based on the timestamp and the modifications made to real time, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is a time when Charles Jones and his party are already at Teasers, is that also correct?
Yeah, they had already walked inside, correct.
So that was at 2:31:19, and then I'm going to ask you about this time up here at the top. Oh, sorry, I'm cutting it off. So when is this time?
2:31:24.
So just a couple of seconds later, is there another message?
Yes.
Is that the same message that she just sent 2 seconds ago?
Object.
That she sent speculation to that, that question.
Just, go ahead.
What?
Alicia's phone number sent another pick up the phone message, yes.
I mean, I'm assuming he argued that prosecution shouldn't be saying she. Did he not make that argument? Why is that being overruled?
Same message that she just sent 2 seconds ago?
Objection, speculation to that.
Yeah, he objects to the speculation that it's she. It's a good objection.
Just, go ahead.
Alicia's phone number sent another
He can
pick up the
cross.
phone message, yes.
Still at that same location?
Correct.
And cross might be more effective, actually. To emphasize it to the jury, now you have a chance to argue that Chance had the
And then let's
device.
go to the second box. What time is this occurring?
4:25 a.m.
Okay. And what is going on at this time?
This is Alicia's phone sending a live location of Sean's phone.
The detective picked up on it.
And then let's go down to this box. What time are we at now?
4:25 a.m.
Where is that silver Chevy Cruze at?
Around the intersection of McKinley and Fowler, near the Homestead Suites.
And what is going on at this time?
This is approximately 1 minute after the victim and his entourage arrived at the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And what is going on?
This is Alicia Andrews' phone sending a location to Sean Gathwright's phone.
So now we have jumped where they are close to the time when the victim is killed. Is that correct?
Yes, this is approximately 15 minutes before the shots are fired.
And was there some additional messaging that you got from Sean Gathwright's phone that occurred earlier that night?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence 94C2. We're going to start at the top there. This number, it's identified as Kyla, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you try to identify her during the course of your investigation?
I did.
Who is this phone number belonging to that's designated as Kyla in Sean Gathwright's phone?
Kyla Enright,
Where does Kyla Enright live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Did you conduct an interview with Miss Enright?
I did.
She should be called today. If we get there, maybe tomorrow morning.
I'm going to go to the first
Remember, we heard that Enright and then someone with the last name, I don't remember the first name, but they know each other. They've apparently been in communication with Gathright in the last few days. State says that they've been discussing this case. My guess is that they're listening to Gathwright's jail calls to determine that. They said that they have reason to believe that Enright and Lyle are not abiding by the sequestration order. And when they raised that issue, the defense said, well, it's true, we only advised one. And I think he said they only advised Enright, not Lyle. But Enright, Lyle, and Nevaeh were who they thought they would call in order, but now they're not calling Nevaeh anymore. So, and then we have Robert Howard.
Can you tell us what time period we're at?
We're at 12:32 a.m. on the 23rd.
And who is sending the text and who is receiving it?
Sean Gathwright's phone is sending a text to Kyla.
And what is the message he's sending?
I need y'all, text Fat Boy.
During the course of your investigation, was there anyone with the victim's party, Charles Jones' party, that had a nickname or was known as Fat Boy?
I wasn't able to identify a person.
Go to this. Is this a response from Ms. Enright?
Yes,
And when is it sent?
on June 23rd at 12:32 a.m.
And what does she message back in response?
About what?
And then what does the message back from Sean Gathwright's phone say?
Hey sis, I need ya, text Fat Boy and tell him you trying to pull up and trying to see him tonight.
And then what is the response?
He know I'm gone. I been FT him while I'm out.
And what time did that response happen at?
12:35 a.m. on the 23rd.
What does FT mean?
I have no idea.
FaceTime.
And let's go to this green box. What is the response?
He in Tampa right now,
Okay. And what time does he send that response?
12:36 a.m. on the 23rd.
What is the next message from Sean Gathriight's device?
Make it seem like you know he there. You don't know he there.
What time is that sent?
12:36 a.m. on the 23rd.
What is his next message that
He-
happens at 12:38?
He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk and you trying to fuck.
Okay.
Oh,
And during the course of your investigation, is there somebody that you know has known as 6?
The victim, Charles Jones.
And was Charles Jones at an Airbnb that night?
Yes.
And then what is his next message that occurs at 12:39:29?
Never mind.
yeah, and remember we heard it was objected to, but we did hear through the attorney's questioning about a lady by the name of Diamond who set somebody else up, another man, planning a meetup, but then when he gets there to meet up with Diamond, there's another guy ready and did so ambush him. So that was objected to, but it was said out loud. Gathriight's cooked. Holy moly.
Sorry, going back to 94C2, what is the response from Miss Enright or Miss Enright's device?
You want to come to B&B with us?
Sorry, I needed to go down one.
Yeah. We at Tierra, the club.
And what time does that occur?
12:40
And then
a.m.
what is the next one at 12:40:37 from that device?
You want to come to the B&B with us?
And then what is their next response at 12:40?
Question mark.
And then what is the device from Mr. Gathright, say at 12:41:19?
No, I'm in Tampa trying to see where his B&B at.
Ooh, so he didn't
And
have
then
the intel quite yet.
what is the response from Miss Enright's phone?
Who B&B? Question mark.
And then what is the response from Sean Gathwright's phone that occurs at 12:41:50 on 6/23 of 2024?
6.
And then what is his next response at 12:41:53?
Fools.
And then his next response at 12:42:02.
It's his birthday and fat boy with him.
I think it's going to be messy when Kyla testifies, Kyla Enright.
Yep.
If they've still
We
been
go
talking,
on
if they've been
to that
talking about this
same
case.
exhibit, 94C2. Sorry. What is the response from Ms. Enright's device that occurs at 12:42:08?
Not here in JX.
And then the device belonging to Mr. Gathright sends a message in response at 12:42.
Nah, they in Tampa.
And then the response back that occurs at 12:42:29,
What question mark?
and then 12:42,
Let me FT.
and then again from SeanGathright's device, the message that occurs at 12:42:37 on June 23rd of 2024,
Bruh, play like you don't know it.
and then
I
the
think that's but,
response.
not bruh.
FB going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that.
That's the response from Ms. Enright.
Correct.
And then the response from Sean Gathright's device that occurs at 1:25:25 a.m.
Is he there yet? Question mark.
She might have exposure
And then the
here.
final message on this exhibit that occurs at 1:28:16 a.m.
No.
Oh, call her to the stand, man. They're gonna have to give her some type of. I think she's gotta worry. How? What Kyla's acquiescing at the end here.
Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 77. Is this the cell phone mapping that you did in this case? And did I ask you to take a look at all of the cell phone mapping that you had done, and then initial and date the CD that it was placed on?
Yes.
And do you recognize your name, your initials and the date?
Yes.
And does this fairly and accurately reflect the cell phone mapping that was done?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 77.
Any object?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Wait, was Ramos on first 48 too? I mean, there's a good amount for defense to work with here.
I want to ask you about this. You said that there was cell phone software that you utilized to create this mapping.
Correct.
Can you tell us exactly what you did?
Yeah, so it's a program called CellHawk, and when I get the raw data files from T-Mobile, I put them into CellHawk, and then it interprets this way in a visual representation on a map.
Okay. Can you kind of explain to us what that guide means at the right of the screen?
Yeah, so when we want to establish or look at it in a chronological timeline order, it would open up this box on the right, and what you can see on the right there is the date and time that the data is showing for, and as it scrolls chronologically, you'll see the corresponding hits on the map. So you could actually work it as a slider, fast forward it, pause it, to basically go back and forth and look at the chronological timeline.
And can you control how fast the timeline moves?
Yes.
And I want you to look at that cluster of brown that is in the center.
Yes.
Okay. Are those different dates and times that are all overlapping over one another?
Yeah, this is from the timing in advance, so every little connection the phone's doing with the tower almost every 10 seconds.
And does the time and date, does it pop up in the location on the map that corresponds to where that device is?
The latitude and longitude of the actual device, yes.
And how fast are you having this time elapse to show the movement of the device belonging to Alicia Andrews?
Faster than you're
Every
talking.
second in real time represents 5 minutes in the display.
And what point in time did you start what day did you start the cell phone mapping?
This specifically starts at 2:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday the 22nd. So this was the time that she's being picked up by Isaiah on the way to Sean's house.
And this is a map of Jacksonville, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have the entire state of Florida? Does it move and show movement from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
And how long does this mapping last for?
Throughout the time frame of our incident.
And again, is the date and time reflected to the right as the same corresponding time is popping up on the map?
Correct.
Okay, what is being shown now?
This is the device traveling from Jacksonville, Florida towards Tampa on the afternoon of Saturday the 22nd.
Do you also have the locations that are involved in this incident mapped out on the map?
Yes, I specifically highlighted the Airbnb where the defendant stayed at, the 2 clubs that the victim was at, and then the scene where the homicide happened.
Okay, approximately what time period are we at now?
We're at 8 p.m. now after they arrived at the Airbnb.
And what did we just see there?
That's when the phone went to McDonald's.
And now?
We're at Teasers, 2:30 a.m.
And now?
Between 2:30 and 3. They went to Hillsborough and came back to the Teasers area.
And now?
Back to the Hillsborough area between 3 and 4.
And where is it now?
4 at Truth 18.
And now?
425 near the Homestead Suites.
Okay, and now?
Back to the Airbnb.
Okay, and this next slide, is this a freeze frame of the cell phone mapping?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what time and what we're looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at 7:55 p.m. and some change, and on the right, that's where the device is showing near the Airbnb. And one of the ways we corroborate the accuracy of the data that we're getting from the cell phone companies is finding things like video evidence where we can see that there's a phone in conjunction where the device is showing at.
Again, is this another freeze frame of that cell phone mapping that we just saw?
Yes.
And what is the map that we're looking at? Is that a map of Tampa, and what is located on that map?
Yeah, that's showing the device on the top right there in the vicinity of the McDonald's there.
Did you place the video clip taken from the McDonald's from June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And that's that silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
What's in this next slide?
What we have here is a device showing in the area of Teasers at 2:31:56 and the corresponding call detail records around that time. And then this is a visual from the camera footage from Teasers around 2:27, just a few minutes prior, showing Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews in the parking lot. of teasers.
And that's her device in his hand, is that correct?
Correct.
And the corresponding call detail records up there that we saw on Alicia Andrews' phone, those are to that number 904-945-382.
Sean Gaithright's number, yes.
And what about here?
This is the device showing in the area of actually, I'm not quite sure where this specific photo is at. Oh, I'm sorry, 15th and Hillsborough, yes.
Okay.
I had a brain fart there. 15th and Hillsborough, and then we cooperated with the license plate reader at 15th and Hillsborough.
And again, that's one of the license plate readers that is capturing which vehicle?
The Silver Cruise.
Okay. And then when we're looking at, since we have a still photo, a still shot of the cell phone mapping, can you kind of explain the diagram and what exactly it's showing?
Yeah, so the diagram is showing what you see, the triangle there, that's the quadrant of the tower that's in the direction the device is at, and then there's a line that comes from that onto a circle, and the circle has different levels of accuracy down to the smallest circle, trying to show exactly where that device is at. So there's data for the tower that it's communicating with, and data for the physical location of the actual device.
And then again, what is this?
Yeah, this is a screenshot recovered from her iCloud backup of directions to teasers from the Hillsborough area.
And again, that is a map along that pathway that she would have to take to get to teasers, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in this next slide,
Again, back to Hillsborough on 15th. They've passed that license plate reader multiple times.
and her phone is corresponding, showing in the same area and location, is that correct?
Correct.
This next slide?
So this is Alicia's phone in the vicinity of Truth 18 and corroborated by video surveillance footage from Truth 18.
And what time are we at now?
Approximately 4 a.m.
All right, and again, this is that screenshot that was recovered from her iCloud account, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is that there at the same approximate time as her phone?
Correct.
And then
Wait, so is this screenshot like instead of taking a picture, they took a screenshot of their screen while the camera app was open?
And then what is this a photo of?
This is the data showing that Alicia's device was at the scene of the homicide at the time of the homicide.
At the same time, that silver Chevy Cruze is seen circling around the parking lot and passing the victim twice.
Correct.
And this slide?
Alicia's device at the Airbnb at 2:59 p.m. at the same time that she's seen on camera coming out of the Airbnb.
What's in this slide?
This is Alicia's device passing Lottie on her way back to Jacksonville and corroborated by the Uber that she was in hitting a license plate reader in that same area at that same time.
So you also got the license tag from the Uber, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective, it's Miss Andrews.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is in this slide?
This is Miss Andrews' device in the area of Sean Gaithright's house at the time, corroborated by the video surveillance footage from Mr. Gaithright's house.
Did you also do the same cell phone mapping for the data from Isaiah Chance's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what is now plotted on this particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, where are we at this point?
This is a Saturday around 5 p.m., the 22nd, on the travel down to Tampa.
And are those times where you see his device traveling down to Tampa, is that corresponding with the times that Alicia Andrews' device is traveling down to Tampa?
Yes.
Same route?
Yes.
Again, the same 4 points of interest plotted on this map?
Correct.
What time are we at now?
11 p.m. On the 22nd.
Okay. Is there some point where you are not seeing the same type of data on this phone during that time period as you are seeing on Alicia Andrews' phone?
Correct. The data that was used to make this demonstrative did not include the timing advance that shows second-by-second kind of updates. This is mostly just called detail records with lat and long.
So there's a difference in the type of data that is provided by T-Mobile for Alicia Andrews' phone than it is for Isaiah Chance's phone. Is that correct?
Correct. They're with 2 different providers.
But there was some activity both at Teasers, is that correct?
Yes. Teasers and the scene of the murder at the time of the murder for Isaiah's phone.
Did you do the same sort of verification and confirmation of the times provided by the cell phone data provided by AT&T of Isaiah Chance's phone?
Correct.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is Mr. Chance's phone in the area of Hillsborough and 15th at the time that the Silver Cruise is hitting at a license plate reader there.
Here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, is this a still shot of the cell phone mapping?
Yes.
And what are the times that we're looking at that his device is utilizing cell phone towers?
We're looking here specifically in the time frame of the homicide at around 4:40 a.m.
Okay. And is the murder scene within the area that is covered by that cell phone tower?
Yes.
And when we're looking at that kind of open triangle, the coverage includes the area that is included within that triangle. Is that correct?
Yes. It's pointing in the area that the device is at.
Tell us what's in this slide.
This is on the left of Mr. Chance's device, again hitting off of a tower pointing towards the scene around the same time that the Silver Cruise is seen on camera at the murder scene.
And why is this particular area circled on the Silver Chevy Cruise?
It was one of the ways we were able to verify it was the correct cruise. It had some unique damage, kind of like a scrape or scuff mark from a prior collision in that circled area.
And that was confirmed when eventually that vehicle was seized?
Yes.
What's contained in this slide?
Mr. Chance's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb at the same time that he's seen on camera there.
And what time is that?
This is in the afternoon of the 23rd, 3:08 p.m.
Did you also do the same thing for the device belonging to Sean Gathright?
Correct.
And again, the cell phone mapping data that you got from AT&T as opposed to the T-Mobile provided for the defendant's device, what type of information did you receive in order to do the cell phone mapping of Sean Gathright?
Similar information. Mr. Gathright's device was more active, so there's a lot more activity on it.
And did you do the same time period?
Yes.
And And again, what are we seeing here?
This is the afternoon of Saturday 22nd, the travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa.
Same time as when Alicia Andrews' device and Isaiah Chance's devices are traveling down from Jacksonville to Tampa.
Yes, ma'am.
Same path of travel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, approximately what time is this device showing up near the Airbnb?
7:52 p.m.
And where's the device now?
Between 10 and 10:30, it drove up and down Nebraska near Teasers.
Back at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Where is it traveling to now?
Around 2 a.m. back to Teasers.
And now?
Goes to Hillsborough between 3 and 4 a.m.
And then where?
After 4 a.m., it goes to Truth 18.
And then where does it go from there?
425 to 440 at the Homestead Suites, the homicide scene.
And then,
After the homicide, back to the Airbnb.
did you do the same sort of verification and corroboration?
Yes.
Tell us what's in this slide at 2:45 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024.
Mr. Gaithright's device is hitting off the tower in the vicinity of his home in Jacksonville at the same time that he's seen on camera at his home in Jacksonville.
So that's what's being shown in that video.
Correct.
And then now, what is in this slide?
A message from Mr. Chance to Mr. Gaithright with the address to the Airbnb in Tampa.
What's in this slide?
The messages between Sean Gaithright's device and Kyla Enright trying to solicit information from Fatboy.
Okay, and at this time period, where is he at?
Specifically, he's at the Airbnb in Tampa.
What's in this slide?
The messages between Mr. Gaithright and...
The continuation of those messages?
Correct.
And what about in these slides?
The messages from Alicia Andrews' device to Sean Gaithright's device.
And again, I think you told us the time frame, but again, if you look up, and this is an Eastern Standard Time because there's UTC -4.
Correct.
And the first time frame is 2 a.m.
Correct.
And where is he at that location at that time?
Leaving the Airbnb to start the route to Teasers.
What's in this slide?
This is Sean Gaithright's device in the vicinity of Teasers, within the same time frame, the Black Impala scene at Teasers.
And that's approximately 2:39 a.m., June 23rd of 2024.
The device is there from 2:15-ish to 3. We first see the car on video at 2:54.
2:54.
Yes.
And then what is being shown here?
The device of Mr. Gaithright in the vicinity of Truth 18 at the same time that his Black Impala is also seen in the vicinity of Truth 18.
And what is the time period we're looking at for the cell phone mapping?
Approximately 4:15 a.m.
What's in this slide?
The messages from Miss Andrews' device to Sean Gaithright's device.
And is there also her sharing the location?
Correct.
And when does that occur?
Objection to the counsel testifying her sharing location.
Rephrase.
What is happening in this screen?
Alicia Andrews' device is sharing a location with Sean Gathright device at 4:25 a.m.
What's happening in this screen?
This is a mapping of Mr. Gaithright's device in the vicinity of the homicide scene in a similar time period that his black Impala is caught on camera at that scene.
Can you give us all the different time periods where it's popping up at the homicide scene?
Yes, his device was tracking there from approximately 4:34 a.m. till a couple minutes after the shots are fired.
What's in this slide?
Mr. Gaithright's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb that they stayed at, it's verified, corroborated by the ring footage around that same time.
What's he holding in his hand at that time?
A cellular device.
And approximately what time is that, that still shot taken from the ring camera?
3:13 p.m.
What's being shown in this slide?
This is Mr. Gaithright's device in the vicinity of his grandmother's house in Auburndale, Polk County, corroborated by around the same time he's seen on video there.
And then what's being shown here?
This is showing communication on the call detail records. Mr. Gaithright's call detail record shows communication to Isaiah's phone and also the defendant Alicia Andrews' phone.
And on what days is that communication happening in times? Can we start with the 4707 number belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Up top on Saturday the 22nd, June 22nd.
And what time?
1949 UTC, so it would be 4 hours minus that.
And then Alicia Andrews' phone, 904-405-6758.
Yes, on the 23rd, 6:08 UTC, so starting at 2:08 and then 2:31, 2:32.
What are we looking at in this photo?
We're looking at a mapping of Gaithright's device showing in the vicinity of a nightclub. I believe the name is in the top left there. At the same time that a picture was taken, found on his download, his Apple iCloud download.
And where is this in Florida, do you know?
This is in Orlando.
Orlando.
Yes.
And up the picture up in the right, is that a photo taken from Don Julio, the company, showing what their bottles look like?
Correct.
And what time was this posted on June 24th of 2024?
1:39 a.m.
Is there a significance to Don Julio in this investigation?
Yes, the victim's rap name is Julio Fulio, so it's a play off of that name.
And then did you do the same cell phone mapping for Davion Murphy's phone, 904-203-3137?
Correct.
And again, what type of data did you get for being able to map Davion Murphy's phone from T-Mobile?
Location data along, yes.
What are we seeing here?
We're seeing the device of Davion Murphy travel from Jacksonville towards Tampa on the afternoon of Saturday the 22nd.
And is it taking the same path of travel as the devices belonging to Alicia Andrews, Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright?
Yes.
What is the approximate time when his device shows up at that Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida?
7:57 p.m.
What are we seeing now?
Between 10 and 10:30, his device also drives up and down Nebraska near Teasers.
Is that at the same time when Sean Gathraight's device is going to that area that is in the vicinity of Teasers?
Correct.
Where is it now?
After the homicide back at the Airbnb.
Was there a lot of caller or usage or cell site information that was provided in between those times?
Specifically with defendant Davion Murphy, there was a block missing from the timing advance. The provider just didn't have it. And then in conjunction with that, there was almost no activity on his phone for the other records.
Did you do the same thing to verify and confirm the accuracy of the cell phone records and the cell site location for Davion Murphy?
For the data we had, yes.
What are we seeing in this particular slide?
This is Davion Murphy's device in the vicinity of the McDonald's, corroborated by Mr. Davion Murphy being caught on camera at that McDonald's around the same time.
And what time was that?
Approximately 1:36 a.m. on June 23rd.
What's contained in this slide?
Mr. Murphy's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb around the same time that he's caught on the Ring camera at that same location.
At 2:59 p.m., is that correct, on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What is being shown in this particular slide?
This is Mr. Davion Murphy's device in the area of a license plate reader where the Silver Cruise hit on the way back to Jacksonville in the afternoon of the 23rd.
And so I want to ask you, how did all of the defendants leave Tampa after the homicide was committed?
Co-defendant Sean Gathright left in his Impala to his grandmother's house in Polk County. Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendants Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance left in an Uber from the Airbnb to Sean Gaithright's house. And co-defendant Davion Murphy left in the Silver Cruise and drove that back to Jacksonville.
All right, this is probably is this a good stopping point?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 12:25, so we'll take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30. We will see you then. All right, thank you.
All rise. Jury's out there.
Okay, very good. Okay, so detective, same rule, since you've not yet been cross-examined. On the break, you can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case. So, what's the name of the cell phone expert again that you guys are intending to call?
Thomas Pullan,
Did he travel here from out of town, or is he local?
tomorrow.
Is he traveling from out of town?
Yeah.
Is he flying or driving? Okay, can you find out, do you want to depose him before he testifies?
The information first to review it before I propose it.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm asking you.
Yes, I would like an opportunity to.
Okay, so you need to contact him and see if he can be here today. Get him here today.
So, when he says that he wants the information, there's not going to be the maps. I mean, given the maps that they have, I really don't need any maps. He's going to testify to whatever's on the map.
Okay, so there's no additional reports or exhibits he's going to utilize other than the state's, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so knowing that, do you wish to depose him?
I guess, Your Honor, when you say there's no additional maps, counsel, are you talking about the cell hog mapping or electronic digital mapping or actual individual slides of maps? Or, so I just want to make sure he hasn't done any additional mapping. Because what he did, Your Honor, according to his deposition that I did take, was similar to what we just saw with the cell hog software, but he used a different software to track the defendant's phone during the same time frame.
I like their maps. I'll use theirs.
Okay, that's fine, and so this is a step-by-step analysis. So you're telling me there's no new exhibit, no different exhibit that he's going to utilize during his testimony, correct?
The only thing that he may pull is a report from the iCloud. Not his own report, but from the iCloud, he can click what you want, take it off, just like in these exhibits, take it off from the iCloud, it's 270,000 artifacts. You can take off what you want, and it comes in a PDF format. The same axiom report that they're doing, you can drop the trial, those will be.
Okay, so was that disclosed during his deposition, that he had utilized that in developing his opinion?
No, Your Honor. In fact, he specifically said he relied on the CDRs and did not rely at all on the iCloud information
Okay,
to prepare this mapping of the defense code.
okay. So my question remains, are you going to want to depose him?
I would like to depose him, Your Honor.
Okay, then you need to contact him over the lunch break, see if he can get here today. Because I don't want to hold things up. Okay?
I can ask him, but for the record, his deposition was taken.
I know, but now he's got different opinions.
It's not,
And-
he just didn't ask the question.
Okay, well, anyway, where is he traveling from?
Stop it.
Where in South Florida?
I don't know what it is.
Okay, well, call him please on the lunch break, see if he can be here.
Judge, I did ask him specifically what he has done. He said he had run his defendant's CDR through a mapping software and nothing else, had not looked at the iCloud account, so I did ask that. My understanding was he was going to be mapping the co-defendant's CDRs. So,
He's not.
okay.
Okay, very good. Contact him, see if he can be here, because like I said, I don't want to hold up the trial.
I assume that if you can't be here right now, if you can't travel, then you can do it on Zoom, so
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I would assume that if you cannot travel here in person, like right now, that you can do this deposition over Zoom.
Would that be acceptable to you?
That's fine.
Okay, after we're concluded today, tell him to be available, okay? All right, thank you.
Court to recess.
Alrighty, so we've got a little bit of a gap that we can skip forward on, you guys. A little bit of spice. I have sympathy on this issue with the expert because this is just my inference. Alicia's indigent. She doesn't have like the funds for private counsel, all this money to pay for private investigators, expert witnesses. I had seen on the docket that there was an approval for funds for a private investigator at the rate of like $50 an hour, which is not a lot, for like 20 hours. Like there was a limit on the maximum amount of time, and there was a limit, an upper limit, a ceiling on the allowable hourly rate. So I'm curious if the defense wished they could do more with this expert witness, isn't able to because it's not in the budget. And there's no time for them to figure out another way or ask for more funds to do so. And unfortunately, I think that's a reality of being an indigent defendant. So I have some sympathy there. If it's purely a preparation issue, then that's a big L on the defense's preparation part. But I'm thinking they wanted these big map diagrams, and that would be an extra cost that wasn't going to be covered. So looks like they're still going to be on break. We'll get to real time. And we'll see if they come back soon. We'll do a quick check. I didn't see over the last like 15 minutes or so any updates over in the Sean Grayson trial. So it seems like deliberations are still underway over there. Of course, we'll keep looking for updates on that. Yeah, she's indigent. So Alicia Andrews is indigent. So, but yeah, and I don't know, it's kind of an important thing, right? All this cell phone tracking. I mean, would their expert be able to say something different? Challenge it? I'd like to see it if they can. It kind of sucks that we can't see if they can or would challenge it. If it's the case that Alicia, her defense, the funds she has available to her aren't there to cover such a thing. But let's see what you guys are wrapping up. Guys, did today move the needle, right? We're starting to see a little bit more of the correspondence and how the correspondence lines up with the timeline. I know it's boring and the prosecution is slow. She's drawn out with the way that she's asking these questions. Some of the questions seem like they're unnecessary, but as we talked about a little earlier in the stream, reiterating when somebody's seen on a camera And also matching and saying, hey, there's cell location data, the phone number associated with the device tied to their name. They're in the same place at the same time. It's important to lay that all out because it backs up that the cell site location information should be accurate and or it should reflect that that person is likely in possession of that device at other points in time. So it's grueling, but it's necessary. The prosecution did get better towards the later questions with pointing out the timestamps. For the last few days and earlier this morning, especially when there's a time conversion that we need to pay attention to, this prosecutor would just gloss over. And when was this said? And it's important when the thing was said. And she would just skip. And maybe a few questions later, she'd be like, oh, wait, well, let's go back to this one. What time was this? And she's picking that up. She's getting better at that as we move along today. And I'm glad because it's been confusing to follow, especially when we don't know the time conversions and or it's too blurry for us to see if you're watching on your mobile phone somewhere. Miss Nene says at least she got her dream vacation before going to jail. We're supposed to get Kyla Enright on the stand, you guys. I've been interested in Mr. Howard because we heard he's worried about exposure. It doesn't seem like he wants to be called to the stand. Now I'm very interested in hearing from Kyla Enright. Kyla Enright is sending messages with Sean Gathright, and at first she's like, I don't know who that is. She's not really with it. She's like, I'm out somewhere else. He already knows I'm not in Tampa. Then she starts to seemingly, in my opinion, acquiesce to Sean Gathraight's request, like, tell him you're too drunk and want to, link up and do the things. Just tell him. Clearly, I think any person with something between their two ears would digest from that conversation that the intent was not actually to have Kyra link up to do those things with Fat Boy. It was just to present the premise and let Fat Boy believe that's where he was going to meet up to do something. And we're supposed to have her called to the stand by the defense. I'm here for it. I can't wait for it. I can't wait for that. And it's like, I feel like seeing those messages, if I was a detective, if I was an investigator, I would go speak to Kyla. But yet we don't have the state calling Kyla to the stand. Why not? Why not? And I don't think the state thinks very highly of Kyla because I do believe they have some basis in the conversations being heard because it seems like they were listening into jail calls, Gathraight's jail calls. They were firm, I would say maybe pissed, in their earlier discussion this morning, like Enright's having conversations with the co-defendant. She's been looking at other material about this case, following the case, giving updates to Gathright, along with Miss Lyle. I think that's going to be one to watch. That's going to be one to watch. I feel like she's going to be called to the stand at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Guys, at 1 o'clock, I'm going to have to be off camera. I have to moderate a work meeting interview that they're doing for the company I work for. I'll still be watching the chat, but because I have to monitor the Zoom, I'm just going to stay off my own microphone over here. It should be 30 minutes. Maybe it'll run a little longer. I'll keep the stream running. I just feel like that's when they're going to call Kyla to the stand. And I'm going to miss it in real time. So just a heads up, you're going to have to hold it down, chat. I'll get back and I'll comment on it, but you might have to hold that one down. I know they're going to call her when I'm going to have that obligation. Let's see. FFS says, it looks horrible for her, but I'm still stuck where I started. Reasonable doubt. What was her exact involvement? How much did she really know? And at what point did she know it? And again, we've got the count 2 that is charging her with the knowledge beforehand, conspiring beforehand to carry this out. And then count 1 would include any aiding and abetting that would happen during the time, not just planning before, but knowingly during the moment that it was happening and participating in it, aiding, abetting, and that could also go to after the fact. And I think the defense has missed a pretty big opportunity to underscore. We've heard them with any witness that talks about the cell phone data or recovering a device from Alicia Andrews. Did you know she had terabytes of data? It took a long time to download. How long did it take to download? Implying Alicia Andrews' device had all this material, so clearly it wasn't deleted, it wasn't missing. But I think they've missed the opportunity with the detectives who can opine a little bit based on their work experience. They do it when prosecutors ask these type of questions. They could have asked something to the effect, I would have liked to see it with Drabeck, who I think was, Drabeck didn't seem to have a problem conceding like, hey, that's a fair question to the defense. I would have liked to see the defense ask, for example, is it typical, just like the state asked about, is it typical for the brass catcher questions? The defense could have said, is it typical in your opinion for someone who will be trying to hide or cover up a crime to download their iCloud to a new device? And now that question gets the jury considering that thing. And I think they missed that opportunity to kind of get that out in the air. Not sure if it would move the needle, but I think it's a good angle for the defense, and they haven't quite tapped into that all the way. Sheriff Chuck says, I'm right there with you. Reasonable to think she knew, but doubt about her involvement. And the other thing, and we haven't gotten cross on Ramos. So I think the defense has a big opportunity to do some cross in relation to these messages with Gathright and Ramos. I think the defense, I would have liked to see the objection sustained earlier when the prosecution was in her questioning saying, and she messaged, implying that Alicia Andrews sent these messages to Sean Gathright, even though the data only tells us the device identifier. And we might associate that device with somebody, but we don't know in a given moment that that person was the one typing on the phone unless we have other proof to corroborate. Circumstantially, we could say she was in the vehicle where the phone was located, but there was another individual in that vehicle as well. So the proximity of the phone doesn't eliminate the possibility that somebody else could have been using that device. We haven't gotten to cross on this witness yet, and I'm imagining the defense is going to harp on that. And I think it might be more effective, if it's something sustained and the jury couldn't really hear what his objection was and piece it together what he was saying. Well, now he gets to cross-examine on it, and it could become more pronounced to the jury. Hey, do you really think Alicia was the one sending this message with the pick up the O, and then it sent a second time to pick up the PH, correcting to the shorthand version of phone? Do you think that's the way Alicia talks? Right? That's what I would want to try to get in front of the jury if my defense involves, this is Chance doing this. This is her boyfriend doing all of this. She happens to be there, but she's not the mastermind behind it. She didn't participate in the planning. And the stuff that might look bad coming from her device, it was her boyfriend typing. And here's this other time where he has her phone in his hand. So that's the way they could create some doubt as to what the state is presenting. So, and can they, will they? I think I cannot see them missing that point. I would hope they do not miss that point on cross-examination, but there have been other points with other witnesses in different areas of topics that they didn't attack that I thought they could have. So, and what's been really great about this trial, guys, with YSL, I think we were dealing with something that was so far removed in time and place, right? We weren't dealing with license plate readers, with cell phones that were also in the same place, with surveillance footage. We have Chance and Andrews on surveillance. We've got the McDonald's surveillance. Actually, in this case, we actually have McDonald's surveillance footage. We have all of these things that the investigation was done right away. Hillsborough seems like they sent out the entire squad to respond to this crazy shooting at a hotel, right? Stuff was sprayed all over the place. Multiple people, multiple vehicles, multiple rooms of this building were hit in the course of this gunfire. They sent out everybody full force, got on it right away. It's a very stark contrast to when we all sat here and we looked at how the investigation starting from like 2014, 2015 incidents carried us to a trial that didn't kick off until 2024. Well, really the end of 2023. It's such a huge difference. And while I still think we should be critical of any flaws in the investigation, this is 2024. Gathright, ghost kind of, but then he did the final, checking in, can we check in early or whatever, the correspondence with the Airbnb host, and he stayed off camera. But I cannot believe that these co-defendants really thought they were covering their tracks. Part of me can only conclude, the only reasonable thing I can think is they figured if they go out of town, nobody's going to think to look for somebody from Jacksonville to have been the ones that went out of town to do this. Even though they're using cars that would have plates that take them back to Jacksonville. That's all shocking to me. There are so many moments here that just seem like stupid criminals. To the point where even if these investigators aren't that great, the seeds were dropped. It was like a Hansel and Gretel trail. Adventure Aaron says they didn't try to talk to the cat at the bus stop. Man, they would, I don't think they would need a sprinkle here that's going to go and look at the little details. They didn't even change the clothes. And I mean, it might not be that crazy someone's wearing a black shoe and black pants. But I don't know, to see this pink duffel bag going in and out when you're not supposed to know these individuals until after you meet them at the McDonald's, like later that night. I don't know. And again, I think the strongest thing in Alicia Andrews' favor is I think she's sympathetic sitting there. That brings sex and gender into play. It just does. I'm going to do the same qualification I always give. I'm not saying that's how it should be. But I think it's a reality that she's a younger girl. She's, people are going to see a young girl. She's sitting there. She doesn't have, like, I don't know, I don't think her presence comes off as scary in the courtroom, right? They do have that one bailiff kind of sitting at the end of her table. But if you guys remember at the beginning of the YSL trial, it was like armed up in there. The sheer impression, I would imagine, walking into the YSL trial in the early days, when you have bailiffs posted up, armed, ready to go for action, just gives that cold impression that there's a reason we have to have people posted up like this. I don't think that impression, and I don't think that impression should be there for any defendant. But I'm saying in this case, I can picture her coming off as sympathetic. I don't know if she'll take the stand or not. And then pair that potential sympathy, whether it should be warranted or not, with Florida's very, very encompassing laws about accomplice liability, where as an accomplice, you can be charged and held liable, found culpable, just like you were the actual perpetrator of all of the actions alleged. So the law allows, and that's how the state is charging her. The jury might not have the option to do anything but find the most extreme thing. And somebody in that deliberation room is going to say, but this is first degree. There's no way that this isn't serious. Well, we're not supposed to consider that. Well, guess what? Somebody in that jury room could be thinking about it anyway. And they could say, look, I feel bad for this girl. I don't think she should go away for life. And I think these charges that we're allowed to consider would put her away for life. I don't really think jury nullification happens. I think it's extremely rare. But I think something to that effect is here. So And I want to say, you know, the whole clip about her laughing when she's putting on makeup, I understand that juries can see body language and will read body language. I don't know if that happened in the presence of the jury. I don't think it did. I don't think that that's like the most compelling, damning, whatever thing in the world. If anything, I think when I watch trials, I think I judge more when someone has a stoic face and like something crazy is happening and they're just not showing any type of reaction, maybe remorse. I know people have commented that during some of the footage, it seems like she was smiling and covering her mouth. And I could definitely see that being impactful and, you know, maybe relevant if you're having that body language in response to something material to the case. But putting on makeup, getting ready before court, I don't really think that that's that notable, even though it went viral. So, and all the headlines when it went viral are whatever, like accused for first-degree murder of Julio laughing in court. And I think that's a bit lacking in the context for the headlines to frame it that way. Technically, yes, she's in a courtroom and she's laughing, but the headlines made it seem like she's laughing about the things that she's accused of doing. And I don't think that that's a fair characterization of that moment. But doing the hiding the mouth, if the jury gets the impression she was covering a smirk while showing video footage of a gruesome outcome, if a jury can see that and wants to make something of that, and it looks like we have movement on the court. Amber says she doesn't give me Shabusiness vibes. Oh boy, Miss Shabusiness. Always, and I mean this in the best way when I say I associate Shabusiness with legal vices. Shout out, rest in peace to the honorable legal vices. Oh, Taylor Shabusiness. Yeah, I think that, yeah, Trikisha, that's what I thought. The jury wasn't there when that viral video clip with the makeup and everything. Do I have this muted? No, it's just not back with court audio. And I think all defendants should have access to, you know, proper street clothes and grooming if they wish, because those impressions matter. People, we sit here and we're like, oh, look at the sweater she's wearing today, and that might be casual consideration, but your appearance imparts on, can and probably does impart on the jurors different impressions. Same thing with witnesses. You know, the state, the defense, when they call their own witnesses, if they want their witness to look presentable, they're going to ask their witness, you know, try to put on, try to come prepared, try to dress for the occasion. We saw the state not want Kenneth Copeland to go up on the stand when he was called back after being held in Rice Street over the weekend. They didn't want him in his jail garb. They wanted him to look like they hadn't just held him in custody all weekend. Yes, Aaron, I got the same impression. I get that there's a deputy sitting right at the table, but they seem like they're just chilling, relaxing. Oh, that's true. Laughing when you're nervous. Oh, that's me. Sometimes I'm nervous that they'll say the craziest thing in court, and I'll be reading something in the chat, and I'll be like, haha, they're so funny. The chat is amazing. And it'll look like, especially if I don't have that comment up on the screen, I'm like, oh man, somebody later is going to be like, why are you laughing at this tragedy? It's like, no, I'm just laughing at something that was happening in the moment. And yeah, I don't mean to make Fulton like the reference point that I always go back to, but it's there. They gave me the opportunity. And speaking of Fulton, Jim says he's going to be going live today. He's going to be, I think, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So it should be right when this cleans up. We'll redirect if that's the case. We'll be back in Fulton County. He's going to be covering some Don Samuel cases. Don Samuel, I think he's a goated attorney. He's hilarious. just got an amazing like depth of knowledge that he'll throw out there, both on case law and easy to understand references. We saw him during the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial over in Fulton County, where Simone Hilton was part of the prosecution team. She did closings. We saw him a little bit with Cop City. And what's great about that is he made an appearance because he was asked to make the arguments. He's representing parties named in the indictment, but the hearing, the trial that was about to move forward was for 5 co-defendants that were severed and were not his clients. But the other attorneys were like, can you come make this argument? And he's just like, all right, here I am, Don Samuel. And it was a great, great time. That's where Judge Farmer ends up saying, hey, this wasn't the right way to bring this RICO forward. Kind of cut it off at its feet, and now the state's appealing that decision. So, yeah, this isn't me that's muted, right? All right, I'll put it halfway in case they come back loud and proud. Detective Mowry says, favorite gang expert quote, it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. Oh my God, let us back in, Court. Save us, Michelle. Yay. Hold on, I missed these. Sorry. Ms. Kim's, I'd pulled this up on the screen, and then I always, because that makes me pass through it, I didn't say thank you out loud. I want to say thank you to Ms. Kim's. Good to see you, Ms. Kim's. You guys remember from YSL Trials. I think you've watched a few others with us as well. Always good to see you. Ms. Kim says, good afternoon, all, and happy Wednesday. It is hump day. And then we have Nika says, judges like Glanville, very rude to the defense. What was weird about Glanville is Glanville would be hot and cold. He would snap at the defense, but then be like, all right, good morning, everybody. Let's do roll call. And here we've got a little stone cold look here coming back into it. Thank you for being a member for 12 months, Nika. That's a super long time.
Yes, ma'am.
I freeze framed her right on a...
And Judge, before we play the video, could we get the instruction thread, the limiting instruction?
Yes, that's
Ooh,
fine.
we're getting the interrogation,
And Judge,
the interview.
I have looked at the redacted version on the disk, and it appears to be that we noticed that there are other videos on that, so I need to...
It's just software to play them.
It's software. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
I tried to lose that thing. But this computer should have a player, so it should be on that.
But you have to just get that. So
Yeah, it's right here. Michelle, did you put them on the cart?
no. Oh, yes, maybe I did. B and C. I think I used, did I use number 112? I did, and I leave it as that, but give me a different number for the Auburn's. Nope, it's not.
We have to write that back on the stand.
Pardon me, yeah, just one second. So I'm going to read to the jury the following instruction. You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos as to his opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos as true, but only to establish the content of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses.
Judge, could we add Sergeant Aaron Campbell to that? He is also talking to Ms. Andrews in that interview.
Okay? Correction. Okay, wait, where's Mr. McLyman?
Ronnie, you just went to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
About 60 seconds ago.
Sure.
I'll grab it out. Well, I won't use it in the next restroom, but.
Yeah, please don't.
I don't know if he'll have an issue with this. I'm just anticipating that he did make arguments related to Detective Ramos's credibility, motive, and bias as it relates to those statements as well. So,
Okay,
but I'll
Sure.
probably make that argument since it's not.
sure.
I think it's the appropriate ruling.
Mr. McLyman has returned, and the state's getting ready to play the defendant's interview, so I'm going to read the following limited instruction before for the video shown. It's based upon 2.8 recorded interview, effective law enforcement statements on the defendant. You're about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as to their opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as true, but only to establish the context of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses. Okay?
And defense has Sergeant Aaron Campbell on their witness list. State didn't call him. But maybe he was on the witness list in case they had issues with the ruling on as it regards to this tape.
That sounds good.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's bring him in and get the detective on the stand.
So Sergeant Campbell was sitting in on this interview. It was him and Ramos that did this interview with Alicia Andrews. Oh my God, mic noise. We've got the Snapple Apple today. Is that what we're drinking?
Hold on one second.
I love Snapple Apple. It's good.
Yeah, so I don't think we should send Mr. Howard back.
Well, we have 2 minutes. I just know he's freezing in the back. It's 2, almost 2. I don't know if they went through the entire are infringing, then I'd have to call, I have all the things that I put on.
All right, that's fine. Go ahead and send it back, then bring it back again tomorrow.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right, let's bring in our jury.
Oh, it's loud out there.
All rise. All jurors are out.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Have a seat, everybody, and you may proceed.
Detective, when did you make contact with the defendant?
July 9th of 2024.
Where did that take place?
At the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office headquarters in downtown Jacksonville.
Who was present?
Myself and the second lead, Detective Aaron Campbell.
Was it video recorded?
It was.
Did you read the defendant her Miranda warnings?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you and Sergeant Campbell?
She did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 59. Before coming to court, did I ask you to review this so that you could later identify it in court?
Yes.
And does this DVD, States Exhibit 59, contain a fair and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with the defendant, Alicia Andrews, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 59.
Any objection?
Not good.
Okay. And you ready to publish?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, I have an instruction for you all before that happens. You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as to their opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as true, but only to establish the context of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses. All right, you may proceed.
It'll be a minute. You want water or anything? You fine? Whatever they always come and have them sit on that side. As long as we set our head in, we're not. We can't hurry on that.
Okay, sounds good. You can all see it. I'll take these off for you.
Thanks for being a member for 13 months, Kimberly. And yes, here we go, here we go.
You said you don't need anything? Are you sure? Yeah. We're good? Alright, hang tight for me for just a second, and if I have any other information get passed on, I'll be right back.
Probably want to see, and I'm willing to be as open as open
You need to
convenience to
skip.
show you have been.
Judge, there was dead air, so I was trying to move it forward when they opened the door.
Okay, well, just play the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
We're good? All right, hang tight for me for just a second, and if I have any other information, get passed on, I'll be right back.
Whole life flashing before her. Okay, they could have skipped this. See, chat, she's not flashing gang signs at the camera. Erin says, okay, class, now what do we say if we find ourselves in that seat? Lawyer. Very quick on the answers, chat. Love it. Nope, still nothing on the Grayson trial. We'll keep looking. mosquitoes in the drink get your fingerprints in the orange color. Yeah, and unfortunately we can't fast forward either. Yeah, maybe when Rashad Murphy was throwing up the sign, it was for our entertainment. He had the foresight. He's like, they're gonna have to sit through this long wait. Might as well give them something to talk about.
About what time did the detectives enter?
About 7 minutes and 46 seconds.
Where are we now?
6:40.
Well, the old interrogation room picture meme. I'll keep us entertained, guys. Oh, we have movement and a bald head.
Big piece of gear to get you here. Everybody nice? Good. All right, so we're detectives from Tampa, okay? We do want to talk to you, but before we start our spiel, okay? I know that you are in a relationship with Isaiah Chance Jdot, okay? And I know he's probably already talked to you and, you know, probably tried to tell you what to do or what to say, okay? But I want you to understand, all right? In this moment, all right, God isn't in this room and he can't do anything, you know, to help you in this situation. You have to make that decision for yourself, you know what I mean? I think that, you know, there's a lot of stuff that we have to show you that you would probably want to see, and I'm willing to be as open can be to show you everything that we have, you know what I mean? Because I want you to make an informed decision about your life and where it goes from here, okay? I know you've never been arrested before? The situation here as it stands, okay, is you know, we want to show you the stuff we want to show you, and we want to give you the opportunity, you know, and it's your choice, okay? But before we can go into those details, we are going to read your rights, okay?
I want you to understand something about your rights. You're in the driver's seat on this, okay? Talk about what you want to talk about. You don't want to talk about what you don't want to talk about, okay? This is up to you on this. But I think you're a young person. I don't think you understand the gravity of probably what could happen. I want you to be able to see what all we want to show you. The only way we can show you all of this is if you're able to talk with us and when you talk with us, does that make good sense?
Yeah. All right, and just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff, you can answer it. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it. You're in control. This is, you know, you are in charge of what happens to you in your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain.
This is crazy to say to somebody when they're in custody, like they're detained. Like, she might not be arrested at this point. I don't think she's free to go. They're Mirandizing her. I don't think you're in control of your own destiny here.
Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law.
Hello? Let me leave.
You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. You understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before or during questioning, free of charge. You understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time, up to you, okay? I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video?
Yeah, this is the first time the jury gets to hear her voice. This might be a little loud.
Can you see that?
This is the Ring doorbell. It's got to be the Ring because of the knock.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting to open the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I tell.
Do you remember what time you were in?
Yeah, I tell.
Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that week? Here's to be honest.
Just going out. I had just went to a neighborhood to my boyfriend, so he asked if I was me.
Who's he?
My boyfriend.
Got it?
Yeah. What do you call me?
Well, what do you call her?
Is there a way to turn up the volume? I'm having
So
trouble
does he
hearing.
go back and you don't call, you never call him, got it? Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting to open the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I tell.
Do you remember what time you were in?
Yeah, I tell.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that week? Here's to be honest.
Just going out.
Just
I had just went to a neighborhood to my boyfriend, so he asked if I was me.
Who's he?
My boyfriend.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did I call?
Hold on, we're gonna. So I was there with Isaiah Chance. Gutta? Question from the detective. Yeah. So to me, this demolishes what the male prosecutor was trying to lay down in opening statements and with a few of the witnesses, that she was trying to act like she didn't know who Gutta was. She says, yeah, right away.
Well, what do you call him?
Zane.
Zay? So does he go back and you don't call, you never call him, got it? No?
That's not like a family.
All right, Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know him by.
I think the defense's characterization of this was the more accurate characterization. She's like, yeah, I know him. I don't call him that. Well, she do got the tattoos, but she's not denying knowing him.
He's my brother.
That was it? Just the three of you?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember going to McDonald's while you were in Tampa?
I was hungry.
You were hungry? Okay. So that's you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was driving the car at that time?
I don't know that person.
Was it the little brother that you were referring to? No? So you don't know this guy right here that's driving?
What's he called his little brother? Their
Hey,
nickname?
guy. I don't know.
So tell us a little bit about what you guys did in Tampa.
Well, we just found places to go, and I was hungry a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Might be pregnant, so.
Okay. Was Zay big? Where, so other than McDonald's, where else did you guys eat?
We went Which I'm not in my house. I was playing some clubs.
Okay. You guys went to some clubs? You remember what clubs? You couldn't get into the clubs? Okay.
She said she
You
couldn't get
remember
into the
what
club.
Not really. It's like a colorful looking building. I walked up and asked people.
So she walked up and asked.
Bouncer at the front door?
Yeah, you know, people that stand in front. And I'm just getting in.
Okay.
Are you guys able to discern enough of what she's saying? Do you want me to try to say it? Maybe I'll type it and put it on the screen. If I understand it.
Is that one of the clubs you're trying to get into? Is that you?
Yeah.
And that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the name of that club?
I really want to live in. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So, you tried to get into this club, but you couldn't get in?
Well, they told us a price, but they passed, so.
You guys didn't want to pay for it? Or it just looked too packed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you talk to any of the bouncers there?
Yeah, it was a big guy.
What's going on here? Is he using your phone?
You think, yeah.
Can you tell me where you guys went after that?
Looking for small places.
This is part one of a different club. You guys also tried to get into this club?
Think we're gonna go in.
What's that?
Think we're gonna go in. You don't like black places.
You know, like what kind of places?
You don't like packed places.
Who's he talking to on the phone?
I don't know the person.
Who was in his little brother? Just kind of refresh your memory a little bit. I think back to McDonald's, as the gentleman driving. You never met him before? Was he at the Airbnb with you guys?
How are you in a car with him and your boyfriend's not there?
No,
He was in the back seat?
but it was for me mainly. I just wanted food.
Okay. So how did this gentleman join you guys at some point in the evening?
I don't know. I just followed my boyfriend.
I don't know, but did he come to the Airbnb? Did you guys pick this guy up somewhere? Was that silver car that you're in the drive-thru in, is that the car that you and Zay traveled down from Jacksonville in for the weekend?
I don't something. I don't know.
You don't remember what vehicle you traveled down in from Jacksonville? Okay.
I really was following him.
What's that?
I really was following him.
You were following Zay? He was kind of leading the activities?
Were you in a different car than Zay on the way down?
No, I just asked mostly what we're doing for the weekend.
Or just came down?
Yeah, it was.
Is this Zay's little brother?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Do you know this kid?
I never met him.
You've never met him before?
I'm just on the sidelines. I'm gonna talk to things.
All right, so at the end of the day, okay, if you are just on the sidelines, all right, you need to tell us that, right? You didn't necessarily, Isaiah's leading the activities, he's on the phone, he's telling you where to be, right? You're with him by his side, right? But obviously, something big happened that weekend in Tampa, right? Do you know?
Can I ask you something? Are you excited about being pregnant?
I don't know. I lost the last one.
You did?
So, no.
Would you like to have a baby at some point?
No.
No? Okay.
How long have you and Zay been together?
Like 4 years on and off.
4 years on and off? Okay.
Do you know what happened at the end of that weekend? And here's the thing. I
Everybody
need
named all police came to this time.
you, now what do you hear?
Like, somebody died.
Who died?
Some supposed to be rapper.
I mean, he's pretty famous. I'm sure you know his name.
I don't listen to all that.
Here's the thing. What I need for you to be right now is very, very honest with me. Okay? You're 21 years old, correct?
Yes.
So your phone, it tracks you, right? You know that, right? Your telephone,
I guess.
it tracks you. Tracks you everywhere you go. That's how we knew you were at these places to get video from, is because your phone showed you there at those exact times.
Yeah.
So we just go to those places, we download the video, and then lo and behold, we see you. I mean, I think that's that same jean jacket you're wearing?
Yeah, my favorite one.
Your favorite one? Okay. That's how we knew the Airbnb you were at. That's how we knew all these places you'd gone to. Is because your cell phone was tracking you approximately every single minute with high accuracy.
I don't think that was being.
No, it's real. Yeah, your phone tracks you everywhere you go.
I'm talking about, you said a B&B.
Airbnb.
Yeah, it was like a B&B.
Well, that was a B&B anyways, okay.
You look at somebody's house, is that what you're saying?
Do you remember sending an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here? You don't? You did? When you sent a message from your phone?
Oh, I know something.
Yeah. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, she do like half-offs whenever you do.
She does what?
She does half-off. Like, you can rent something for half a price.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name, so I see her. Like, she do promos, she posts on Instagram.
Okay.
Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed in? Do you know
She
who
said
booked
she
it?
wanted to text back.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and when I was like, we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like, I was there first. Like, when he got the car.
Okay.
Like, I ride.
What car did you get into? Your ride was
Was
it?
it, I go Uber.
Was it Uber? On the Uber app?
I think so.
Who booked that one? You was there?
He probably did. I don't know this.
Okay. And where did you guys take that Uber to?
Look back home.
All the way back to Jacksonville. So you drove down in a car you don't remember, and then you took it
I'll
over?
tell you, I follow him.
Okay, all right.
If you say go, I'm ready to go. And I was already ready to go anyway, but he kept arguing.
Is this the gentleman that was driving the cruise at McDonald's?
I don't think it was.
Yeah. He's going into the Airbnb at the same time that you guys are coming in and now getting ready to leave. That's your Uber, right?
Yeah. But I don't know.
Do you remember any conversations with him at all? Did he introduce himself in any way? Street name? Talk about anything?
No.
You don't?
No.
No.
Probably that once or twice, but I never said no.
So, when you talk about Zay's little brother, right? And that picture that I showed you, and I asked you if that was Zay's little brother, do you know his real name? Do you know Zay's little brother's real name? Have you
I don't
spent
like twin, I don't know.
Have you spent any time with him?
Probably once.
Okay.
At his house. I don't know him.
When did you go to his house?
I don't know what month it was. It was for, what holiday was that? I don't know, they had a little cookout or something. And I just went that night.
Okay. Other than that, you've never been to his house?
Like, I probably did, but I don't know if it's his house.
And
I probably never got a car.
And going back to that Airbnb video, of when you're coming in, okay, to the Airbnb. Where's everybody else at? Where's they and little brother at? Because they don't come in at the same time.
How did they get in?
I don't know, I was good friend.
Yeah, but this camera all goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could open the back door?
No. No, I
Were
didn't.
you there by yourself at Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Ann because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. It records every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Sorry, she.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? They were the only one that went into the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one that went in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know if I did not.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah,
How did anybody else get in because nobody else is on camera?
Anybody else?
But Zay was with you, he stayed there,
That's
right?
it.
He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know, I did not.
Zay didn't go in the front door.
I'm not sure where he went.
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. I'm doing it on myself.
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't know. Did y'all ask him that? 'Cause I don't know. I'm going in because I said them.
Okay. Well, so you know your cell phone tracks up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it knows where you were, when you left.
I think it should speak for itself. You see these little dots here?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's your phone, right? That's ping. This is, we've labeled the Airbnb, okay? See that? And every single minute your phone is pinging off. You see all those little bubbles there? That's your phone pinging off there, okay? That's your phone pinging off of it, right? Take it back to the very most important time period. So you arrived at the Airbnb around 8 p.m. and this is the Airbnb, and here we are at 8 p.m., okay? You stayed at the Airbnb up until the point where you were hungry and you needed to get some McDonald's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we found that McDonald's footage.
You might want to watch this.
You gotta watch this, okay? This is very important because you're gonna need this information for when you make the decision that you gotta make, okay? There. Between 125 and 140, you head over to the McDonald's, right? That's how we knew where to look at the McDonald's. And then you go back to the Airbnb, okay? And then after the Airbnb, you head over to the first club, Teaser's Club. Do you know who else was at Teaser's Club while you were there? The rapper from Jacksonville, Julio, that died in Tampa, right? He was at Teaser's as well, and we have him on footage at Teaser's. After he leaves Teaser's, nope, that's fine. Okay, you gotta watch this because you gotta know, okay? After he leaves Teaser's, he goes to Truth 18, right? For his after party, which he posted on Instagram, walking up the stairs. Guess who else shows up at Truth 18 after Julio shows up at Truth 18? You show up at Truth 18.
It wasn't crowded, so.
Okay, no, but there's one place that wasn't a club, right? There's one place that wasn't a club that you have to come up with a reason why you were there. It's a hotel where Julio was shot and killed at.
I never stayed at a hotel.
So you didn't stay. We know you didn't stay at that hotel. We know you didn't stay at that hotel.
You didn't go into the parking lot.
but you were at the hotel where Julio was murdered at the exact same time that he was murdered. Okay? Sweetie, the reason we're showing... No, listen, this is a time where we're gonna... I understand, I want to make it, because you've never been arrested before, right? And you might not understand the gravity of the situation you're in, okay? You're familiar with Zay's old friend Tilly that was shot and killed? No? You're not familiar with that? His killer had a girlfriend by the name of Diamond, okay? And Diamond helped set Tilly up, lured him to a location where he was shot and killed, okay? Now, Diamond was not at the scene where he was shot and killed. Diamond did not pull the trigger, okay? All she did was send a few messages on the phone, okay? And they put the case against her, and now she's already been convicted 20 plus years. She's in jail right now. She's not getting out for decades, and she wasn't even at the scene where Tilly got killed. You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm not making any threats to you by any means, but this is damning evidence. This is the murder scene, and this is your device present at it. Okay.
You know, it's a tour city, and a lot of people could have been here.
Sweetie,
You can try to explain this to me, okay? You're 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You think I'm older or younger than 21? Come on, you know, right? How old? Okay. I've been doing this job and doing homicide as long as you've been alive, okay? Started doing homicide about 24 years ago. It means I've worked a lot of them. This means I've been in this chair, talking to a young person sitting in your chair hundreds of times. What you don't understand is this is the perfect case for a homicide detective. I have your phone. I have your phone everywhere. I have the beef between your boyfriend, his people, and listen, you don't have to play dumb with me at all. Okay? And you're saying you don't even have to answer anything right this second. I'm just going to explain something to you, okay? So just soak it up. Just soak it up. So your boyfriend and his people are having a beef with Julio and his people, okay? What I have on this video is you stalking Julio, conducting surveillance of him. You see how this?
Your whole life has been
Okay.
I don't know him.
Now, you're conducting surveillance with your boyfriend going to teasers, which is the club where he performed. Then we have your car, your phone, everything else in the parking lot of Truth 18. Then we have the car you're in going into the parking lot where Julio is killed. We also have the black Chevy that was traveling with you. We also have you guys on about a dozen license plate readers in tandem, driving together, following each other from Jacksonville all the way down here and back.
This is the car that the three shooters came out of. And this is the car that you and Zay are on scene at video at teasers and see on video at Truth 18. This is high definition footage, okay?
You're there.
You're there.
You're part of the murder for Julio, whether you want to be or not. Now here's the thing. I know one thing for sure. I know you're not a trigger person, okay?
We know that.
Is that a fair statement? You're not a trigger person? Have you ever shot anybody?
You didn't shoot anybody in Tampa when you were there, right?
Did you shoot anybody in Tampa?
No.
Okay, all right. Here's the problem. A bunch of people did. And I think they got you in way too deep. The problem is your phone kills you. The charge on this is first-degree murder. The sentence is going to be life imprisonment. Now, I mean, life means life. It means it becomes your nursing home. It means you never get out. You don't have relationships anymore. You don't have a child. If you have a child in prison, it goes to somebody else, and you don't even get to hold your child. You You never get to see your family again unless they come to visit, and it's through class. It means the moment my partner and I walk out of this room, your life changes absolutely forever, and you can never, ever change it back. All right? Right now, so far, what you've done is lie to us, minimize your involvement in this, and it only makes the case that much stronger against you. The only thing that might help you out is complete truthfulness and honesty from you. And it's telling the whole story, because I'm telling you today, your life forever changes. It's never the same after today. That's happening right now. You're not going to be spending time with your family. You're not going to be doing any of those things. If you think your boyfriend loves you, your boyfriend used you in this. He knew. He's smart on these things. Okay? You know he is smart. He had you use on your phone. He had you use your phone. Open. It means we have you everywhere. Forensically. No. I tell you what you can't do. You can't travel to Tampa and then travel to the only two locations that Julio was that night, walking around the parking lot. I can tell you something else. You didn't go up and talk to a bouncer, so we know you fly about that. You did not go, because Julio was in the parking lot when you got there. I can tell you that's certainly not on video, so you talking to a bouncer.
I know that you love Zay. I know that you love Zay. So yeah, I know that you love Zay. I know. And I know that this is a very difficult situation. The question you have to ask yourself in this room right now is, are you willing to throw the rest of your life away for Zay?
Are you willing to die for him? Because that's
what you're facing right now. That's what you're facing right now. The only possible chance that you have to get out of this situation is to be honest. Because at the end of the day, listen, no, you're not being honest. You're not being honest. At the end of the day,
we just showed you a bunch of pictures of people.
Okay. Don't focus on it. Don't focus on the details.
I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty? Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did it get in the Airbnb? Because it did not go in the front door.
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me tap anything in? So what they gotta do?
You opened up the front door and you got in.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I was seeing it was open.
Nobody else went through the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
It has to give you the code over there, ring. It's actually just audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code over. It's audio recorded. It's on
I
audio.
don't have the code.
The guy gave you the code.
I lied about code. I don't have the code.
It's on audio.
Go back and listen. What code did you didn't say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know? How many women do you know that have been in prison?
I don't know.
I mean, do you know any woman that's been in prison?
I don't know.
You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without the truth, without a truthful statement right now, is a horrible place.
I gave you a truthful statement.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know.
What do you think? You talked to me a few minutes. Do you think I'm probably good or probably bad? I can tell you this, I'm good at it. Extremely good at it. Detective Ramos is extremely good at it. I can tell you he and I are partners, and we have never had an unsolved homicide that he and I have worked together ever. Not one time. Okay? What we do for a living, we do it at a highly professional level. I can tell you right now, with the statement you're giving us,
bro.
you're going to be in prison, and you're never going to come out of it. you're never going to see the outside of prison. That should scare the hell out of you. There's no Zay in your life after today.
Here's the reality of the situation, okay? And I want you to understand it. We normally don't present discovery I just want you to understand how this works because you've never been in this, okay? We normally never present discovery, meaning the videos and the cell phone data on cases where we're not quite at the point where we can charge them yet, or we don't think we're going to get there. The only reason we have shown you what we've shown you is because what's going to happen. No. The reason we have shown you what we have, and you still don't even have all of it, okay? Because we've got a big case, is because after we leave this room, okay, we are going to go to the state attorney's office, okay, and we're going to get an arrest warrant, and at some point charging you with first-degree murder for the murder of Julio Fulvio.
That was going to happen tonight.
It's going to happen. You're going to be charged with his murder. That's trials. Your mom and dad are going to talk to you through a window for years. Who knows how long this trial is going to be. And then you're going to have to face the possibility that your entire life might be gone over Zay and his beef with 6 Block and Fulvio. You know what I'm saying? You have a choice. Let me tell you, when this stuff goes to juries, because it's not my job to judge you. I don't judge you. I know you're a young girl and you're in love with Zay, and he put you in a fucking shitty situation. All right, well, he put you in where you don't love him. I mean, this is kind of a shitty situation to be with somebody you don't even know whether you love him. You know what I'm saying? But he put you in a very shitty situation. He put you in a situation. And if you go in front of a jury, the jury, they want to know the most, because we made the case. We're going to be able to prove that you were there, that you participated in this murder. That's done. What the jury's going to want to know, why did she do it? And is she sorry? That's all they care about when they decide whether you're doing 25 years or whether you're doing 30 years or whether you're doing 15 years. They want to know. They want to know, why did she do it? And is she sorry? That's what they want to know. That's what you need to answer in this room. If Zay dragged you into some shit you didn't want to be a part of, you have to tell us that. But the only way that jury and the people who do decide your fate moving forward are going to believe that is if you're 100% honest. I don't need to answer the question of whether you're lying or not. We all in this room know that you're lying. We have evidence, okay? No, you don't focus on one thing, the whole story.
The whole thing.
We know that you were down there with Zay. Okay, to kill Julio. We know that Zay was communicating with the gunmen in that Block Impala, and we know that the gunmen in that Block Impala were acting on this information that you and Zay were feeding him from the cruise to target Julio, down to the point where you knew exactly, the gunman knew exactly what seat he was seated in. You know who sees what seat Julio's seated in? The cruise. The silver cruise you're in when you're driving by it.
You just start talking, baby.
I just answered
No,
that.
you have not.
Can you not answer?
I'm not answering that. I told you.
Well,
Don't miss this opportunity to save your
I'm telling y'all
life.
what I know. Y'all tell me I'm lying. Therefore, I'm not looking
all
for
right, let me ask you something. How serious do you think this is right here? Will you answer that question for me? How serious do you think this is right here? I can tell you it's the most serious thing that is ever going to happen in your lifetime. Today is going to be the most serious day you have ever had in your lifetime. I can't even stress that enough to you, how serious today is. You're 21 years old. We want to give you the opportunity to explain this to us. You know what else? We have more on you than anybody else in that crew that came down here. You know why? Because you're inexperienced in these things. You left your phone on. Your phone communicated with the cell phone towers, giving your exact location the entire time. All right? Your boyfriend, he is screwed. You just identified himself into 2 videos of him at Truth 18 and at teasers. Listen to me. You just screwed him.
I already said we went out.
Hey, no. I know what you're thinking in your head.
No, I'm saying y'all thought I was by myself.
No, I never thought you were by yourself. I always knew you were with him. We've had videos. We knew that was you. We knew that was Zay in that video.
He totally say he's communicating with his little brother in Palo Julio.
Here's the thing. Before we talked to you, we didn't have him. We do now. He's done. Zay is done based off of you identifying in that video. He's done at this point.
Little brother's done too.
He's done too. You've already put them in this.
Okay,
Here's the thing. You don't know what you don't know. The problem is right now, at 19 years old or 21 years old, you don't know a ton. You don't know a lot. The problem is you don't understand that those cell phone records seal your deal. I'm not talking about phone calls. I'm talking about it puts you every single place of the murder.
You don't have any explanation for why you were in the car at the scene of the murder. You're looking for food in a hotel parking lot where food was
around, obviously.
Okay. So you turned around in the parking lot.
The maps take you around, like, what do you mean?
You don't find that, you don't think that, like, I know you're not experienced in how court goes, but you know, again, the jury judges, you don't think when they hear the story that you and Zay are in the silver car in the parking lot, feet away from where Julio gets gunned down? You gotta understand how that looks. Just because you are pulling a trigger doesn't mean that.
But I'm saying.
You ever heard of an accomplice, a term accomplice?
Here's the thing. Okay. I'm gonna try to break this down super simple. Okay. Did you see the black Impala there with you at different places? Okay. So let me explain something else about this black Impala. You and this black Impala come from Jacksonville all the way to Tampa together. You guys pass where the license plate reader is. There's cameras all over the place on the interstate. Tow trucks have them. They record every single license plate that comes by. We catch you and that other car together multiple times on the way from Jacksonville here.
Okay.
It means you would have to hit the lottery to make that happen again. It's impossible for those two cars to hit license plate readers hundreds of miles away at the exact same seconds that your two cars did because you followed each other all the way down. It's crazy you don't get it. So, do you know where the license plate reader is? Let me draw this, okay? You know where the license plate reader is? Or a camera that takes pictures of license plates, okay? The license. Here's a camera. Here's a camera. Okay? You're going down the interstate right here, and here's a car. Here's a Chevy Cruze. Picture taken. You get the license plate. Right behind it is another car. Picture taken. That means those two cars are together. No, it means those two cars are traveling together at the exact same time at multiple places in the state, coming from Jacksonville to Tampa. And you're going to tell me, huh? Does that make sense to you? The fact, did you see the black Impala? You don't know anything about a black Impala. You don't know anything about a black car. Was anybody staying in your Airbnb that had a black car? You're not sure. Was there anybody staying in your Airbnb other than you, Zay, and Zay's little brother? Was there anybody else staying in that Airbnb? You weren't in the room all the time. You came out of the room and you went places. Was there anybody in that Airbnb other than you, Zay, and his little brother? Did you go into the front door of the Airbnb and let anybody else in another door of the Airbnb be in the back door? Did you go to the parking lot of Teasers with your boyfriend, Zay, and decide to not go in the club? Because it's packed? Because it was packed? Can you tell me why you were wearing a COVID mask in that parking lot?
I'm sick, I'm pregnant. People drinking, smoking. What's the matter?
Can you tell me why you don't have a mask on in other places?
I'm not. It's
You're in a car with a guy you don't even know in the McDonald's drive-thru and you don't have a mask
That's
on.
not a bunch of people were smoking. If you go into a club, perimeter,
Your first line was, I don't want to get sick because I'm pregnant.
that's what
Could a guy you don't even know a foot away from you in the McDonald's drive-thru
Okay.
get you sick?
Cool.
Let's light the chat up with the poll.
You were
Let's do a poll.
Drop the way over here.
Before you left Jacksonville, you stopped at Isaiah's little brother's house, okay? And we tracked from his house, all the way from his house, all the way down the highway, past the license plate readers, the Silver Cruise, and the Black Impala, all the way to the Airbnb, all the way to Teasers, and where Julio's performing his first show, all the way to Truth 18, where Julio's going for his after party, all the way to the homicide scene. Look at this. All the way. No, but explain it to me. Explain to me how Black Impala in your car, all the way from Isaiah's little brother's house, from Jacksonville, all the way to here. You think that's a coincidence? That Isaiah's little brother's car, because that's his car, traveling with your car.
I'm supposed to know who car it is. I don't know.
That's a lie.
Not my people. Is that kin to me?
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not kin to me.
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not kin to me.
Were you at his house before you came down
I
to
just
Jacksonville?
said that's not kin to me.
That's not answering the question. It's a yes or no question. Were you at his house before you came down to
I know
Jacksonville?
who Pastor was.
So you were at a house. Was it Black Impala there?
No. So the orange alley.
Did you want to pull something else in?
I pulled 3, I can't remember right now. I wish you could see how important this was. I really do.
I see it.
I don't think you do.
I do.
No, you didn't. No, you don't. If you knew how important this was, you'd have tears coming down your face. You'd be telling everybody everything that happened. You're not.
All I do is tell me that.
Okay, this is everybody leaving Airbnb.
That's Isaiah, right? He's talking to the Uber driver, right?
Give you answers as that? With you, your boyfriend? There you are. So tell me.
In your favorite jean jacket, in your favorite jean
So
pants.
answer this honestly. Is that you and Zay walking out of there?
That's me.
Is that Zay in front of you? You don't know? Let's get you a better picture.
Does it make it easier for you?
Who's that? You're not gonna recognize that as Zay right now? Huh? Well, being annoyed is going to be the rest of your life.
Is that Zay's little brother?
I don't know. He asked me the same stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you the same things because they're simple questions.
I'm answering.
No, you're not. No, you are not answering. You're not answering at all.
Like the part that I'm struggling with is how I'm gonna explain to your mother and your father that you want to throw away your life for Zay. No,
Answering all questions.
You are. You're looking down the barrel of a first-degree murder charge.
I'm telling y'all what I know.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yes.
Listen to me. You don't understand what's going to happen after we walk out of this room. You're not going home. No. I mean, you're not going home. Do you think you get a bond on a first-degree murder charge? Do you think you get a post bail? You don't get post bail. So this is the process, and this is how it plays out, okay? So when you get charged with first-degree murder, you have no bond. You go to jail here, and then we transfer you to Tampa. And then you sit in a jail in Tampa between 2 to 4 years. During those 2 to 4 years, you're waiting for trial. Generally, you get assigned a public defender because you probably don't have money for a real attorney, because a real attorney is about $200,000 for a case like this. It's just what it costs.
That seems cheap.
Then you go to trial. And then in trial, we show the video of you at the 2 places, the only 2 places in Tampa that Julio goes to. Then we show you in the car you're in, because we have the car you're in, immediately afterwards, pulling into the scene where he is brutally gunned down by 3 masked men. And then you flee, and you go back to the Airbnb. That is what's shown to the jury. With video evidence, with phone records, with your lack of a statement to us explaining what you're doing in Tampa. No.
So I gave you those names.
And I'm telling you, no, it doesn't fly. That doesn't get you out.
I don't know what more you
No. And then what happens is the jury comes back and they say guilty. That's what they say. You get life in prison. You go to prison. You live the rest of your life with another woman in a cell the size of this room, with a steel toilet in the corner with no door around it, and a little tiny sink above it. That is your life every single day for the rest of your life. You have a guard telling you when to get up, when to take a shower, when to go outside to a caged yard with giant walls, when to go back to your cell, and when to go to bed. And the next day, they open the bars again, and the guard tells you what to do every part of your day. If you backtalk, you get lit, you get put in solitary confinement. You get food taken away from you. You have no freedom again for the rest of your life. There's none. So whatever you did today, I hope it was fun. I hope it was the most fun you have ever had in your lifetime, because you're going to need those memories to carry you through the rest of your life, because you won't make any more memories after today.
So Alicia,
Does that make sense to you?
Alicia, I'm gonna try to connect with you a little bit, okay? I've got 2 daughters. All right? Your parents do not want to see you through glass until the day they die, all right? If this was my girl in this seat, okay, I would beg her, be honest. Tell the truth, get yourself out of this situation, okay? Because at the end of the day, we have to go in front of the jury. We get to tell our story, and then your story is what you're telling me here right now. Who do you think the jury's gonna believe? I went down, I don't know what car I went down in, I don't know really where we went, you know, we didn't really want to go in here, you know, I only did this. No, your story, listen.
I'm trying to figure
This is your one opportunity, sweetie. This is, if you don't care, you don't care. I get it. If you're the type of person that can participate in a ruthless murder, whether the guy deserved it or not, okay? No, but that's the thing. Just because you don't pull the trigger doesn't mean that you didn't participate. Okay. You obviously don't give a shit back.
Did you see Julio in that parking lot at all?
No.
The car was in line, looking straight at him. Communication was made to the other people. Matter of fact, we have your car following the 3 cars there. Let me tell you how this goes, because this is all on video too. You drive up past the hotel, and you're heading north. You might not know directions, I get it, okay? You're not from Tampa. The 3 cars do a U-turn. You and your boyfriend make a right U-turn. Then you do a U-turn, and you make a right, you park at Dan Busy Sweeps, and you wait at Dan Busy Sweeps. Then, at a hotel parking lot, just about 10 seconds away from where the murder happens, okay? Then, the black Impala comes out. The Chevy Cruze comes back out to the road, guns it to get to a light turning red, and then turns into the parking lot. That is the car you're in. I don't think you understand how much evidence we have in this case against you.
You're going to get convicted.
Your confusion is so great.
Can I ask you a question? No, can I ask you a question, okay? Let's put all this to the side for a second, all right? I'm telling you, okay, that there is enough evidence here to prove that you participated in this. We're not going to argue or debate it. We're not going to ask you, ask me how or why, nothing. I'm telling you that there's enough evidence here to prove that you participated with Zay, with his little brother Sean. I already got the other two Murphys identified. I know the cars. I know your every move. I've got video of the whole thing. I've got all the cell phones. I've got everything that I need, okay, to prove that you're guilty in with this group, okay? I want to know, okay? Are you prepared? Are you prepared for this? Do you understand the severity? You're going to get convicted. I'm going to prove that you were guilty with this group. That's done. What we're offering you right now is an opportunity. An opportunity, because you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at a young girl who's never been arrested before, who may or may not be about to be a mother, okay? And that story plays well for the jury, who may or may not have been dragged into this gangland bullshit by somebody who obviously led her astray, who she loved, and led her astray. That's what I'm looking at. You have an opportunity to be honest, okay? And put your story, the real story, on the record to the point where that jury might have mercy on you. The people who judge you might have mercy on you. I'm not here to debate whether you're in this or not. You're in this. We've already proven that. You're in this. I'm here to give you an opportunity to put your side of the story on the record, to give you a chance. You don't want to live with this, okay? You don't sure shit don't want to live with this in a box the size of this room for 30 years. Your hair getting done, your nails getting done, going out to the club, being with your friends, Thanksgiving dinner with your parents, all that shit is gone. This is it. Well, for 30 years. I'm not here to argue with you on whether you're in this. You and I both know you're in this. I gotta ask, are you gonna take the opportunity to give yourself a chance to be honest?
So you saying what I'm saying is a lie?
Yes.
Yes. I'm calling you a liar. Yes.
Then tell us the
I don't
truth.
want to sound nonchalant, but it's not a lie.
Okay, then tell us the truth. Because you didn't tell us the whole truth, did you?
I did.
No, you did
I
not.
want to know the places, I said the places.
I'm telling you right now, your life is going to forever change and you're never going to be able to get it back. I mean, never. Your parents love you. They were crying when you were brought here. Do they love you?
Are you asking?
Yes, I'm asking you. Okay. Do your parents have a lot of money?
No.
Okay, I can tell you what this is going to do to them. It's going to bankrupt them. This is going to bankrupt your parents. Anything your parents have tried to save is going to be gone. Do they own a house or rent a house you live in? Do you know that? Okay, they're going to have to remortgage it for you. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to remortgage it for every cent they can get out of that house. They're going to spend every cent they have trying to save you. And it's all going to be in vain because it's not going to save you. But they're going to spend every cent they have anyways. you're going to ruin your parents' lives. They will never recover from this at their age with the financial burden that you're going to cause them tonight. The only thing that has a prayer of helping you out is to tell the entire truth.
Let me show you who you're gonna ruin your parents for. Look, take a look at the photos. Take a look at the photos. Let me show you who you're choosing over your parents in your life. Only one person out of this group even remotely stands a chance to get away from this at all, in any shape, with some kind of, mercy, any hope. There's only one person. These guys, they're all fucked. We know about their history. We know about what Zay's been doing. We know about what his little brother's been doing. We sure as shit know what these gentlemen have been doing. These are the people who you are getting ready to ruin your parents over and throw away your life for. That's really how you ride? These are people that you want to ruin your parents for and throw away your life for? I know, no, that's a lie. No, I know you know that, okay? I know that you know these two for sure, and I know that you saw these two at the Airbnb. I know it. I can prove it. Whether you want to lie to me about it or not, that's on you.
No, I did.
These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. You're doing it. These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for.
Your mom was very nice to those deputies that were out there at her house earlier, those officers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She's a good lady. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Breaking her heart won't even begin to describe what you're going to do to your mom tonight. It won't even describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Parents are never the same after this. They're never the same. Their life is ruined. It's generally easier if the child passes away than what they're going to go through on this because of your decisions.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know you're there. They're going to know they can't see you. They're going to know they can't touch you. They're going to know they can't spend a holiday with you ever again. People in the family are going to pass away. And they're going to wish you could be there to mourn with them or go to a funeral. And they don't let you out for those things, probably. Ever. Your parents will pass away. You won't go to their funerals either, just so you know that. Your parents will not live as long as they were normally going to live either because of grief. Grief has a terrible effect on people. What I can't understand is how you're being that selfish. No, you absolutely are. Because the truth, what really happened down there, you telling us that, that's free.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't cost you a cent. This is going to cost your parents everything. Absolutely everything on this. They don't make it back from this.
Sweetie, the only reason that we're telling you all this is because we know that you don't have experience with the legal system, okay?
I think
You have no idea. You have no idea how this works, so that's why, no, sweetie, listen, just listen, please, I'm begging you to listen to me, okay? You have no idea how this process works. That's the only reason we've been laying it out, because these are the realities of how this process works, okay? And I personally feel like you are a bad person. You have never shot somebody. You have never stood over somebody and executed somebody. You have never pulled the trigger on a gun that killed somebody. So I think that there's still a chance to save you. Some of these other guys, there's no chance. There's no chance. They're done. They're past that point. But I still think that there's something in you worth saving. The question is, do you want to save yourself?
No, we saw him. Well, I was going to say, like, everything I say, online, so.
Just because you are.
I'm not. If I'm telling y'all on the sideline.
Hey. You're saying you're on the sidelines, okay? That's fine. The sidelines hear things. The sidelines see things, okay? So let me ask you. Tell us what you went, tell us what you saw. So when you and Zay were in the parking lot, and he's using your phone, we've already agreed on that, correct? And then open it up with your face, it looked like, to me. And password, okay. And he's holding the phone talking like that. What words are coming out of his mouth? What does he say? You're right beside him, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, but I'm looking at.
No, you're not. No. You have every excuse to not tell the truth. You're using every excuse to not tell the truth.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
So tell us what he said.
I don't know what he said.
You're lying about the Airbnb.
I'm lying.
Yes, you are.
I was asking.
You were the only one.
You're trying to protect Zay.
You're trying to.
I get it that you're trying to protect
What's the
Zay.
side of your neck? What's the side of your neck say?
Everything I say.
What's the side of your neck say?
Everything you say will be used against you.
Princess. Okay.
Listen, if you're truly on the sideline, and that's what you want the people who are going to judge you to believe, okay? They know, they're not dumb. They know that the sideline hears the conversations, the sideline sees what it is in front of their eyes. We know because the video shows that you are standing shoulder to shoulder with Zay while he's talking on your phone. Okay? So, we know because you're shoulder to shoulder with him while he's talking on the phone, we know that you heard what he said. They're not going to believe that you didn't hear it, okay? We know that you're riding around in that car with him, shoulder to shoulder with only the center console in between you while he's communicating with little brother and the shooters, okay? And they're going to want to know, huh?
I don't know who to communicate to.
But you heard what he was saying?
No, I didn't.
You're going to protect Zay?
Surroundings.
You're going to protect Zay?
And I don't know why y'all think that's a lot. You have to watch where you're going.
So you talking to two grown men who've been in this game too long. Like how, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody and he's talking on the phone the whole time, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear one word he said.
No.
That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
About food, obviously, but I don't know.
I'm here. Here I am. I'm right here. Come on, here's the second console. Boom. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Turn around one more time. Hey, park real quick. Oh, he's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat.
What?
Are you hearing that?
Hold on, we gotta rewind this.
The hotel. No.
This whole hypothetical.
I hear one word he said.
No.
That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
About food, obviously, but I don't know.
I'm here. Here I am. I'm right here. Come on, here's the second console. Boom. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Turn around one more time. Hey, park real quick. Oh, he's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that? Are you hearing me see that? You didn't hear me see that?
No, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game to you. It's a game to you. And it's sad, man. It's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from.
The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
I'm saying I heard what.
The entire stalking, following, and assassination of Julio.
I'm stalking and all
Okay,
that.
following, tracking, doing surveillance. So by chance you show up at the only two places Julio goes to in Tampa. The only two?
The places everybody go.
No, there's not.
We're from Tampa. That is not the big
First
song.
off, teasers is hey, let me tell you what teasers is. Probably the shittiest little strip club in Tampa. Me, Sherry, okay? It's not where everybody goes. Like literally nobody goes there. Then you went to Truth 18.
I don't know what day is.
Nobody goes. It was a private party that night. And nobody goes there. It's the only two places Julio was at. He didn't go anyplace else. And then he goes to the hotel, and you and your crew go in, and you literally... No, it's all place in the jury. You and your crew go in there. All four of them. Your crews, the Impala, and they light
like that be in law? And you want the jury to believe that you were only in the parking lot where Fulvio died because you were lost and you had to turn around. That has to do with you facing a murder one charge. 30 to life in prison. That's what that has to do. What do you mean, what does that have to do? You're in the parking lot in the car with Zay.
So I can't be in the parking lot now.
That's correct. You can't be in the parking lot where Fulvio's about to get gunned down.
They gotta do the us though.
Okay, it's a game there. Yeah, it's a game.
It's not a game.
That's sad. Oh boy. So you're too blind. No. You're way too blind to see that this shit is real. And this shit is real, and you only have one way out of this. You have the only card to play out of anybody. Because we're not, you think, because you know what might end up happening, right? When we bring you all in, right? One of the other guys might try to take a deal, right? And he might try to be the first to go to the state and say, I'll give you everything for mercy. I'll give you everything for mercy. That's what one of them might do, okay? But right now, the way it stands, you have the only card to play by being honest with you. If you're truly on the sideline,
Like I said,
then be honest.
I was
You're not being honest.
y'all asked me the same question like 10 times.
Because we know you're lying. You know you're lying. I know you're lying.
I'm not lying.
No, let's stop debating that. I don't even want to debate that anymore because the evidence proves it. The evidence proves you're lying.
I'm not saying. So that's why I don't keep saying.
Well, we're only saying it because it's the truth.
Did I?
We're only saying it because we would like for you to find a better way in all this and tell the truth.
I told my truth.
Well, I can tell you this.
And we keep talking about
You're going to end up being charged with first-degree murder.
That's going to happen.
Your life is going to be done. There is going to be nothing else for you ever again. Now, here's the saddest thing about this. The majority of all the evidence right now is against you. It's because of your phone. You've identified yourself on video in that parking lot.
I guess it's really not rocket science.
Obviously, we knew it's you, but now you're not.
But here's the problem. But you're in that parking lot.
Enjoying my time like everybody else.
Sweetie, you know what the irony in this is? It's kind of like crazy to me. You're gonna be the first one. You're gonna be the first one. The rest will fall. They're falling. Isaiah's day's coming. The SWAT team's gonna hit his house. You know what I'm saying, with his murder warrant for Fulvio too. That's coming. Okay. But guess who gets the honor of being the very first one? Because of her phone, because of the video. Guess who gets the honor of being the very first one to be officially charged and arrested and booked for the murder of Fulvio? You. You go down first. That's some fucked up shit, man. They put you in this situation, and you going down before them. Shit, we might even get to the point where we go to trial, and some of them beat their charges. You won't. You won't. You won't. Ain't that some fucked up shit? If 2 or 3 of those guys end up getting off on this murder beat, you gotta do life for it. Fucking Rashad having a good old time on the fucking block, drinking and smoking and having the time of his life. Okay, that's all right. You don't have to do that. No, you choose it.
Who's that? You gotta say a different name or something.
Ghost 187. You follow him on Instagram? Mm-hmm. Runs with 1200. Friends with Zay and ATK.
You know we have your list.
We have all of it. Dude, we got your Instagram, we got your fucking iCloud, we got all of it. I'm a week away from reading every single text message you sent on your phone the entire time. All of it. This case is only, right now we're at the point, but this case is only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger against you. I'm going to read every message you sent. I'm going to see every photo and video that's on your device. I'm going to know all of your Instagram posts, all of them. No, but listen to me. I'm going to get to present all of that to the jury, and you know what the jury is going to hear from your side? It's happening right now. This is it.
This is your moment. The only thing that the jury is going to get to hear from you is the story you're putting down here right now.
Let me break it down for you one more time, just to see what it looks. So you send Rashad's girlfriend an Instagram message that you need to... Be sure to use that picture.
Do you make arrangements to try to book the Airbnb in
That
town?
was his girlfriend. I didn't text his girlfriend.
No, you Instagram message her.
No, I did not.
An Instagram message came from your account.
So how do you know you didn't message his girlfriend if you don't know Rashad? How do you know who Rashad's girlfriend is?
No girlfriend. That's what I'm
Let me just take my... Okay?
Girl, I
No, but
girlfriend. That's what I'm saying.
I am just, listen, I'm just gonna throw a couple facts out here for you, okay? You sent an Instagram message to a woman who is the girlfriend of Rashad. Whether you know Rashad or not, doesn't matter. You sent,
Actually, it doesn't even matter who is girlfriend or not. It doesn't matter who. You sent a message. You sent a message asking for Airbnb to book in Tampa. And Airbnb, listen to me. I don't care. It doesn't. It's regardless. You're missing the point. You sent a message, okay, asking for an Airbnb to book for us. Those are the specific ones. We need you to book us. Us, right? So you and multiple people, right? And then when the Airbnb gets booked, we find, no, that's fine. I'm tired of showing this girl because no, that's fine. You made arrangement for an Airbnb to be booked for us, right? And then at that Airbnb, we have the gentleman who was driving the Impala, Isaiah. We have Isaiah's little brother. You know, you let the gang in through the back door. You don't see how helping arrange an Airbnb, opening the back door for them, allowing Isaiah to use your phone. You know what I'm saying? Putting on a COVID mask while you're at all the locations that Julio's at. You know what I'm saying? You were within line of sight. The video proves it. Julio's car is parked in front of teachers, and you're within line of sight. You and Isaiah.
You can take her handcuffs off her because... Okay. You better be making you want water or anything? You fine? Okay. When everything else has been happening still on that side, I just want to stick her head in, but I can't hurry on that.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Well, that was a time.
Yes, they can. All right, afternoon recess.
All right.
All right, let's see if they're gonna. They said they want to approach. Let's see if they put anything on the record after they do that. That was a lot. When people are like talking that loudly for so long, it tires me out. I get tuckered out. It looks like there might be a verdict in the Sean Grayson trial. That is the trial for the shooting of Sonia Massey. Doors will open in 20 minutes. We'll keep an eye.
I think I provided it to you.
Yes. Okay. Okay, very good. I will give it a come back. Be in recess for 5 minutes.
I think we're pretty much real time, so yeah, not much to skip there. We're caught up. Yeah, that was a ride. That was a ride. Asking for a lawyer, maybe do that an hour and 20 minutes prior. Guys, I honestly, for me to say I think that was bad for Alicia is only because I think in general there are bad facts, but she didn't talk that much. So the majority of that, the stuff that would sound bad, would be the detective saying something and maybe a juror sitting there going, right, and being in agreement with what the detective is saying to Alicia. There was very few long responses from Alicia. They were front-loaded at the beginning. And maybe they are not believable, but at the same time, they weren't confessions, aside from, that's me, I was there, I'm in that McDonald's video. Nothing really new in this from Alicia that we haven't heard throughout this trial. And I don't know, maybe the jurors are sitting there thinking like, well, I can picture someone wearing a COVID mask because they're out with people that are trying to go to the club and she's pregnant. I could picture a juror wondering, well, maybe she's not being forthcoming because she's in denial. I just don't think that this is like, sometimes you see some confessional statements being made in an interrogation video and it's clear, direct evidence. It just seems like the detective making a argument that probably will sound a lot like what the prosecutor's going to argue at closing. So, I don't know. Let's see. We had a poll. There were only 2 options. And again, I think a lot of this comes down to, put the thoughts in the chat. Did this interrogation make you feel less or more towards a conclusion on whether or not Alicia knew or didn't know what was going on? I personally think she knew. I don't know the extent of what she knew. I don't know when I think she knew. But remember, she's facing 2 charges where one would hold her responsible for conspiring, and then the other, aiding and abetting before, during, or after, could make her culpable. So it's not necessary for her to have known ahead of time and schemed for the jury to have a pathway to find her guilty of something. On the flip side of that, when you have these detectives yelling and screaming at somebody, I think I've thought that the state would have a concern with the jury sympathizing with Alicia Andrews, again, for reasons that are material to the case and reasons that are not material to the case. You know, do they feel bad for her just because they see a young girl with a future ahead of her that they don't want to throw away? That's outside the material facts of the case, but a juror, they could take that into play. I don't think it's helpful if the state's worried about sympathy, which they've stated concerns about today, to have the detectives yelling and screaming at her in that way. That would be exactly the type of thing that someone that's sitting on the jury on the fence, sympathizing but also feeling really bad for what happened to Julio Fulio, and thinks that surely she couldn't be that stupid. Watching this video, I can see that pushing someone to say, if she isn't that stupid, she's in denial. So I think overall, not helpful for the state, like a interrogation video can be helpful for the state. And here we seem to watch a lot of cases where interrogation videos are a lot of screaming by detectives. I'm thinking of Gaither, I'm thinking of Dennis, and I'm thinking of Thorpe from the YSL trial and those tapes with Kenneth Copeland, where it would just be like they were screaming for like 6 hours. Thank goodness this is only an hour and change. All right, yep, so we'll keep refreshing over there. Again, there are no cameras over in the Grayson trial. So it'll just be like a quick reading, whatever they tweet that the verdict is. So, and we'll switch over and put the tweet on the screen, but it's not like we're going to be sitting and waiting for everyone to gather into the courtroom. So, yeah, Sheriff Chuck says, I can see why the state fought so hard to cherry pick what to show. And I just don't think that the state should ever want to cherry pick. I think the state should present what they should be presenting. I think the defendant should have and is entitled to a little bit more. But often we watch these trials where the state will argue like, oh no, like the prejudice is the state, and the judge seems to lean in that favor oftentimes. It was like a very big moment in the YSL trial whenever Whitaker would tell the state like, why, like pretty much something to the effect of, why are you even trying to argue this? No, I made my ruling, move on. So, I think what's going to be interesting is to see how the defense handles cross-examination, because not only will they be crossing Detective Ramos on the subject matter of this interrogation, but all of the other material that we heard, the surveillance, how Ramos proceeded in his investigation, the decisions that he made. We've got those text messages. We heard more about Diamond because of this interview. And previously, when the state tried to slip that in with a different detective on the stand, the defense objected and it was sustained. but I don't know. I think the defense should use that in their favor. We have these clear-cut messages from Sean Gathright going to Kyla Enright, who the defense plans to call, who's still speaking with Gathright, seemingly over a jail call. The state seems to think that that's going to be great material for them. I think it's great for the defense. Just because they're calling this witness doesn't mean they think this witness is the bee's knees. They're calling this witness because this witness could say something to the jury that can help their client. And that could very much be, well, Sean Gathright needed a way to get to Julio, clearly, if he was still trying to get you to set up Fat Boy. So you could go and create some type of ambush situation. And if they had Alicia, and Alicia was doing all the scheming, why would Sean Gathright need to go and message Enright? So there's some stuff that the defense can work with here. Got to see what strategy they choose, how they choose to do it. And again, I'm always just interested in seeing Enright on the stand. I'll try to tweet. If you guys aren't tuned in all day, if you're busy tomorrow, I'll try to throw a tweet up when Enright's called to the stand, because I think that'll be a good one. Quite frankly, though, if we've got Mr. Howard. he's been transported to Hillsborough County. He's been held there awaiting his time to be called to the stand. Doesn't seem like he wants to be called to the stand. He's worried about exposure. I think Enright should be worried about exposure. I think that'll be a good witness. And then, I don't know, I think all the witnesses the defense will call, I think there could be some tea. I think it could get messy. So, I shouldn't single out, but I definitely think Enright will be interesting to watch. Also, holy moly, we've got a 20 gifted sub gift from David here. And also, it's really tiny on my screen, but I always love David's picture because it's a nice little handsome hedgehog. So if you guys just turned green, say thank you. 20 gifts is awesome. 20 of you guys are now green. You guys can use the channel emojis. Have a time. Let's get David Newth in the banner. But seriously, super generous. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your support. And let me refresh. Okay, officially a verdict. I was like, let me refresh. And I'm like, let me see if we've got a few. We've had Factual Live for a few days. That's O'Bailey's, guys. YouTube's doing the switch names. With the updates, I said, let me look at the chat before I come over here. The chat will probably be faster. There we go. There we go. And let me, because they're not contextualizing. They're giving all these details in their other tweets. Let me contextualize. Verdict. Is that not quoting it? Well, that was stupid. I was going to quote it and give the context, but Twitter didn't want to let me quote tweet. But yeah, that seems like an important tweet for them to say there's a verdict in this trial. Let's see. Verdict in Illinois v. There we go. So I think that'll be a big one. We've been following that case all week. And again, interesting too, we're watching a trial unfold on camera here, right? Of course they come back right now. We'll get the verdict as soon as we see it.
Sure.
Oh. All right, then they left us. They left us again. We got abandoned after 2 seconds. But it's interesting being able to see a courtroom deal with cameras, and the judge is like, I'm not used to broadcasting high-profile trials, or something to that effect. And then over with Sean Grayson, we've got to read about it because no cameras are allowed. So it's Triton for the Sean Grayson verdict is expecting second degree at this point. And I was reading an analysis that I saw that, you know, the distinction that the jury was instructed on between first degree and second degree is if they find that the elements of first degree are met, but there's an imperfect justification, then they should be looking towards second degree.
So we can proceed with that, Mr. Harmon?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's bring in our jury.
Yes. Serena, this is, the Sean Grayson is Sandra Massey over in Illinois. Am I behind? No, they came back and then they left again, and now 25 seconds behind.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
But they came back and then went away and then came back.
To the jury, with regards to the video recording that you just saw, I instruct you that the recording had been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. All right, very good. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Ramos, are there different strategies and tactics that you are trained on when conducting a interview, an interrogation of a homicide suspect?
Yes, many.
During the course of that interview, we saw that you showed several videos and pieces of actual evidence from the case. Is that correct?
Correct.
What sort of strategy or tactic were you taking when you were interviewing the defendant, in this case, Miss Alicia Andrews?
What I was trying to do was provide as much information for the defendant to be able to make an informed decision in her thought process. I didn't want to exclude anything and not have her have all the pieces of the puzzle before she made her decision in what to say.
And what was the date of this interview again?
July 9th, 2024.
So still very soon in this particular investigation, is this correct?
Yes, we were still getting stuff in on a daily basis.
And as of the date of your interview with the defendant, had any of the shooters, the ones carrying the firearms, been arrested at that point?
No.
At any point, had her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, prior to that interview, had he been arrested, had probable cause been developed to make an arrest for the homicide of Charles Jones?
No.
And why were you emphasizing the consequences of that particular result of the evidence that you had in the case at that point to Miss Andrews?
I had the information that she had never been arrested before and obviously hasn't been through this process before. So again, it's you know, if it were me in that situation, I want to provide as much information to somebody who doesn't have experience with this so they can make an informed decision.
I want to ask you about some of the items that you were showing her. That first video that you showed her, what video was that?
The Ring camera footage from the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at.
Is that the same video that we've shown here today in court?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And did she identify herself in that Airbnb video?
Yes, she did.
At some point, did you show her a video of the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you ask her who was the driver?
Yes.
Did she ever, in the entirety of your interview, provide you with the driver's name?
No.
Did you ask her about why she was wearing the COVID mask?
Yes.
And what did she say in reference to the mask?
Two separate things. At first, she said that she was worried about getting sick because of her pregnancy status, and then the second thing was that she uses it to block the smoke at clubs.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 78, the McDonald's video. At some point, did you confront her with being in the drive-thru with the car at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Who's that at the window in that silver Chevy Cruze?
Co-defendant Davion Murphy.
Okay, can you take a look and watch what he's doing?
I want some nuggets.
Can you tell us what he's doing?
He appears to be smoking a Black and Mild.
Okay. Did you also ask her about the teasers video?
Yes.
And specifically, was there statements made during that interview about what she did when she was there?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say specifically she was doing there?
She said she went to the Teasers Club potentially to patronize it, to go inside, and claimed that she went up to the bouncer at the front door, asked how much it was to get in, and after hearing the price, they decided not to go into the club.
Did you confront her with the video footage at the Teasers video?
Yes.
And after you had told her that she never did that, did her reason change as to why she didn't go in?
No.
Did you also talk to her about the Truth 18 video?
Yes.
And what was the reason why she gave for not going into the Truth 18 video?
That Isaiah Chance doesn't like packed places. But she also claimed to have gone up to the bouncer and inquired about going in there as well.
And did she ever go into the Truth 18, up those stairs that lead up to Truth 18?
No, she did not.
Have any contact with any of the bouncers or employees that were inside of the Truth 18?
All right, you guys, we've paused. We have a quick thank you, Kimberly. Sean Grayson has been found guilty of second-degree murder. So, I don't know if there were some other charges. Obviously, second degree, we can assume acquittal on first degree. That'd be incompatible. But there was also, official misconduct charge. Let's give it a refresh and see. There we go. I'll post that if you guys want to check. And I'll keep you guys updated on if they say something about the other charge, the other two charges. His face.
At some point, did you show her the cell phone mapping on your computer in that interview room with her?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of doing that?
Again, just trying to get her all the information so she can make an informed decision.
Did you show her photographs of Sean Gathright?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull them up on your computer, on your laptop, and ask her whether or not she knew who this person was?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 36A. State's Exhibit 36B. Is 36A the photograph that you showed her and pulled up on your laptop?
Yes.
And did she say or give you any information as to his identity?
She said she had no idea who this was.
At some point, who did she say she was staying at the Airbnb with?
She said the only people staying at the Airbnb were her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and who she referred to as his little brother.
Did she ever identify who the little brother was?
No.
When you showed her that photograph, State's Exhibit 36B, did she ever say she knew anything about him?
No.
And did she say could she identify who was in 36B?
She said she didn't know.
Okay. How long is the trip from SeanGathright's house to that Airbnb?
Approximately 3 to 4 hours.
How long was she in Tampa at that? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
From the time when she arrives at the Airbnb until the time that she leaves the next day?
Approximately 17 hours.
When you brought up the name of the victim, his rapper name in this case, Julio Charles Jones, did she indicate any sort of knowledge of him?
No.
I want to ask you about her boyfriend Isaiah Chance and his nickname. At the beginning of that interview, did you specifically ask her, when you're talking to her, refer to him as his nickname Gutta?
I did.
What was her response to you when you were referring to him with that name?
She asked why we were calling him that and then told us that that's not what she knows him by.
Okay. At that point of your interview, did you, had Detective Drabeck, did Detective Drabeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did he interview the defendant before or after you?
After.
In your interview, with the defendant and Sergeant Campbell. Was Draybeck in that interview at all?
No.
Was he tasked with questioning the defendant in regards to the first-degree homicide that occurred in Tampa?
No.
Was that solely your responsibility?
Correct.
And was it clear to the defendant that you were questioning her in reference to the homicide?
Correct.
And when you brought up any details about gang activity, did the defendant indicate or provide you any knowledge or background into that?
No.
Were you aware at the time when she said that she didn't know or understand why you were calling her boyfriend Gutta, that she had 2 tattoos of Gutta on her body?
I was not.
Did she ever show you or acknowledge to you that she had a tattoo of Gutta down the chest, down the center of her chest?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you or acknowledge or show to you in that interview or before or after the interview that she also had Gutta tattooed on the side of her ear?
No, she did not.
Did you question her in depth about the type of car that she rode in, the black Impala?
Yes.
Did you and Sergeant Campbell also question her about whether or not she had seen a black Impala either at Teasers or Truth 18?
Correct.
Based on the video evidence in this case, is it clear that she drove that she rode in a black Impala, the black Impala in this case, from Sean Gathraight's house in Jacksonville all the way down to the Airbnb in Tampa?
She did.
Her inflection. Guilty of second-degree murder, Martina.
And warrant for identification,
And-
states Exhibit 12.
And the other two, Seamish, let me know, because I didn't know. The other 2 charges were dropped right before trial started. So I guess they were just deliberating between first degree, second degree. And they convicted on second degree. Sentencing is January 29th.
I'm sorry, 112 A, B, and C. Take a look at these still shots that were taken from the video. And did you receive a video clip for this time period from the Vivint security camera from Sean Gathright's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, will be introduced into evidence States Exhibit 112A.
No objection.
I'm sorry, A, B, and C.
No objection.
Admitted.
Again, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 112. And again, this is the time period occurring before they leave for Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is being shown in this still shot from the Vivint video cameras from Sean Gathright's house?
Yes, this shot is one of the many times that co-defendant Isaiah Chance went to and from his vehicle. Specifically in this shot, he has an item in his right arm that's consistent in appearance to a pistol with an extended magazine inserted in it.
Okay, and what does the extended magazine do?
The extended magazine increases the capacity of the amount of bullets you can carry, so typically doubling the amount of bullets.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 85A and B.
Any objection?
We showed it to you, Judge, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 85A and B.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you obtain the Instagram information of the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence, States Exhibit 85A. And again, is this just a business certificate from Instagram showing that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 85B. The records from Instagram, does it show an account identifier Who is that? Let me enlarge it for you.
Yeah, that's the victim's rapper name, Julio Fulio.
Okay, and then down here, the definition that he provided for name,
ESPN 98.
and then what is his vanity name that displays on his Instagram account?
Julio Fulio.
Okay, is it Julio_Fulio?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, we're going to introduce into evidence states exhibits, or 86A through C, 87 and 88.
Any objection?
Judge, we introduce into evidence 86A through C, 87 and 88.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you also get the records of the defendant, Alicia Andrews, her Instagram record?
Yes.
Show you 86A. Again, is this the business certificate saying that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 86B. Going to go up here to the top. Can you, let me enlarge it just a little bit. What is the account identifier for the defendant's Instagram?
Ooh, that's red.
And then I'm going to go down here, and can you see the name?
Miss Adora with a heart symbol.
And then the vanity name that shows up on her Instagram account.
Ooh, that's red.
And were there messaging that were found on her Instagram that was relevant to this investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to July 6th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is UTC time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you have to minus 4 hours to get the real time in Standard Eastern Time.
Correct.
Can you tell us what is being said at that point?
LMAO, I'll have them bring me tomorrow or Sunday, though his mom asked me, did I want to get dropped off earlier after we left the place trying to get our phones?
And at some point, I had already asked you earlier in the testimony today whether or not you were able to ever recover the actual device or actual phone that she is seen holding in that ring video, as well as Isaiah Chance seen holding in the parking lots of Teasers and Truth 18. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were never able to get that, correct?
We didn't get any of the devices.
Overruled.
And then can you see what the next message is?
He keep telling me to wait a week. That's why I've been sitting.
And then the next one?
Just have them bring you tomorrow.
And that is coming from someone with the Instagram username Tarnisha, is that correct?
Correct.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
Okay.
And then what is the response from the person identified as Tarnisha?
I can't see
Oh,
the
I'm
rest of
sorry, I
that.
apologize. Do you see that now?
Why wait a week? Question mark.
And then I'm going to show you on the bottom of this page who the author is. And again, is that the defendant's account?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to go to the next page. And then can you please tell us what her response is on July 6th of 2024 at 1:02 UTC.
To make sure no police sitting around
Okay. And then what is her next response?
before I go there.
And then what is the response from Tarnisha?
Oh, we'll come tomorrow. We'll come tomorrow, have them bring you.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Okay.
And then what is her next one from Tarnisha?
You should have had her bring you earlier.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Yeah, but I didn't have my clothes. Would have had to come way back, so I just waited.
Okay. And then what is her next response?
It appears an attachment was sent.
And I'm going to go down here to July 6th of 2024 at 1:06 UTC time. What is
Mayo.
the
Correct.
forensic?
Until his charge dropped, but that's weird. It was only a resisting arrest.
And does it show parens edited?
Yes.
Does that reflect that it?
Pushed all the way forward and then it refreshed and jumped. So that's weird. Alrighty. Now I went too far back, sorry.
Your name Tarnisha, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to go to the next
My bad,
page.
chat.
And then can you please tell us what her response is on July 6th of
The no police sitting around.
2024 at 1:02 UTC?
To make sure no police sitting around
Okay. And then what is her next response?
before I go there.
And then what is the response from Tarnisha?
Oh, we'll come tomorrow. We'll come tomorrow, have them bring you.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Okay.
And then what is her next one from Tarnisha?
You should have had her bring you earlier.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Yeah, but I didn't have my clothes. Would have had to come way back, so I just waited.
Okay. And then what is her next response?
It appears an attachment was sent.
I'm going to go down here to July 6th of 2024 at 1:06 UTC time. What does Tarnisha say at this point?
Did you get your phone?
And then what is it shown that she's doing at this point at 1:06 UTC time?
Sending an attachment.
And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
LMAO, he jumping so hard.
Okay. And then what is her next response?
And no, the lady said, the detective said we have to wait, but IG until his charge dropped. But that's weird. It was only a resisting arrest.
And then again, at the very bottom of the page, does it show that the next message is again coming from the defendant's Instagram account?
Correct.
And what is that response at 1:09 UTC time?
And no, the lady said the detective says we have to wait, but IG until his charge dropped, but that's weird. It was only a resisting arrest.
And does it show parens edited?
Yes.
Does that reflect that it was changed and resent an edited version?
Correct.
And then at July 6, 2024, at 1:10 UTC's time, what is Tarnisha's response?
Well, let them keep that phone.
And then I'm going to jump down here to July 6 of 2024 at 1:11 UTC time. And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes, that's what I said, LMAO. It was a whole different one. Oh, well.
Yeah, something's jumping with the law and crime feed because it just jumped twice again. Like the feed itself isn't jumping, but this recording that they're pulling is jumping.
And I'm going to jump ahead to July 9th of 2024 at 16:37 UTC time. And again, what was the date when you interviewed the defendant?
July 9th.
And can you tell us what, at 16:37 UTC time, what Tarnisha is sending to the defendant's Instagram account?
My mom said, get someone to drop you off to McDonald's. She will come.
And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
She at work.
And then what is her next response at 17:10 UTC time?
And no, the mom got the car. She went to work.
And then what is Tarnisha's response at 17:10 UTC time?
Well, this is why you should have come Saturday or Sunday when no one is working, like you said. You didn't come.
And then down here to 17:11:34 UTC time, what does Tarnisha say at this point?
Just try to come later, or she said she will meet you at McDonald's.
Okay, and then what does she say, Tarnisha, from Tarnisha's Instagram at 22:35?
Police here looking for you.
And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram response at 23:13 UTC?
Where they at now?
And then what is the response from Tarnisha's Instagram?
Waiting.
And then her next response at 23:16 UTC, still on July 9th.
Outside.
And then what is the defendant's response from her Instagram account?
Oh, okay.
And then what does Tarnisha respond at 17:10 UTC time?
A thumbs up.
And then what is her next response at 18:26 UTC time?
Oh, never mind.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account at 23:18?
WIM, or what you mean?
And then what is the next response?
I don't see them no more.
And again, that was from Tarnisha's Instagram.
Correct.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
Up a little bit.
Oh, I apologize.
They somewhere waiting, probably.
And did you look at the time period from her Instagram account on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And can you tell us, I'm going to put this on here. Is this what was posted to her account, and can you give us the time?
Yeah, so it's June 23rd at 2:01 UTC, so that would have been Saturday, June 22nd at 10:01 p.m., a few hours after they arrived at the Airbnb.
And is that a screenshot from her Instagram? Let me hold on a little bit.
Yes.
And is it somebody, can you tell us what is being posted?
It appears to be a product of a Pandora bracelet. Them Pandora necklaces be looking so cute.
So whoever has the custody of the phone at this point is posting jewelry, is that correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to show, oh, that's it. Did you also, in the course of your investigation, get the Instagram records of the co-defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 87. What's that?
Business certifications from Meta.
I'm showing you 87. Can you tell us what is the account identifier for Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
Gathright.
And then is there also an email address associated with Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yeah, Gathright24@gmail.com.
And what is his vanity name on his Instagram account?
Gathright.
Did you look at the records of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. Detective, can you tell us what is being shown on this from the defendant's, from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
This is a photograph from a crime scene in Jacksonville where one of the members of the gangs was murdered.
And who was the person that was murdered?
I can't recall the specific one at this time.
And when was that posted on Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
June 5th, 2024 at 23:24 UTC.
And what does it say when it's posted?
There was a comment with it, you and be playing the game no more, question mark.
And then, can I ask you what is being shown in this from the Isaiah Chance's Instagram account? Are you familiar with this posting from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, this was made from his account on the day of the homicide, at approximately 6:13 a.m., so less than 2 hours after the homicide. It's a picture he posted of Bill Belichick, the famous Patriot coach, with the hands up emoji.
Then are you also familiar with this posting from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's another post that Isaiah Chance's Instagram account made on the day of the homicide.
Okay. And do you know who the individuals are that are in this photograph?
Yes, behind the ghost emoji to the right is a co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and then the gentleman on the left is Tilly, his friend that was killed on October 7th in 2023 in Jacksonville.
And what is the caption that is on this particular photograph that was posted to Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
I miss my joking and laughing buddy.
And when was this posted?
This was posted June 23rd, 2024, 14:31 UTC, so it would have been around 10:31 a.m., 4 hours after the homicide.
And are you also familiar with this posting from the Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes.
And what does it say?
If it ain't Don Julio, don't pass me no bottle.
And when was this posted?
On the day of the homicide, June 23rd, 2024, 14:29 hours, so 10:29 a.m.
And are you familiar with this person, Will Go Crazy?
Someone from Jacksonville involved with the gangs as well.
Do you remember what his real name is?
I can't recall at this time.
You also got Rashad Murphy's Instagram account, is that correct?
Correct.
What is State's Exhibit 88 show?
Business certifications from Meta.
And part of the Instagram, did you get when searches were done for certain people on Instagram from Rashad Murphy's account?
Yes.
And can you see whose account that he had selected?
Yes, Duda Strap, Julio Fulio, and him Smoke.
Okay. Let's start with Julio Fulio. When was it that he was searching for Julio Fulio on his account for his profile?
June 23rd, 2024 at 12:39 UTC, 8:39 a.m., approximately 4 hours after the murder.
So, and then are you familiar with who has the username Him Smokey?
No.
And then is Charles Jones Julio Fulio, is his account, again, there a timestamp on Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
Yes.
And when was that done?
June 23rd, 2024, 11:52 UTC, so the correct time would have been 7:52 a.m.
Then did he again look for Charles Jones Julio Fulio's Instagram account?
Yes.
On June 24th of 2024?
Yes.
What time?
6:42 UTC, so this would have been before the homicide at approximately 2:42.
Then did you see down here that he also looks for another Instagram account?
Yes.
And who is that?
Spinna Benz is the prominent rapper in the 1200 gang that rivals the victim's gang.
And when was he looking at Spinna Ben's account on Instagram?
On 6/24/2024, 14:14 UTC, so the day after at approximately 10 a.m.
The day after Charles Jones was killed?
Correct.
And then what about this, Young and Ace?
On 6/24/2024, around the same time, 10 a.m., the day after Mr. Jones was killed.
And you're aware of who Young and Ace is that correct?
Yes, a prominent rapper for one of the rival gangs of the victim, ATK.
and one that is allied to Rashad Murphy's, the gang that he is in?
Correct.
Did you also look at and see when Rashad Murphy was looking at postings on Julio's Instagram account?
Yes.
Going to direct your attention to here. When did this occur?
This one's from June 15th, 2024 at 11:50 UTC. So this was approximately 7 days before Mr. Jones had to be in Tampa.
And you see that there is a link here, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there, I'm going to ask you about the posting of Julio and his advertisements that he was going to be here in Tampa. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And is this a link to that specific posting when Julio Charles Jones was advertising on Instagram his appearances and when he was going to be in Tampa?
I believe it is, yes.
And then I'm going to go down here to, again, see another posting at July 15, 2024, 11:50 UTC time. Is there another time where he is checking on Charles Jones, Julio's Instagram postings?
Yes.
And there was more than one posting by Charles Jones showing his appearances to Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
And is this link another link to the Instagram posting, his second posting from Charles Jones that he was going to be here in Tampa?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more exhibit of the accounts that he is looking for, fellow accounts of Instagram. And this one is dated June 14th, 2024 at 15:16 UTC. Do you see that he is selected to view an account called Gathright? See that down there?
Yeah, correct. The timestamp for the Gathright, I believe, was 6:15.
Okay, I apologize, 6:15. And we had just previously seen the Instagram records and accounts for Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is a account that he was viewing at that time?
Correct.
And what is the selected up here for the search results?
Art of War quote.
Were you familiar of Rashad Murphy's Instagram postings after the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this one was posted by Rashad Murphy's Instagram account on June 23rd, 2024 at 09 UTC. So subtract 4 hours. It was at 5 a.m., 20 minutes after Mr. Jones was shot and killed.
And what is it?
A black screen with 4 laughing, crying emojis.
Was this another posting from Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
Yes, it was.
And what time does this happen?
This one happened on the day of the murder at 12:10 UTC, so approximately 8:10 a.m., several hours after Mr. Jones was killed.
And again, what is it for the record?
A screenshot of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick celebrating something.
And when was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
This was posted around the same time, June 23rd, 2024, at 12:18 UTC, so 8:18 a.m., several hours after the murder.
And do you recognize who's in this photograph that he's posted to his Instagram story?
I can't recall the name, but DSO told me this was another person who was killed in the war between the two gangs.
Is this another posting from June 23rd, 2024 after the homicide?
Yes.
What time?
16:14 UTC, so approximately 2:14 p.m., the day of the murder.
And what does it say?
It's a black screen with Prosper and Junior G-Day today with 187 babies.
Okay. Are you familiar with Prosper and Junior?
Yes, again, 2 members that were killed in the gang war some time ago.
Okay. Do you remember who they are?
Prosper was a long time ago. I can't recall the names at this time, I'm sorry.
And then this was posted on June 24th of 2024 on Rashad Murphy's Instagram.
Yes,
And is there a song that is playing with this particular posting?
I believe so, yes.
And what is the title of that?
I'm gonna pay you back for that one.
And then if I turn this way, can you see what he's taking or what he's posting to his Instagram?
Yes.
And what is the title of it?
This is the Rifleman's Creed from the United States Marine Corps.
when was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram?
June 25th, 2024, 022 UTC, so it would have been approximately 8:22 p.m. on the 24th, the day after the murder.
Okay, and again, is this another song he's posting to his account?
Yeah, this is Jdot Breezy's Psyching Out that was released post the murder of Mr. Jones.
Okay, and are you familiar with who Jdot Breezy is?
Yes, I am.
Who is that?
Jacora Rivers, a prominent 1200 rapper, a rival gang member of the victim.
And then, when was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
So with Jdot Jacory Rivers, remember there was something that it was objected to once, but then it ended up coming in another time where he paid Isaiah Chance to rent an Airbnb at some point in time, I think through Cash App.
June 25th, 2024, around the same time.
Okay, and another song that he's posting to his account?
Yes, this one's from WAPO with the Choppa, another prominent 1200 gang member.
And at this time, we're going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 93.
They said this morning they had 2 hours of direct, including a lengthy, maybe they thought they'd win and only play like 5
Any
minutes of
objection?
interrogation.
They did.
Detective Ramos, did you obtain the Cash App records of Isaiah Chance?
Yes, I did.
They're going to tell us about the Jacory thing, I think.
Show you 93. Again, is this the business certificate saying that, certifying that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did they send you the driver's license of the individual that set up the account?
Yes.
And is that part of what you received in return when you requested the Cash App records?
Correct.
And who does that belong to?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
Did they provide you the front and back copy that they took to set up the account?
Correct.
This is the first page of the document. Let me blow that up for you. Can you read that?
Yes.
Can you tell us the identity of the verification name?
Yes, Isaiah Jermaine Chance.
And then does it also list the addresses associated with the account?
Correct.
Shout out to KP dropping 5 gifted subs in the chat.
Does the Cash App allow for a user to have
We can
a
spell the
display
name all the way out. 2
Yes.
eyes, kissing pink.
Is this the display name history for Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
Does it show the different times in UTC time when he has changed his display name?
Yes.
And what was his original display name?
Original display name was Isaiah.
And does he eventually change it to reflecting his nickname?
Correct.
And then is there another point in time on October 17th of 2020 where again he changes the name but his nickname is incorporated in it?
Correct.
Then I'm going to go all the way down to August 11th of 2023. What did he change his display name to during this time period?
Mr. Rich Off War.
We're not going to read the other ones? I like the boo-hoo, man. Hold on. You guys see that back here? We have Redman 23, then Redman 2, then Quality over Quantity. These were all changed at the same time. We're back to just Redman, and then Boo-hoo Man official. And don't forget Ghost. We have another Ghost already. You can't be Ghost. And then Mr. Rich Off War.
Rich Off War.
But yeah, guess they log all that stuff, guys. I'm not surprised, but never thought about it.
When you looked through these records, were there any Cash App that were made that was of note to you that is involved and relevant to this case?
Yeah, so what I found out from these records were that the Cash App account linked to co-defendant Isaiah Chance made a purchase with Airbnb for $361.16 on Saturday, June 22nd. You can go to the left, you can actually see the exact date and time, which corresponds.
Try to blow it up so
Yeah.
everybody could be able to
Sure.
see it. Can you give us the time right now?
Yeah, so that purchase was made on the Cash App card at, on June 22nd, 2024 at 7:54 UTC, approximately 3:54 a.m.
And for the amount,
$361.16.
and to who?
Airbnb.
Corresponding with the Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
And then these records also show attempted payments when users of the app are receiving and sending payments to another user?
Correct.
And again, the print is small, but let me go down so we can see the whole thing. Okay. Can you, and I'll go back to the date, but I don't want to go any smaller because I think it's going to be hard for you to see and read it.
Sure.
So let's start on this side. Again, we're looking, starting at June 26th of 2024. Does it show that he is a sender? Again, under this column, it's showing when he is sending money out of his account. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then does it show when there is somebody else sending money?
Correct.
Who is the next person right after that?
Alicia.
Okay, and I'm gonna, is it
For
Alicia A?
$13.
If I blow it up a little bit more?
Correct. Alicia A.
And what is the date on that?
June 26, 2024.
Okay, and then is there another
Read the
where
amount.
he is paying out?
Yes.
And then right underneath that,
This is misleading, I think, for her to not be reading the amounts. Because you're saying like, oh, there's like this exchange, you're tying together that there's an exchange going on really between Chance, Isaiah Chance, and Jacory Jdot. But now you're reading in these transactions, but he's only sending Alicia $13.75. That wouldn't be enough or even a sensible part, like if you're splitting the payment for something for $390 Airbnb. So I feel like she should be reading these amounts.
who is then paying out?
This is a transaction where J. Breezy's sending Isaiah Chance $390 on, I believe it was June 22nd at 5:45 UTC.
Before the murder?
But this is before the murder, yes.
Before he is paying out to the Airbnb?
Within the same time period, yes.
And then right after that, underneath that, is there another person that is sending money on this Cash App?
Yes.
And who is that?
Alicia A.
That's $22.
And was there a Cellbrite extraction from Alicia Andrews' iCloud account?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence, 76B.
For real, that's not even gas.
And this was found under her extraction report, under a category called transfers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give the date and time here of when this is occurring and convert it to Eastern Standard Time for us?
Yes, so this one is 6/22, so Saturday 22nd at 8:52 a.m. UTC, so approximately 4:52 a.m. Saturday the 22nd.
Okay, again, that's before the homicide.
Correct.
How much is the amount that is being transferred from Mr. Richoff Ward to her?
$29.46.
And then I want to ask you about this second column. When is the date and time of this transfer?
6/22/24, 3:15 p.m. UTC.
And who is that to?
Charmaine.
Okay. And is that the same way Charmaine Steiger spells her name?
Correct.
And how much is the money for?
$15.
And who is Charmaine Steiger again?
The girlfriend of co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Who shares the phone?
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence.
I mean, I'd wonder why,
I'm going to show you it's marked for identification.
like, just because she was there, but what about some of these other people that are in these transactions and these
Detective
records?
Ramos, did you make some still photographs from the video footage from the Home to Suites videos that depict the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize
Yes.
these? And are those exact still photos that came directly from that video footage from Home to Suites?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 101.
No objection.
Admitted. Detective, what are these?
These are still photographs from the a murder scene, the cameras off of the Tesla and the Home to Suites, capturing the image of the shooter who shot the Glock pistol with the extended magazine.
And in this one photograph, a still photo to the right, you have circled in kind of a yellow marker. What are you noting there?
The difference in hue around the kneecap area indicating a possible tear in skin being exposed.
And you are aware of the Walmart video footage from Jacksonville that was recovered from Detective Drabeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been put into evidence, State's Exhibit 100. You're familiar with these, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know the date when Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant in this case, actually went to that Walmart in Jacksonville?
Yeah, Friday night on the 21st.
The Friday before this homicide occurred?
Correct.
And did you note anything about the types of pants that he's wearing?
Yeah, these are still shots from a video. I got to watch the whole video. There does appear to be a tear at the left knee there, and then the boots and the belt and hoodie appear to be consistent with the clothing worn by the pistol shooter.
Which is reflected in State's Exhibit 101.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 90B. Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the defendant that was taken after the incident?
Correct.
Here at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 90B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
This photograph was taken in Jacksonville, is that correct? I'm showing you 90B.
It's a booking photograph. I'm not sure if it's from Jacksonville or the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, one of them.
Detective, did you take, we've talked a lot about the cell phone records of Isaiah Chance, of the defendant, and of some of the co-defendants. Did you also, as part of your investigation into this case, obtain the cell phone records of some of the people that were with the victims group, Charles Jones?
Yes, I pulled call detail records for some of them.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. And did you do a subpoena in order to get those records?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 113. Is this a photograph? I'm not a photograph. Is this the records belonging to Aaliyah Albritton's call detail records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we've introduced into evidence State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
And the first page of these records is that the business certification saying that they are kept in the regular course of business.
Correct.
And this phone number, is that the phone number that belongs to Aaliyah Albritton?
Correct.
Why did you obtain the call detail records of Aaliyah Albritton?
To investigate her?
And as part of your investigation, did you go through what time period did you get for her records, if you want to take a look at it?
Call detail records are always pulled for 30 days, just to get a kind of an idea of who the top callers are, but I focused in on any calls or text messages she made during the time period she was in Tampa with the victim.
And looking through her call detail records, was there any communication with any of the individuals charged in this case? Any communication between her and Sean Gathright?
For the entire 30-day period that I reviewed, there's zero communication between Aaliyah Albritton and any of the defendants.
Did you also get the call detail records via subpoena for other individuals who were with the victim?
Yes, some, yes.
Who were they? Do you remember?
I can't recall at this point.
Okay. Did you go through those records?
Yes.
And again, did you find any indication, and specifically, were you looking for phone numbers of the defendant and the other co-defendants that were charged in this case?
Yes, I examined the call detail records of people who were with the victim and looking for any evidence that they had any communication with the phone numbers linked to the defendants, and there was none.
We talked briefly about the submissions for DNA, including the submissions for the shell casings to the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms National Laboratory. Did that happen in this case? Were those 39 millimeter shell casings sent off to ATF for DNA testing?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the results? Was that result sent to you?
Yes, it was.
And was there any of those shell casings, was there any DNA that was sufficient for testing and comparison purposes?
No, there wasn't.
Is there always an attempt to possibly try to get DNA off of evidence if you can?
Physical evidence left at the scene, yes.
There was other swabbings and there were other swabbings that were collected from the actual crime scene. Are you familiar with that? There was a blood trail that led from the victim's Dodge Charger into the Holiday Inn.
Correct.
There were also swabbings that were taken from the Dodge Charger itself. Is that correct?
Correct.
As the case detective in this case, you make the decisions whether or not there is any sort of necessity to send that stuff off for testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take any of those samples from the crime scene or from any of the vehicles, including the victim's vehicles as well as his friend's vehicles?
No, because we knew who was in those cars and who the blood belonged to based off of the statements we got.
So no probative value in sending any of that stuff off for DNA testing?
Sustain as deleting.
I'm going to ask you now about fingerprints. Were the victim's car, were there contents that were contained in the victim's car that were dusted for fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. Also, the other vehicles involved in this case, including suspect vehicles, the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
Did you see and review the video footage from the grandmother's house of Sean Gathright that showed that black Chevy Impala there directly after the homicide, the day of the homicide?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not that vehicle had been cleaned?
Yes, with a white rag.
Again, did you send some of the prints off for testing?
The prints all got attempted to run. Some of them were, they have varying results.
Based on the video evidence in this case, do you know which individuals were in which vehicle?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, were you aware of a firearm being turned over from Typhon McCrae?
Yes.
And he was an individual that was in one of the victim's vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of other firearms that were collected from the vehicles of the victim?
Yes, there was 2 firearms total, one from Tafer McRae and one from his trunk.
Any indication based on the video evidence in this case that the victim or anyone in the victim's party had ever fired a firearm during the course of this homicide of Charles Jones?
No.
Your Honor may have one moment.
Yes.
Yeah, please let it be done. Let them have half an hour of cross for the end of the day. Whisper faster. I don't know, I hear paper shuffling.
Detective Ramos, just a few more questions on Mr. McRae and his firearm. Were you aware of the caliber of Typha McRae's gun?
I believe 9mm.
Okay. Would, looking at
I'm
your...
sorry, one might have been a 40, one might have been, there was 2 guns. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that there were 2 guns, is that correct?
Correct.
One came from the car and then one came from Mr. McRae.
Sustain, rephrase.
Do you remember specifically which gun Typha McRae had?
I believe his was the 40 caliber.
Okay. And was there any .40 caliber shell casings that were found from the crime scene?
No.
Do you remember or did you see or review any photographs of the magazine that was taken from Typha McRae's person?
Yes.
And what was your memory as to whether or not that magazine was fully loaded?
I believe there was only a few rounds in it, or I can't recall at this time the
Oh.
exact count.
Okay.
Did he almost say he gave the wrong answer and cleaned it up, guys? Let's run that back. So Taifa McRae, remember, oh, am I muted? No, I'm here. Okay, so remember Taifa McRae is in the car with Aaliyah, and then the girl that became friends with Aaliyah and thought she was going on a girls' trip. Taifa McRae and Aaliyah go inside to use the bathroom right as the shooting's about to happen. Taifa McRae makes sure he goes and stays right by the other girl's side in the hotel to make sure she's good. He willingly turns over his firearm. And now the prosecution, trying to get ahead of anything the defense might ask, trying to get ahead, well, none of the shell casings recovered would be a match to that firearm, right? And in case the defense is going to point out, well, hey, we've heard testimony that you didn't collect all of the casings that were fired, so you can't rule out guns. That's what they're trying to, the state's trying to use that argument to tie the other co-defendants to some of the weapons that could have matched what was used in the crime that was found at Sean Gathrights' grandma's house. Prosecutor tries to ask a question about, well, just in case that question gets asked, what did you remember about the magazine? It was like full, right? Oh, look at the answer he gives and then tries to clean it up.
I believe his was the 40 caliber.
Okay. And was there any .40 caliber shell casings that were found from the crime scene?
No.
Do you remember or did you see or review any photographs of the magazine that was taken from Typha McRae's person?
Yes.
And what was your memory as to whether or not that magazine was fully loaded?
I believe there was only a few rounds in it, or I can't recall at this time the exact count.
Okay.
Because he realized if he said there's only a few rounds in it, logic would lead one to believe that some could have been used. And I don't think the defense is even trying to argue that, but this is just an example in the moment of somebody and someone who works for the government being called by a prosecution member, switching their answers to make sure it's favorable to the state.
All right, I don't have anything further. We'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross. Pardon me? Yep.
Yeah, I think that was Ramos trying to make sure his answer sounded good for the prosecutor. And he forgot that Taifa McRae is not a suspect, not someone they want to incriminate for firing any rounds that night. We do have a couple seconds that we're behind.
Oh,
Cool. Are they leaving for the day?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break a little early. So I have good news, bad news. So we're going to break a little early, but I'm going to get this case to you for the end of the week, okay? Which means we're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We may have a long day
We're
tomorrow.
going to get Howard.
Just letting you know, but I am going to get this case to you before the end of the week. I promise you that, okay? So, we're going to start at 8:30. And just remember my previous admonition, don't discuss anything about this case with anybody, don't do any independent research, don't watch, listen to, read any news accounts. All right? Very good. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we're going to start a little late like we did yesterday, like we did today. We'll skip the breaks. Oh, like 10 o'clock. We start at 9:45 today, around there.
All jurors out there.
Okay, thank you.
But just
Okay,
plan for a
Detective
later day.
Sangroll, since you have not yet been cross-examined, you can't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Okay,
Have a good
thank
night.
you.
See if they do anything outside the jury presence. Oh, they're muting us. Are they gonna, is that it? All right, I think that's it for the day then. All righty. So that's the end of today for Alicia Andrews. Since that's supposed to be a longer day tomorrow, guys, we'll probably be streaming. We're getting out early today at 4:30 Eastern, but we'll stick around. We'll stream until they're done tomorrow. Again, I'll do like a 9:45, 10 a.m. start time. A reminder that for about an hour tomorrow, I have to go basically moderate a call for a panel for work, but I'll keep the stream running. Hopefully, there's something for you guys to be entertained with. I'll keep an eye on it, so if we get to a lunch break, I'll be able to move the toggle forward for you guys, keep you guys moving with the trial. And I should be able to listen to most of what's going on. I'm just working with some people that don't know how to use Zoom, but they're hosting the whole thing otherwise. So I'm just the button pusher. So that'll happen in the middle of the day tomorrow, but we'll keep it going. It'll start fresh out the gate with cross tomorrow of Ramos, which means defense gets to prep all night. So I think that's going to be good. Mavka, I'm not sure if that sidebar was necessarily about that. We did hear this morning that the defense, there's at least one witness that the defense subpoenaed or wanted to call, and they said they no longer plan to call them. We also know that the expert witness that they plan to call to speak about the cell site information, he's still going to come to testify, but he wasn't able to put together certain demonstratives, which to me suggests his testimony will be shorter than expected. So I imagine they just wanted to say, hey, can we end for the day? You know, we don't plan to have that much for our case, so it'll still get us out of here by the end of the week. And they all said, okay. So I think it works in all parties' favors, because if the defense should want to take time to prepare for cross, it makes sense for it to be with the lead detective, I would say. Jody says, has there been any evidence that she knew of the plan ahead of the shooting? Now, there's evidence presented that one could draw that conclusion. Is it enough that it'll get 12 jurors past the reasonable doubt standard? I think that's a harder hurdle to get to. Because I'm looking at a lot of it and I could say, well, I think someone would be pretty stupid to not know that this was going on. I also think by the time she's, obviously by the time they're on their way home, there's no way in my mind that Alicia didn't know the shooting happened when the shooting was happening. She was barely pulling out of the parking lot. And then they all go back to the same Airbnb. So, but as far as state proving beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew beforehand for that count 2, the conspiracy, I don't know. I think the defense, if they make a good presentation, I would use that, and I said it earlier, I would use the messages that look like they're coming from Alicia's device, where the prosecutor was asking the question in the form of, and she messages Sean Gathright, and the defense tried to object to the prosecutor using the phrase she messages. I think that that really could have been Isaiah Chance sending those messages to Gathright. And then we also see that it's Isaiah Chance that's sending the cash apps, getting them the money from actually Jdot to cover the cost of the Airbnb. So it would make sense that there'd be some communication from someone like, hey, pick up the phone, pick up the phone. It could have been Sean. But the defense really, I think, has to make that argument in a strong way. So, well, if you use Discord, that's probably the easiest way. Let me drop my Discord link, and it'll be a link to a chat, but you can just click my profile to private message me and add me as a friend. And if you don't use Discord, there's an email in the chat for you there. And guys, Freedom Ring is pretty close by. It has been contemplating going down in person to the court. So very, very cool. Always love the idea of boots on the ground. Jeremy Rose says, as long as the jury doesn't fall asleep. Yeah, that's another problem. Yeah, I know there's some people that don't use Discord at all, and there's some people that only use Discord. So trying to use it as an option. And then I also wanted to give a shout out. I had mentioned it kind of quickly, but thank you again to KP for gifting that 5 and David for gifting that 20. That's 25 of you that got memberships. As far as this wrapping up, you guys, remember Jim, so Happily Angry Lawyer. I thought this stream would take us right up to when he's about to go live, but we're still an hour out from that. So I'm going to drop the link to his channel instead. For Replay Crew, his channel's in the description. He's going to be doing a stream on Don Samuel. That's the full attorney that we watched in the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial. It's going to be a little bit of owning of Nancy Grace happening. I think it'll be a great stream. That's an hour away. So there's the link to that. Because we're ending now and Broken Baker is still live, I need you guys to do me a favor. We're going to raid the Bakers. We're going to get them back. They always raid us. We never get to raid them. I need you to go in there and hit that like button and say yo in the chat, say what's up in the chat, yell about baked goods, whatever the case may be. We've got to fight back because they have been winning the war. They have been winning the raid war. We've got to fight back. So we'll redirect over there. We'll reconvene at like 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we'll see what the defense puts up because the state's going to rest after Ramos is done. So I think it's going to be good. Thank you for the kind words on the way out, and see you over at Baker's. Bye, guys.